The story of humanity's past is usually told as a straight line. Small bands of hunter-gatherers struggling against nature, slowly discovering fire, farming, and writing, before finally rising into the great civilizations of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and beyond. This is the version we all grew up hearing, the version taught in classrooms and written in thick history textbooks. But what if that story is incomplete? What if, buried beneath layers of ice, water, and time, there lies another history, one that changes everything we think we know about who we are, where we came from, and what we have already achieved? Imagine standing at the edge of a vast ocean, staring out into the horizon, and realizing that beneath those waves could lie the ruins of cities older than any pyramid. Imagine walking through the desert and finding stone blocks so large and so perfectly cut that modern machines would struggle to reproduce them. Imagine unrolling an ancient map, ink fading on its surface, and discovering that it depicts coastlines we only rediscovered with satellites, including parts of Antarctica, centuries before explorers ever set foot there. Each of these images is not fantasy. They are all real, documented, and very much part of our world's forgotten puzzle. For decades, archaeologists and historians have brushed aside stories of a civilization before the Ice Age as mere legend, the stuff of myth, of campfire tales, of Plato's Atlantis. But as fragments of evidence surface across the globe, a startling possibility emerges. The myths may not be myths at all. From Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, a temple complex far older than Stonehenge, to the mysterious underwater ruins off the coast of Japan, to the inexplicable precision of South American megaliths, the signs point to one haunting conclusion. Something extraordinary existed before the world as we know it began. The mainstream narrative tells us that 12,000 years ago, humanity was primitive. People lived in caves, hunted with stone-tipped spears, and survived day by day. And yet, around this very time, the Earth experienced one of the most dramatic environmental upheavals in history. Glacier melted. Sea levels rose more than 400 feet. Massive floods swept across continents. Animals vanished in sudden mass extinctions. Cultures across the world remember it as a flood, a fire, a day when the sky itself rained destruction. Was this the end of a forgotten civilization, a culture advanced enough to map the globe, shape stone with impossible accuracy, and pass down astronomical knowledge we still marvel at today? This is not simply about questioning history. It is about challenging the very foundation of our collective memory. If a civilization existed before the Ice Age, then the timeline of humanity is far longer, richer, and stranger than we have ever dared to admit. And if such a civilization was wiped away in a global cataclysm, it means we, too, are vulnerable. History may not be a line at all, but a cycle of rise, destruction, and rebirth. As we journey through this exploration, we will uncover maps that should not exist, temples that predate farming itself, and legends whispered across cultures that never had contact yet somehow share the same story. We will confront the uncomfortable truth of evidence that scholars dismiss because it does not fit neatly into the textbooks. And we will stand at the edge of mystery, peering into a past erased by water and fire, wondering just how much has been lost. The deeper we dig, the more unsettling the questions become. How did people at the supposed dawn of civilization possess advanced mathematical and astronomical knowledge? How were stones weighing hundreds of tons cut, shaped, and transported with such precision that modern engineers still shake their heads in disbelief? Why do so many ancient myths point to a golden age followed by catastrophe, as though humanity has lived this story before? Could the very foundations of our recorded history be built on the ruins of something far greater, a forgotten epoch that ended in Cataclysm? This investigation is not just about ruins and artifacts. It is about what those ruins whisper. They tell us that human history is far older than we imagine, that memory survives through myth, and that every great civilization carries within it the shadow of collapse. If one advanced culture could vanish almost without a trace, what does that say about us? About our future? Are we too walking the same path, rising toward greatness only to be humbled by forces beyond our control? The idea of a pre-Ice Age civilization is not simply a story of the past. It is a mirror held up to the present. It asks us to consider the fragility of our world, the impermanence of our structures, and the arrogance of believing we are the first to climb this mountain of knowledge. And it leaves us with a haunting possibility. If the ruins of such a civilization are only now coming to light, what else lies waiting beneath the ice, the oceans, and the earth? Secrets that may rewrite not just history, but the very story of humanity itself? Tonight, we embark on a journey across continents and oceans, through myths and science, across the known and the forbidden. Piece by piece, We will assemble a puzzle that has been scattered for millennia. And by the end, you will have to decide for yourself, did an advanced civilization really walk the earth before the Ice Age? And if so, why was it erased from history? Long before the rise of Egypt, before Sumerian kings etched their names into clay tablets, and before humanity is said to have built cities or temples, there was a forgotten world, a world swallowed by ice. This was the epoch before the last Ice Age ended, a time stretching from roughly 20,000 to 12,000 years ago. According to mainstream archaeology, our ancestors then were little more than scattered bands of hunter-gatherers. They roamed harsh landscapes, followed migrating herds, and lived in temporary shelters made of bone, hide, or stone. The idea of great architecture, advanced tools, or sophisticated culture simply does not belong here in the traditional timeline. Yet, cracks in this narrative are beginning to show, and through them we glimpse a much stranger, much older story of humanity. During the peak of the Ice Age, massive glacier covered much of North America, Europe, and Asia. Sea levels were hundreds of feet lower than today, exposing vast stretches of land that are now hidden beneath the oceans. Entire continents looked different. Coastlines stretched further, rivers carved new paths, and fertile plains existed where waves now roll. These submerged lands, once habitable, may have held settlements, farms, or even cities, but if they did, they are now buried beneath tons of water and sediment. The world we see on maps today is not the world that existed back then. That simple truth alone raises the question, how much of humanity's early story lies hidden beneath the seas? Archaeology tells us that farming and permanent settlements appeared only around 10,000 years ago, just after the Ice Age ended. But discoveries like Göbekli Tepe, a vast ceremonial complex in Turkey dated to around 11,600 years ago, suggest people were not only building, but building on a monumental scale, far earlier than anyone expected. Such sites disrupt the neat narrative of progress. If hunter-gatherers could create structures with astronomical alignments and intricate carvings, then perhaps we have underestimated them. Or perhaps, more provocatively, they were inheriting knowledge from an even older tradition, passed down from a civilization that existed before the Cataclysm struck. The end of the Ice Age was not a gentle melting of snow. It was abrupt, violent, and global. Temperatures spiked, ice sheets collapsed, and sea levels surged. Imagine entire coastlines disappearing within lifetimes, fertile valleys vanishing beneath floodwaters, and entire populations forced to migrate inland. Across the globe, cultures preserve myths of floods, of a great deluge, of a time when the world was swallowed by water. To many, these stories are simply symbolic, allegories for human struggle. But what if they are memories, echoes of a real event that shattered a thriving world? Consider this. When we speak of human civilization, we usually mean the last 5,000 years. Yet Homo sapiens have existed for over 300,000 years. That leaves an enormous blank canvas, a span of time so vast it is almost incomprehensible. Is it really possible that for hundreds of thousands of years, humanity achieved almost nothing beyond basic survival? Or is it more likely that civilizations rose and fell, just as they do today, leaving behind fragments that the tides of time have buried? The gap between what we are told and what the evidence suggests is wide, and within that gap lies the mystery of the forgotten epoch. Some researchers point to anomalous artifacts, advanced tools, unusual carvings, even controversial skeletal finds that appear to predate known civilizations by tens of thousands of years. Mainstream science often dismisses them, citing misidentification, contamination, or hoaxes. And while skepticism is necessary, the sheer number of anomalies across continents is enough to make us wonder. Are they all mistakes, or are they clues scattered like breadcrumbs leading us back to a lost chapter of human history? The forgotten epoch also challenges our sense of scale. During the Ice Age, humans were not alone. They shared the earth with enormous animals, mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, and giant sloths. If advanced cultures existed, they lived alongside creatures we now associate with prehistory, not civilization. The world was harsher, yes, but also filled with resources, fertile plains, and exposed coastlines ideal for settlement. Perhaps this combination of challenge and abundance forced early innovation, driving groups to develop tools, structures, and knowledge far earlier than we assume. What is most haunting about this epoch is how little we can truly know. The sea has swallowed the evidence, glacier have ground it into dust, and time has erased the rest. Yet myths remain. Legends of a golden age, when gods or advanced ancestors walk the earth, whisper to us from every corner of the globe. The Sumerians spoke of antediluvian kings who reigned for thousands of years before a great flood. Native American traditions recall a time when the world was nearly destroyed by fire and ice. In India, ancient texts describe cyclical destructions and rebirths of humanity. Are these merely stories, or are they memories, encoded in myth, of a time before the Ice Age ended? The silence of archaeology is deafening. When pressed, scholars insist that without clear, datable artifacts, we cannot claim a lost civilization existed. But silence does not equal absence. The Earth has a way of hiding its past, and perhaps only fragments survive, fragments waiting for those bold enough to piece them together. Each discovery, whether a submerged ruin, a mysterious map, or an ancient structure out of place in time, chips away at the story we thought we knew. And each chip reveals the outline of something far more extraordinary. As we look back at this forgotten epoch, we are left with two visions. In the first, humanity is simple, fragile, and slow to evolve. In the second, humanity is resilient, inventive, and capable of greatness long before we are supposed to be. Which vision is closer to the truth? The evidence we will explore suggests the second may be far closer than we dare to admit. And if that is the case, then the end of the Ice Age was not just the dawn of civilization. It was also the twilight of something far older, a civilization erased, leaving behind only whispers in stone, myth, and memory. Maps are meant to record the known world, snapshots of coastlines, rivers, and mountains captured in ink and parchment. They are the footprints of explorers, the evidence of discovery. Yet among the archives of old, there exist maps that do not merely record the known, they reveal the impossible. These are the maps that show lands we could not have charted, coastlines hidden under ice, and a world that should not have been visible to the civilizations that supposedly drew them. They are whispers of knowledge that does not belong to their time. And they may be the most compelling evidence that fragments of a forgotten civilization survived long after its fall, encoded not in ruins but in geography itself. Perhaps the most famous of these artifacts is the Piri race map, created in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral who carefully compiled older source materials into a single parchment. What astonishes scholars is not merely its accuracy in depicting South America's coastline, but something far more disturbing. It appears to show the coast of Antarctica, not as it looks today under a blanket of ice, but as it might have looked thousands of years ago, ice-free. Mainstream history tells us that Antarctica was only discovered in 1820, centuries after Piri race inked his parchment. And yet, here it is, drawn with remarkable detail on a map from the early 16th century. Skeptics argue that perhaps what we see is simply a distorted drawing of South America, or the imagination of cartographers filling empty space. But careful analysis reveals that the landmass depicted aligns too well with modern surveys of Antarctica's subglacial coastlines, data we only confirmed in the 20th century through seismic technology. The conclusion many dare not speak aloud is that the Piri race map was not a creation of its time, but a copy of a much older source, one that must have been produced when Antarctica was not buried beneath ice. And if that is true, then someone, thousands of years ago, mapped a world we thought was unknown. The Piri race map is not alone. Other maps, such as the Orontius Phineas map of 1531, depict Antarctica with rivers, mountain ranges, and bays, as if it were a temperate, habitable land. The Boische map of 1737 does something even stranger, showing Antarctica divided into two separate landmasses, a detail eerily consistent with modern geological evidence suggesting that under its thick ice sheets, the continent is indeed split. How could cartographers centuries before satellites or sonar have known what lay beneath miles of ice? Either it was a stunning coincidence, or they had access to knowledge carried across the ages. The implications are staggering. To map Antarctica ice-free, one would need not only the ability to travel there, but also the capacity to chart coastlines accurately. That means seafaring vessels capable of long-distance navigation, instruments to measure latitude, and advanced geographic knowledge. According to mainstream archaeology, none of these existed in the deep past. And yet, the maps remain, stubborn witnesses to a different story. Consider what this means. During the last ice age, when sea levels were dramatically lower, much of the continental shelf was exposed. Great stretches of land connected regions now divided by water. What if ancient mariners traveled these coasts, recording their journeys, and passed their knowledge forward? When the Cataclysm came, when ice melted, seas rose, and lands drowned, perhaps their civilizations perished, but fragments of their knowledge survived, carefully copied and recopied through the ages until they found their way into the hands of Renaissance cartographers. Some researchers argue that the maps may preserve memory not of a single voyage, but of a global tradition, an advanced seafaring culture capable of charting the Earth long before recorded history. If such a culture existed, it would explain the uncanny similarities we find between distant civilizations, pyramids in Egypt, Mesoamerica, and China, astronomical alignments in sites scattered across continents, and myths of great floods echoing from every corner of the globe. All of them could be the echoes of one lost, global civilization that once circled the Earth's oceans with ease. Yet, mainstream academia resists. They insist the maps are simply misinterpretations, artistic liberties, or coincidences. And perhaps some of them are. But how many coincidences must stack upon one another before skepticism itself begins to crumble? The coastline of South America drawn centuries before it was fully explored. Antarctica depicted ice-free, just as it would have been more than 10,000 years ago. Subglacial features recorded that modern science only confirmed with advanced technology. The skeptic's explanations grow thinner with every revelation, while the alternative grows ever more compelling. The maps also raise another disturbing question. If fragments of this knowledge survived, how much has been lost? For every parchment that endured, how many more were destroyed in fires, wars, or deliberate suppression? Ancient libraries, such as the Great Library of Alexandria, may have contained countless records of a forgotten past, erased in the flames of conquest. What little remains may be just the tip of an iceberg, hinting at an entire body of knowledge that once existed, knowledge passed down by survivors of a cataclysm that wiped their civilization from the face of the earth. And so, the maps are more than curiosities. They are artifacts of memory. They remind us that history is not always what it seems, and that the earth itself may carry scars of events we have forgotten. When we look at them, we are not merely looking at ink on parchment, we are staring into a window that should not exist, a glimpse into a world that defies the timeline. If these maps are copies of ancient originals, then humanity's story is not one of slow, linear progress, but of cycles, great rises, sudden falls, and faint echoes that survive the storm. Perhaps the most haunting thought of all is that the maps did not survive by accident. Maybe they were preserved deliberately, hidden in archives, carried by secret traditions, or handed down as sacred knowledge. If so, then the survivors of the last cataclysm wanted us to remember, or perhaps they wanted us to rediscover. The question is, are we ready to face what they left behind? As we move deeper into this mystery, the maps become more than anomalies. They are keys. Keys that suggest someone, somewhere, once knew far more about this planet than we give them credit for. And if their knowledge has survived in fragments, then perhaps other fragments exist too, waiting to be uncovered. Maps may be the first clue, but they are not the last. They lead us to stories of floods, ruins buried beneath oceans, and monuments older than history itself. Each piece points to the same truth, that our past is far stranger and more extraordinary than we have been led to believe. Every culture tells stories. They are the threads that bind generations together, carrying memory through time. Yet there is one story so universal, so persistent, that it appears in nearly every corner of the globe, the story of a great flood. From Mesopotamia to the Americas, from Asia to Africa, from tiny island nations to vast empires, humanity's ancestors spoke of a world drowned by water, of survival against impossible odds, and of a new beginning born out of destruction. For centuries, these stories have been dismissed as mere myth, allegories of morality or symbolic tales of renewal. But what if they are not just stories? What if they are cultural memories, preserved for thousands of years, describing a single cataclysmic event that changed the course of human history? In Mesopotamia, one of humanity's oldest recorded civilizations, the Epic of Gilgamesh tells of a man warned by the gods of a coming flood that would sweep away all life. He builds a massive boat, gathers animals, and survives while the world around him is destroyed. Thousands of miles away, the Hebrew Bible describes Noah, commanded to construct an ark before a divine deluge covers the earth. In Hindu tradition, Manu is guided by a great fish to build a vessel, saving humanity from a flood that wipes away the world. In ancient Greece, Deucalion and Pyrrha survive when Zeus sends torrents to cleanse the earth. In China, legends speak of Yu, the Great, who tamed the floodwaters that devastated the land. And in the Americas, the Hopi, the Maya, and the Aztec all preserve accounts of floods that destroyed earlier worlds. The similarities are striking, not only in theme but in detail. Warnings of a coming catastrophe. A chosen survivor or group. A vessel or a mountain refuge. Waters that rise until the earth is covered. The death of most, the survival of few, and the rebirth of civilization. These motifs appear again and again, across continents separated by oceans, across cultures that mainstream archaeology insists had no contact. The simplest explanation is that these stories preserve the memory of a real event, a global flood or series of floods that scarred the Earth and left an indelible mark on human consciousness. Science tells us that around 12,000 years ago, the world experienced dramatic sea level rise as the last ice age ended. Glacier melted, releasing torrents of water into the oceans. Coastal plains were swallowed, rivers swelled, and entire landscapes were redrawn. This was not a gentle transformation. Evidence suggests the change was abrupt, with massive pulses of water flooding into the seas in just a matter of centuries, perhaps even decades. Imagine living in that world, watching the ocean creep closer day by day, rivers bursting their banks, storms growing stronger, fertile lands vanishing beneath waves. To the people who survived it, it would not have been a geological event. It would have been the end of the world. But there is more. Some researchers argue that the deluge myths do not simply refer to glacial melting, but to a sudden, catastrophic event, perhaps triggered by comet impacts or massive volcanic activity. The Younger Dryas period, beginning about 12,800 years ago, brought sudden climate chaos. Temperatures plummeted, then spiked, megafauna went extinct, and human cultures were disrupted. Some scientists suggest this was triggered by fragments of a comet striking Earth, shattering the ice sheets and unleashing floods of unimaginable scale. If so, then the flood myths are not just symbolic stories but first-hand accounts of global disaster, passed down orally for generations before being written into the sacred texts we know today. Skeptics will argue that floods are common. Rivers overflow, storms strike, and villages are drowned. Naturally, cultures would create flood myths. And while this may explain a few stories, it cannot explain the sheer consistency across global traditions, nor the timing, aligning so closely with the end of the Ice Age and the Younger Dryas Cataclysm. The scale of these stories is not of local floods but of a world covered in water, of a civilization erased. That scale matches what the geological record suggests happened, as seas rose hundreds of feet and entire coastal regions were swallowed. Consider the implications. If the flood myths describe a real global catastrophe, then they also preserve fragments of history, memory of a civilization that existed before the waters rose. Survivors of the flood would have carried their knowledge inland, rebuilding in new lands, their descendants shaping the cultures we recognize today. This could explain why so many civilizations seem to begin suddenly, with advanced knowledge of farming, astronomy, and architecture, as if they inherited it rather than invented it. The flood was not just destruction, it was a dividing line, a curtain that fell between the world before and the world after. The persistence of these myths also suggests something profound about human memory. Stories can survive millennia, passed from one generation to the next, evolving in language but not in essence. They carry within them not just warnings but truths. They remind us that our world is fragile, that nature can erase entire ways of life in a heartbeat, and that survival depends not on dominance but on resilience. In that sense, the flood myths are not simply about the past. They are messages to the future. Imagine the survivors of the Cataclysm gathering there. Children and telling them, the world was destroyed once. The waters came. Everything was lost. Never forget. Those children grew up, told their children, and the cycle continued. Over thousands of years, the details blurred, gods and heroes entered the story, but the core remained, a memory of a flood that changed everything. It is as if humanity itself conspired to preserve the warning. And so, as we listen to these ancient voices, we must ask, what exactly are they trying to tell us? Were they preserving a memory of the Younger Dryas catastrophe? Were they survivors of a lost civilization, embedding fragments of truth into myth? Or were they trying to ensure that when the next great disaster comes, we will remember that it has all happened before? The flood myths do not belong to one people, one religion, or one land. They belong to us all. They are the inheritance of a species that has faced destruction and survived. And within them may lie the key to unlocking the greatest mystery of all, not whether a global flood happened, but what, and who, was lost beneath its waters. High on a dusty plateau in southeastern Turkey lies a site that should not exist. Buried for thousands of years beneath layers of earth, it was uncovered not by grand archaeological expeditions, but almost by accident. Farmers ploughing their fields struck strange stones. At first, no one paid attention. But beneath their feet was something that would shake the foundations of history, rewriting everything we thought we knew about the origins of civilization. That place is Göbekli Tepe, the Potbelly Hill, and it stands as one of the most shocking archaeological discoveries of all time. To understand why Göbekli Tepe is so extraordinary, we need to revisit what mainstream history tells us. According to the established timeline, human civilization, meaning large-scale, organized societies with agriculture, religion, and architecture, began around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago in Mesopotamia, often called the cradle of civilization. Before that, humans were thought to be simple hunter-gatherers, wandering tribes focused on survival. They had no cities, no organized religion, no monumental architecture. In other words, civilization was believed to be a linear progression: agriculture first, cities second, temples last. But Göbekli Tepe shatters this timeline into pieces. Archaeologists now date the site to around 11,600 years ago, the very moment when the last ice age ended. That is nearly twice as old as Stonehenge, older than the Egyptian pyramids by millennia. Yet what lies there is not the work of primitive tribes. Rising from the earth are massive T-shaped stone pillars, some weighing 20 tons, arranged in circular enclosures. These megaliths are carved with intricate depictions of animals: snakes, scorpions, wild boars, vultures, foxes, and lions. Some show abstract symbols, others suggest mythological scenes. It is, quite literally, the world's first known temple, a sacred place of ritual, art, and cosmic symbolism. This discovery is more than a curiosity. It appends the sequence of history itself. Göbekli Tepe shows that humans were building massive, organized, symbolic structures thousands of years before agriculture supposedly began. That means religion and monumental construction may have come first, and agriculture followed, the exact reverse of what textbooks taught for decades. In other words, it was not farming that created civilization, but belief. People came together at Göbekli Tepe to worship, to commune, to imagine something greater than themselves. To feed that gathering, they began to settle, to farm, to domesticate. Civilization was not born of survival alone. It was born of spirit. But even this explanation feels incomplete. Because when you look closer, Göbekli Tepe raises questions that mainstream archaeology cannot easily answer. How did hunter-gatherers move and erect 20-ton stones without advanced tools, wheels, or domesticated animals? Why are the carvings so sophisticated, as if produced by a culture already rich in symbolism and meaning? And why, after centuries of use, did the builders deliberately bury the site beneath tons of earth, preserving it almost perfectly? This was not abandonment by chance. It was a ritual sealing, as if they wanted Göbekli Tepe to be hidden, a message to the future. Some researchers suggest that Göbekli Tepe's carvings may be more than decoration. Certain scholars have linked them to astronomical alignments, particularly to constellations visible in the night sky at the end of the Ice Age. One controversial theory suggests that a carving of a vulture and other animals represents a comet strike, perhaps commemorating the Younger Dryas event, the very cataclysm that reshaped the Earth around 12,800 years ago. If true, then Göbekli Tepe is not merely a temple, but a monument to survival, a warning etched in stone of a disaster that nearly wiped out humanity. Mainstream archaeologists dismiss such interpretations as speculative, preferring to see the site as a ritual center of hunter-gatherers who somehow organized without permanent cities. But the sheer scale of Göbekli Tepe challenges that dismissal. These were not scattered tribes with no social structure. To plan, quarry, carve, transport, and erect megaliths on this scale requires coordination, leadership, and knowledge far beyond what simple foragers were believed to possess. It suggests that a lost foundation, a forgotten cultural memory, or even survivors of an earlier, advanced civilization, may have guided its construction. The mystery deepens when you consider its deliberate burial. Around 8000 BCE, after centuries of use, the people of Göbekli Tepe filled the enclosures with soil and debris, covering the monuments completely. Why would anyone go to such lengths? Some argue it was an act of reverence, a way of closing a sacred site once its time had passed. Others suspect something darker, that knowledge preserved there was too dangerous, or too sacred, to leave exposed. By burying it, the builders ensured that their legacy would endure not for their children, but for the distant future, perhaps for us. What does this mean for our understanding of human history? Göbekli Tepe proves that civilization did not begin where and when we thought. It proves that monumental architecture, symbolic thought, and complex social structures existed thousands of years earlier than textbooks claim. It suggests that the story of humanity is not a straight line from caves to cities, but a cycle of rise, catastrophe, and rebirth. And it forces us to confront a haunting possibility. If humans could build Göbekli Tepe at the dawn of the Holocene, what else might have been built and lost before the Ice Age ended? This site has been called the zero point of civilization, the place where history itself began. But perhaps it is not the beginning. Perhaps it is the remnant of something older, a survivor of a culture erased by flood and fire. Its stones whisper of knowledge carried across the abyss of time, knowledge we are only now beginning to rediscover. Standing among the T-shaped pillars of Göbekli Tepe, you cannot escape the feeling that this was no ordinary gathering place. The stones loom like silent sentinels, guardians of a truth hidden beneath layers of earth and dogma. They tell us that the people of the past were not as simple as we once believed. They hint at a forgotten chapter of human history, one in which belief, memory, and survival converge to create something extraordinary. And perhaps that is why Göbekli Tepe was preserved. Not simply as a temple, not merely as a monument, but as a message that civilization is older, more mysterious, and far more fragile than we dare to imagine. At the edge of the Giza Plateau, shrouded in mystery and gazing eternally eastward toward the rising sun, lies one of the most iconic monuments on Earth, the Great Sphinx. Half lion, half human, carved directly from the bedrock, it is both a guardian and an enigma. Tourists from around the world flock to its base, marveling at its sheer size, but few realize just how much of its story remains unsolved. Archaeologists, geologists, and independent researchers continue to argue over its origins, its age, and its true purpose. What if the Sphinx is not merely an Egyptian creation from the time of the pharaohs, but a relic of an age far older, a silent witness to a lost civilization that predates the pyramids themselves? Mainstream Egyptology insists that the Sphinx was built around 2500 BCE during the reign of Pharaoh Khafra, whose pyramid stands nearby. According to this interpretation, the Sphinx is simply a grand symbol of royal power, the body of a lion representing strength, and the head of Khafra carved in his likeness. It fits neatly into the narrative of the Old Kingdom, a time when Egypt's great pyramid builders flourished. But when you examine the evidence closely, cracks appear in this story, cracks that suggest the Sphinx may be far older than Egyptologists are willing to admit. The first clue lies not in the head or body, but in the weathering patterns on the stone itself. Geologists such as Dr. Robert Shark have studied the Sphinx's enclosure, the walls of limestone that surround it, and found unmistakable signs of water erosion. These patterns, deep vertical fissures and rounded edges, are consistent with heavy rainfall, not with desert winds and sand. But here's the problem. Egypt has not seen sustained rainfall of that magnitude since the end of the last ice age, more than 10,000 years ago. If the erosion is truly from rain, then the Sphinx must predate the desert climate, which means it could be as much as 7,000 or even 9,000 years older than conventional history allows. This conclusion shakes the foundations of Egyptian chronology. If true, it would mean the Sphinx was carved thousands of years before the rise of dynastic Egypt, before agriculture even fully took hold along the Nile. That implies the existence of a culture capable of creating monumental stone architecture at a time when humans were supposedly still primitive farmers or nomads. Could the Sphinx be a survivor of that forgotten world, a monument of a civilization lost to the Cataclysm at the end of the Ice Age? The head of the Sphinx offers another clue. Many researchers have noted that the head is disproportionately small compared to the massive body, leading to the theory that it was recarved in later times. If this is true, then the original head may have been something entirely different, perhaps a lion, matching the body, or even another symbolic figure from a much earlier era. Recarving would explain why the face appears more refined while the body shows far greater erosion. It would also mean that the Egyptians of Khafra's time did not build the Sphinx from scratch, but inherited and modified it from a structure already standing on the plateau. The positioning of the Sphinx adds another layer to the mystery. It faces directly east, toward the point on the horizon where the sun rises during the equinoxes. But if you roll back the sky using astronomical software, you find something remarkable. Around 10,500 BCE, the very period when rain would have eroded the plateau, the Sphinx would have faced directly into the constellation of Leo as the sun rose. A lion-shaped monument facing Leo during the dawn of a new age. Coincidence, or deliberate alignment? If deliberate, it suggests that the builders were not only skilled architects but also sophisticated astronomers, attuned to celestial cycles stretching thousands of years. Legends surrounding the Sphinx only deepen its aura of secrecy. Ancient texts speak of a hall of records hidden beneath its pores, a chamber said to contain the wisdom of a lost civilization. The Greek historian Herodotus hinted at vast underground structures in Egypt, and local lore has always whispered of secret tunnels and chambers beneath the plateau. Modern scans have indeed detected anomalies beneath the Sphinx, cavities, and voids that remain unexplored. Egypt's authorities dismiss these findings, but the possibility lingers. What if beneath the Sphinx lies a library, not of papyrus scrolls, but of stone, a record of a civilization erased from history? Even mainstream Egyptologists acknowledge that the Sphinx is enigmatic. Its scale is unmatched by any other statue of the time. Its construction method is still debated, and its weathering continues to baffle geologists who cannot reconcile the patterns with the known climate of 2500 BCE. Some argue that it is simply a case of overestimation, that sand and salt may have mimicked rain erosion. Others stand firm that the evidence is undeniable. The Sphinx is a relic of a time when the Nile Valley was lush, green, and battered by storms, long before dynastic Egypt existed. If the Sphinx truly is older than 10,000 years, then it becomes part of a much larger puzzle. It connects to Göbekli Tepe, to the flood myths, to the Younger Dryas catastrophe. It suggests that an advanced culture existed at the end of the Ice Age, one capable of building in stone, aligned with the heavens, and preserving its knowledge in monuments that would outlast the ages. When the Cataclysm came, whether flood, fire, or cosmic impact, that civilization may have been destroyed, leaving behind only fragments. The Sphinx may be one such fragment, a survivor of that forgotten age, inherited by later peoples who built their own monuments alongside it. Standing before the Sphinx today, one cannot help but feel its silent power. Its eyes, weathered and broken, still gaze toward the rising sun as if guarding a secret. Its body, scarred by time, whispers of reigns long forgotten. And its presence, timeless and immovable, challenges the official story we've been told. It forces us to ask, who carved it, when, and why? Was it truly Khafra, seeking to glorify himself? Or was it a people long lost, leaving behind a monument that could endure the destruction of worlds? The Great Sphinx is more than stone. It is a riddle in plain sight, a sentinel from a forgotten time, and perhaps the single most important piece of evidence that human history is far older and far stranger than we dare to believe. Beneath the waves, hidden in the depths of our oceans and lakes, lie ruins that should not exist. Stone walls, temples, and entire city grids, submerged for thousands of years, yet eerily preserved. For centuries, fishermen told stories of strange shapes beneath the water, of stone roads leading nowhere, of carved blocks glimpsed in the deep. Most dismissed these tales as fantasy. But in recent decades, explorers armed with sonar, submersibles, and scuba gear have uncovered evidence that demands we question everything we know about history. Were there once great civilizations that flourished before the seas rose, swallowed whole by the floodwaters at the end of the last ice age? The oceans are the ultimate vault. When sea levels rose more than 400 feet as the ice age ended, vast tracts of coastal land were drowned. Imagine the great cities of our modern world, New York, Tokyo, London, Shanghai, all swallowed by the sea. Thousands of years from now, future archaeologists might find their ruins resting silently beneath the waves. If this could happen today, why not in the distant past? If advanced societies existed 12,000 or 15,000 years ago, their coastal cities would now lie hundreds of feet below the surface, hidden from sight until modern technology revealed them. One of the most famous examples lies off the coast of India, near the ancient city of Dwarka. In Hindu tradition, Dwarka was a magnificent kingdom ruled by Lord Krishna, said to have been swallowed by the sea in a great cataclysm. For generations, scholars dismissed it as myth. But in 2001, marine archaeologists discovered extensive ruins beneath the waters of the Gulf of Kambat, stone structures, walls, and artifacts dated to at least 9,000 years ago. This was a time when, according to mainstream archaeology, humans were still scattered in primitive villages. Yet here lay evidence of urban planning, craftsmanship, and a culture that had no place in the accepted timeline. Half a world away, in Japan's Yonaguni Islands, divers in the 1980s stumbled upon a discovery just as shocking. Rising from the ocean floor is a massive stone structure resembling a stepped pyramid, complete with terraces, platforms, and what appear to be staircases. Some insist it is a natural formation, shaped by erosion. But others point to sharp angles, deliberate cuts, and alignments that suggest human design. If Yonaguni is indeed man-made, then it too must date back more than 10,000 years, to a time before the rising sea swallowed it. The Mediterranean holds its own secrets. Off the coast of Malta, divers have found megalithic structures on the seabed, eerily similar to the island's famous stone temples. Malta itself is home to some of the oldest freestanding buildings in the world, dating back to 5000 BCE. But could the ruins beneath the waves be older still? Remnants of a civilization that thrived when Malta was part of a larger landmass connected to Sicily and North Africa before the seas rose? Even in the Atlantic, whispers of lost cities persist. Off the coast of Cuba, a team of researchers using sonar in 2001 detected what appeared to be massive stone formations nearly 2,000 feet below the surface. They resembled pyramids, roads, and geometric patterns too precise to be natural. The discovery made headlines, hailed as a possible Atlantis. Yet soon after, the story disappeared from mainstream coverage, shrouded in silence and controversy. Were these ruins real, or was the discovery suppressed to avoid rewriting history? South America too holds mysteries. In Lake Titicaca, high in the Andes, explorers have found submerged ruins that predate the Inca by millennia. The local Aymara people have long told stories of an ancient, drowned city, a memory perhaps of a catastrophe that reshaped their world. Similar stories exist among the Maya and Aztec, tales of earlier worlds destroyed by floods, leaving behind only fragments of lost civilizations. Skeptics argue that many of these underwater sites can be explained as natural formations, coincidental shapes carved by erosion. But this explanation begins to strain credibility when the structures show right angles, symmetrical layouts, and patterns of construction found in known human architecture. When the evidence aligns so closely with the flood myths told by cultures around the world, it becomes harder to dismiss. What we may be seeing are the last traces of cities built by societies erased from history when the seas claimed their land. The implications are staggering. If cities existed 9,000 or 12,000 years ago, then human civilization did not begin in Mesopotamia 5,000 years ago as the textbooks claim. It began earlier, much earlier. And it suggests that we are missing an entire chapter of our story, a chapter drowned by rising oceans and forgotten by all but myth. These ruins may be the silent testimony of survivors of the Ice Age, builders who thrived in coastal regions that no longer exist on today's maps. Why, then, are these discoveries not headline news? Why are they not celebrated as proof of humanity's deeper history? Part of the answer lies in academic inertia. Entire careers, entire institutions, are built upon the accepted timeline of history. To admit that advanced cities existed thousands of years earlier would overturn the foundations of archaeology. It would mean that countless textbooks are wrong, that theories held for generations must be abandoned. Change in science is slow, but change is radical as this is resisted fiercely. And yet, the oceans do not lie. With only a tiny fraction of the seafloor explored, the discoveries so far may represent only the beginning. Imagine what remains hidden: entire metropolises, stone monuments, libraries of a forgotten age. They wait in silence beneath the crushing weight of the sea, waiting for us to rediscover them. Perhaps this is why so many cultures told stories of sunken worlds. From Atlantis in Greek legend, to Lemuria in the Indian Ocean, to Mu in the Pacific, humanity remembers the idea of lost lands drowned beneath the waves. Mainstream historians dismiss these tales as myth, but when myths from across the world align with physical discoveries of submerged ruins, perhaps we should reconsider. Myths may be memory, distorted, but rooted in truth. Standing on the shore, gazing out at the endless horizon, it is easy to believe that the ocean hides nothing. But beneath its surface lies a forgotten archive, one that could completely rewrite our understanding of the past. The floodwaters of the Ice Age did not just erase coastlines. They erased history itself. And every ruin we uncover beneath the waves is a whisper from that lost world, a reminder that we are not the first to build, to dream, to lose everything to the power of nature. The sunken cities tell us one thing with absolute certainty: we have only scratched the surface of our true story. And until we unlock what lies beneath the oceans, the greatest chapters of human history may remain untold. Few legends have captivated the human imagination quite like Atlantis. From philosophers to explorers, poets to conspiracy theorists, the tale of a great civilization swallowed by the sea has lingered for more than 2 millennia. For some, it is nothing more than a metaphor, a moral fable spun by Plato to warn against arrogance and greed. But for others, Atlantis is not myth at all. It is memory, a cultural echo of a real civilization that flourished in the distant past, only to vanish in a single day and night of catastrophe. The question that lingers is simple yet profound. Was Atlantis real? The story begins in the writings of the Greek philosopher Plato, around 360 BCE. In his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, he describes a mighty island nation beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. Atlantis, he said, was larger than Libya and Asia combined, rich in resources, adorned with magnificent palaces, temples, and canals. Its people were technologically advanced, wealthy, and powerful, dominating much of the known world. But they grew arrogant and corrupt, turning away from virtue. The gods, displeased, struck them down. In a single catastrophic event, the island sank beneath the ocean, lost forever. For centuries, scholars debated whether Plato intended his story as history or allegory. Some argue he invented Atlantis as a parable about the dangers of hubris, using an imaginary empire as his stage. Yet the detail in his description raises questions. He gave specific measurements of Atlantis's architecture, detailed its governance, its harbors, its concentric rings of land and water. Why would a philosopher create such precise imagery if it was purely fictional? And why did he insist, in his dialogues, that the story was true, passed down from Egyptian priests to the Greek lawgiver Solon, who shared it with Plato's ancestors? If Plato was recounting an oral tradition thousands of years old, then Atlantis may reflect the memory of a real place destroyed long before recorded history. And the timing is tantalizing. According to Plato, Atlantis fell about 9,000 years before his own time, which places the catastrophe around 11,600 years ago, precisely the moment the Ice Age ended, when sea levels rose and the Younger Dryas Cataclysm struck. The alignment is almost too perfect to ignore. Researchers across the centuries have searched for Atlantis everywhere. Some place it in the Mediterranean, Crete, Santorini, Malta. Others look to the Caribbean, to Cuba, the Bahamas, even the fabled Bimini Road. Still others believe it lies under Antarctica, preserved beneath ice. Each proposed site brings its own arguments, its own anomalies. Off the coast of Spain, near Cadiz, archaeologists have found circular ruins that resemble Plato's descriptions. In the Bahamas, divers discovered the Bimini Road, a long stretch of underwater stones that some believe were part of Atlantis's harbor. And in 2001, sonar scans off Cuba revealed massive structures deep beneath the ocean, which some immediately linked to Atlantis before the discovery slipped into obscurity. But perhaps Atlantis is not one single location. Perhaps it is a collective memory of the many coastal cities swallowed when the Ice Age ended. As seas rose hundreds of feet, entire regions vanished, fertile plains, river deltas, islands that are now hidden beneath waves. Survivors would have fled inland, carrying stories of their lost homelands. Over generations, those stories would merge, becoming myth. Atlantis may not be one city, but the symbol of all that was lost in the Great Flood. Yet the legend endures because Atlantis feels too specific, too vivid to be dismissed entirely. Plato's description of concentric rings of land and water has fascinated researchers. Some claim satellite imagery of the Rakat structure in Mauritania, a massive circular formation in the Sahara Desert, resembles his description exactly. Could Atlantis have been in Africa, now buried beneath desert sands instead of waves? The Richat size, symmetry, and surrounding evidence of ancient waterways have made it a candidate in recent years. If Atlantis was real, then it was more than just a city. It was a civilization advanced enough to leave a mark on human memory for 10,000 years. Its destruction may have been the very event that seeded the flood myths we see across cultures, the very event remembered in carvings, temples, and oral traditions worldwide. It may explain why advanced knowledge, astronomy, megalithic architecture, symbolic art, appears suddenly in early civilizations, as if inherited rather than invented. The survivors of Atlantis, scattered across the world, could have been the teachers of humanity's next chapter. Of course, the academic world remains skeptical. Atlantis, they say, is myth, and nothing more. But this skepticism often ignores the larger pattern. Stories of lost continents exist in nearly every culture. The Greeks had Atlantis. The Indians spoke of Komori Kandam, a sunken land in the Indian Ocean. The Polynesians told of Hiva, swallowed by the sea. The Maya spoke of Aslan, the land of their ancestors, lost to catastrophe. The similarities are undeniable. When so many cultures tell the same story, is it really just coincidence? Or are they all fragments of the same truth? The fascination with Atlantis is not just about the past. It is about us. It is the haunting idea that we are not the first advanced civilization to walk the earth. That human progress is not a steady climb but a cycle of rise, fall, and rebirth. Atlantis is the warning that even the mightiest societies can fall, that nature itself can wipe away everything we build. And it is the promise that perhaps, within us, lie memories of a greatness we have forgotten, waiting to be rediscovered. Standing on the shores of our modern world, we face rising seas once again, climate upheavals, and the fragility of our own civilization. Perhaps this is why Atlantis speaks to us so powerfully. It is not just a story about the past. It is a mirror held up to the present, and a whisper from deep time reminding us that what happened once can happen again. In the end, whether Atlantis was a single island, a forgotten continent, or the amalgamation of countless sunken cities, the message remains the same. Our history is deeper than we know, our civilizations more fragile than we admit, and the ocean, vast, implacable, eternal, hides secrets that could rewrite everything we believe about human origins. Atlantis refuses to die because Atlantis is not just legend. It is memory. And until we confront it, we will never fully know who we are, or where we came from. Scattered across the surface of the earth stand the megaliths, giant stone monuments, temples, and alignments that defy time. From the windswept moors of England to the jungles of Cambodia, from the deserts of Egypt to the mountains of Peru, colossal stones have been raised, cut, and placed with such precision that even today, with all our modern machinery, many of these feats would challenge our best engineers. They are the silent witnesses of a forgotten past, and perhaps the most compelling evidence that ancient humans were not as primitive as history books often claim. Take Stonehenge, the most famous of them all. On Salisbury Plain in southern England, massive sarsen stones, each weighing up to 25 tons, stand in a circle. The monument is aligned with the solstices, capturing the sunrise of midsummer and the sunset of midwinter with uncanny precision. Archaeologists date its construction to around 5,000 years ago, but the stones themselves were hauled from quarries more than 150 miles away. How were they transported across hills, rivers, and valleys without wheels or cranes? Theories abound: log rollers, sledges, rafts, but the logistical challenge remains staggering. More mysterious still is its purpose. Was it a temple? An astronomical observatory? A calendar to track eclipses? Or something more profound, handed down from a knowledge system far older than we admit? And Stonehenge is not unique. Across the Channel in France, at Carnac in Brittany, stand thousands of upright stones stretching for miles. Perfectly aligned, the Carnac stones are among the largest megalithic sites in the world. Some weigh hundreds of tons, and their arrangement suggests not randomness but intent, perhaps astronomical, perhaps ceremonial, perhaps both. Like Stonehenge, their builders left no written record, only silent rows of stone that hint at a sophisticated understanding of geometry and the heavens. Further south, on the island of Malta, rise the Gantija temples, whose very name means the giant's towers. Dating back more than 5,500 years, they are older than the Egyptian pyramids. Massive limestone blocks, some more than 50 tons, were stacked with remarkable precision. The temples align with celestial events, just as Stonehenge does. According to Maltese folklore, they were built by giants in a single night. Archaeologists say otherwise, but the truth is, no one really knows how a supposedly primitive island society moved and positioned such stones. And then there is Egypt, the land of eternal mysteries. The Great Pyramid of Giza towers with mathematical precision. Its base is aligned almost perfectly to the cardinal directions. Its dimensions encode the value of pi, the golden ratio, and perhaps even the circumference of the Earth. Official history claims it was built as a tomb around 4,500 years ago, but inside, no body was ever found, and the sheer scale of its construction, 3 million blocks, some weighing 80 tons, pushes the limits of plausibility. Were the pyramids simply royal tombs? Or did they serve as energy devices, astronomical markers, or even relics of an older, forgotten civilization? Travel west, across the Atlantic, and the story continues. In the highlands of Peru lies Sacsayhuaman, a fortress-like structure built with stones so massive, some weigh more than 120 tons. They are cut and fitted together with such precision that not even a sheet of paper can slide between them. No mortar was used, yet the walls have withstood centuries of earthquakes. Mainstream archaeology attributes Sacsayhuaman to the Inca, but many believe its origins are older, built by a lost culture that predated the Inca by millennia. Nearby, at Machu Picchu, the stones are smaller but equally precise. Polygonal blocks fit together like puzzle pieces, locked in place without cement. This technique, seen across the Andes, raises questions about whether the builders had knowledge of advanced stone-cutting technologies now lost to us. Legends among the Andean people speak of the Viracochas, mysterious bearded visitors who came from across the sea long before the Inca, bringing knowledge and architecture with them. In Easter Island, the Moai statues, towering stone heads with elongated faces, gaze silently toward the horizon. Carved from volcanic rock, some weigh more than 80 tons. Archaeologists say they were moved using ropes, logs, or walking techniques. Yet oral tradition insists they were moved by mana, a form of spiritual energy or lost technology. The Moai are not just heads but full-bodied figures buried beneath the earth, and their arrangement across the island hints at an interconnected ceremonial system. Were they guardians, astronomical markers, or echoes of a once great maritime culture that reached even this isolated Pacific outpost? Across Asia, the pattern continues. In Cambodia, the temples of Angkor Wat rise from the jungle, their towers aligned to the stars, their bas-reliefs depicting scenes of cosmic cycles. The complex is vast, dwarfing even the pyramids in scale, and some researchers suggest it mirrors the constellation Draco. In India, at the site of Konark, a stone temple in the shape of a colossal chariot tracks time with extraordinary precision. And in Turkey, at Göbekli Tepe, the oldest megalithic site of all, dating back nearly 12,000 years, massive T-shaped pillars carved with animals and symbols suggest a complex ritual culture at the dawn of humanity. Its discovery shattered the timeline of civilization, proving that organized religion, monumental architecture, and astronomical alignments existed thousands of years earlier than mainstream history allowed. What unites all these sites, Stonehenge, Karnak, Malta, Egypt, Sacsayhuaman, Easter Island, Göbekli Tepe, is not just their scale, but their mystery. Across continents, across millennia, cultures that supposedly had no contact with one another were building with the same obsession. Giant stones, aligned to the stars, resistant to time. Why? Was it coincidence? Parallel evolution? Or were these megaliths the remnants of a single, global culture that predated recorded history, a culture that spread knowledge across oceans before being wiped away by Cataclysm? Skeptics argue that such ideas are fanciful. They say Stonehenge was built independently of the pyramids, that the similarities are superficial. But the deeper one looks, the harder it is to dismiss the pattern. From Peru to Egypt, from Malta to Japan's underwater Yonaguni monument, the megaliths share architectural features, astronomical alignments, and an aura of mystery that refuses to fade. Could this be evidence of what Plato hinted at, an advanced civilization that existed before the Great Floods, before the Younger Dryas, before history as we know it? The stones themselves seem to whisper an answer. They endure while empires rise and fall. They outlast languages, governments, and religions. They are the libraries of a lost age, written not in ink but in granite. And perhaps that was the point. If a civilization knew it was facing destruction, what better way to send a message to the future than through stones too massive to erase? Today, as scientists and archaeologists continue to study these megaliths, new discoveries are rewriting what we thought we knew. Laser scanning at Stonehenge reveals hidden alignments. Ground-penetrating radar at Giza uncovers unexplored chambers. Excavations at Göbekli Tepe suggest it was not an isolated temple, but part of a vast, interconnected network. Each revelation pulls us closer to a truth long buried. Humanity's past is deeper, more complex, and more astonishing than we ever imagined. The megaliths stand as clues, scattered breadcrumbs across the continents. They may not give us all the answers, but they invite us to ask the questions. Who built them? How? Why? And what memory, what warning, what legacy were they trying to preserve for us, the distant children of their future? The stones remain. And in their silence, they may yet reveal the story of a forgotten world. In the heart of the Giza Plateau, rising from the desert like a sentinel of eternity, stands one of the most enigmatic creations in human history, the Great Pyramid. For centuries, it has been hailed as a tomb, a monumental resting place for Pharaoh Khufu. But when one stands before its sheer immensity, when one gazes upon the precise geometry, the impossible logistics, and the layers of mystery still hidden within its core, a haunting question arises. Was the Great Pyramid merely a tomb, or was it something far more advanced, a machine, perhaps, designed for purposes we can scarcely imagine? The Great Pyramid is not just large. It is monumental in a way that seems to mock the limitations of the human hand. Each of its sides stretches for over 750 feet, and its original height soared to nearly 481 feet. Composed of some 2.3 million limestone and granite blocks, some weighing up to 80 tons, it is aligned almost perfectly to the cardinal points of the Earth. Its base is level within fractions of an inch. Even today, with lasers and satellites, Achieving such precision across such a massive structure would be a feat, and yet, mainstream archaeology insists that 4,500 years ago, workers armed with copper chisels, ropes, and wooden sledges somehow erected this masterpiece in just a couple of decades. But the pyramid's mysteries are not merely in its scale. They are embedded in its very design. Inside, the so-called King's Chamber is lined with massive granite blocks hauled from Aswan, nearly 500 miles away. Above it, hidden chambers distribute the weight of the structure in ways that suggest advanced engineering knowledge. Shafts run through the pyramid, pointing not randomly, but toward specific stars, Orion's belt, Sirius, and other celestial markers. To call this a tomb is to ignore the overwhelming suggestion that it was an astronomical observatory, a geodetic marker, or perhaps a device built to interact with the heavens themselves. And then there is the mathematics encoded within. The pyramid's proportions are not arbitrary. The ratio of its height to its base corresponds almost exactly to pi, the mathematical constant. Its dimensions also encode the golden ratio, a number deeply tied to natural forms, harmony, and growth. Some researchers argue that the pyramid encodes the circumference of the Earth, the distance to the Sun, and even the precession of the equinoxes. Could these be coincidences? Or are they fingerprints of a lost science, knowledge passed down from a civilization that mapped the cosmos long before the Egyptians rose to power? Alternative theories have long suggested that the Great Pyramid was not a tomb at all, but a kind of machine. One of the most provocative ideas is that it was an ancient power plant, harnessing natural forces of the Earth. Proponents of this theory point to the materials used. The outer casing stones, originally polished Tura limestone, were highly reflective, capable of bouncing sunlight in dazzling brilliance. The inner chambers contain granite, rich in quartz crystals that resonate when subjected to pressure and vibration. Some argue that water from the Nile, flowing beneath the plateau, could have been channeled into the pyramid, creating vibrations that the quartz amplified. In essence, the pyramid might have functioned as a resonant energy device, converting the Earth's natural forces into usable power. This theory may sound outlandish, yet consider this. When Nikola Tesla conducted his experiments in wireless energy transmission in the early 20th century, he built a massive tower in Colorado Springs. Its design, its purpose, and its principles bear uncanny similarities to what some researchers suggest the pyramid could have been. Did the ancients know how to harness free energy? Did they build a global network of pyramids and megaliths not as monuments, but as part of a planetary system we no longer understand? There is also the question of what lies still hidden within the pyramid. In recent years, advanced scanning technologies like muon radiography have revealed unexplored voids, massive chambers buried deep within the structure that no one has ever entered. What purpose do these spaces serve? Are they simple construction gaps, or are they concealed rooms designed to hold secrets from an age long before Khufu? Of course, mainstream Egyptology resists these interpretations. The orthodox view insists the pyramid was nothing more than a glorified tomb, built to honor a pharaoh and cement his place in eternity. Yet if it was a tomb, why does it lack the decorations, the inscriptions, the funerary texts that adorn every other burial site in Egypt? Why was no mummy ever found inside the Great Pyramid? Why does the sarcophagus appear crude and oversized for the chamber it sits in, as though it was placed there before the structure was even finished? The inconsistencies pile up, and the conventional explanations grow weaker with each new discovery. The pyramid's alignment to Orion's belt adds yet another layer of intrigue. The three pyramids at Giza mirror the three stars of Orion, a constellation associated with Osiris, the Egyptian god of resurrection and the afterlife. The shafts pointing to Orion and Sirius suggest a deliberate attempt to connect the structure with the stars, perhaps as part of a larger ritual of transformation, or as a technological alignment with forces beyond Earth. Was the pyramid designed to channel cosmic energy? To serve as a beacon, or even a transmitter, connecting humanity to something greater? Legends from antiquity speak of the pyramids as places of initiation, centers of knowledge, even repositories of wisdom from the gods. The Greek historian Herodotus claimed that the pyramids contained secret chambers filled with records of lost knowledge. Arab historians centuries later wrote of hidden tunnels, strange devices, and even treasures buried within. While much of this may be myth, the fact remains, the pyramid is far more than a pile of stone. It is a riddle carved into the earth, one we have yet to solve. And so, we are left with two competing visions of the Great Pyramid. On one hand, the orthodox view, a tomb, built by thousands of laborious over decades, a triumph of human will and organization, but nothing more. On the other hand, the forbidden perspective, that the Great Pyramid is not a tomb, but a relic of advanced knowledge, a machine designed by a civilization older than Egypt, one that survived a global cataclysm and encoded its science into stone. Which vision is true? The stones remain silent, but the questions they raise cannot be silenced. Every new scan, every new exploration, every new theory pushes us closer to a truth that threatens to overturn everything we thought we knew about the past. If the pyramid is indeed a machine, if it represents technology far beyond what ancient Egyptians should have had, then it changes not only our understanding of Egypt, but of humanity itself. It suggests that we are the descendants not of a primitive past, but of a forgotten greatness, a civilization wiped away by catastrophe, leaving only its monuments to whisper of its existence. The Great Pyramid stands at the edge of mystery, its purpose still hidden within its silent chambers. Tomb, temple, power plant, or something beyond even our imagination. It challenges us to confront the possibility that our history is not as simple, not as linear, and not as primitive as we have been taught. And as long as it stands, gazing into the desert sun, it will continue to ask us the same haunting question. What did the ancients know that we have forgotten? The ocean covers more than 70% of our planet, and yet, it remains largely unexplored. Scientists often remind us that we know more about the surface of the moon than we do about the depths of Earth's seas. What, then, could lie beneath the waves, drowned, forgotten, preserved in silence? Across the world, divers, researchers, and local fishermen have stumbled upon ruins beneath the ocean floor, ruins that suggest entire cities were swallowed by rising seas thousands of years ago. If true, then the flood myths we explored earlier gain startling credibility. Human civilization may not have started in the fertile valleys of Mesopotamia or Egypt alone, but along coastlines now buried under hundreds of feet of water. Let us begin in the waters off Japan. In 1986, a diver exploring near Yonaguni, a small island at the southern edge of the Japanese archipelago, discovered something extraordinary. Beneath the waves lay massive stone structures, with flat terraces, broad stairways, and sharp geometric angles. Some claimed it looked like a pyramid, a sunken city with plazas and roads. The so-called Yonaguni Monument stretches nearly 500 feet long and rises 90 feet from the seabed. Mainstream geologists argue it is a natural formation, the result of tectonic activity fracturing sandstone into regular shapes. But divers who have swum its length insist the features are too precise, too intentional. Rectangular blocks, straight passageways, and even what appears to be carvings suggest human hands. If Yonaguni is man-made, then it could date back 10,000 to 12,000 years, a time when the sea level was far lower and the island was part of a larger landmass. That would place it before the rise of known civilizations, rewriting the history of Asia itself. Thousands of miles away, off the coast of India, another mystery lies submerged. Near the modern city of Dwarka, an ancient port mentioned in Hindu texts, sonar scans revealed vast structures beneath the sea. Divers uncovered stone walls, grids of streets, and artifacts buried in sediment. Some of these finds have been carbon dated to around 9,500 years ago, long before the Harappan civilization. According to legend, Dwarka was the city of Lord Krishna, a dazzling metropolis with palaces of gold and temples reaching the heavens, eventually swallowed by the ocean. To many, the discovery of underwater ruins near Dwarka is evidence that myth and history are intertwined, that the stories of Krishna's sunken city may have roots in real events. And then there is the Bimini Road in the Bahamas. Discovered in 1968, this underwater formation consists of massive rectangular blocks of stone stretching in a straight line for half a mile. Some say it is the remains of an ancient harbor or roadway, built by a long-forgotten culture. Mainstream scientists again argue it is a natural formation, but its placement and arrangement suggest design. Intriguingly, the discovery came just as psychic Edgar Cayce had predicted that remnants of Atlantis would rise near Bimini around that time. Whether coincidence or prophecy, the site remains one of the most hotly debated underwater mysteries in the Western Hemisphere. Further south, off the coast of Cuba, researchers announced in 2001 the discovery of what appeared to be massive stone structures lying 2,300 feet beneath the sea. Sonar scans revealed geometric shapes resembling pyramids, roads, and plazas, covering an area of nearly 20 square kilometers. The depth at which these ruins lie suggests they would have been submerged more than 10,000 years ago, aligning with the end of the last ice age and the global sea level rise that followed. Skeptics caution that the evidence is preliminary, but if confirmed, these ruins would be among the most significant archaeological discoveries ever made, pointing directly to a lost civilization of staggering scale. The Mediterranean also holds secrets. Off the coast of Alexandria, Egypt's legendary city of Cleopatra lies partially submerged, toppled into the sea by earthquakes and tsunamis. While that city belongs firmly to recorded history, older mysteries lurk nearby. Near Malta, divers have found structures resembling temples beneath the waves, echoing the megalithic complexes on land. Off the coast of Greece, submerged ruins near Pavlopetri are believed to be the oldest known underwater city, dating back 5,000 years, but they may sit atop even older foundations lost to time. The pattern is clear. Across the world, along ancient coastlines, lie hints of drowned cities, ruins swallowed by the sea. And the timing of their submersion consistently points back to the end of the Ice Age, when global sea levels rose by over 400 feet. For tens of thousands of years, human societies thrived along coasts, for obvious reasons. The sea provided food, trade routes, and fertile deltas. But when the ice melted and the waters rose, those civilizations were obliterated. Their ruins now lie hidden beneath the ocean, waiting for rediscovery. Mainstream archaeology hesitates to embrace these finds as evidence of lost civilizations. The reasons are obvious. If ruins like Yonaguni, Dwarka, or Bimini are proven to be man-made and older than 10,000 years, it would force a radical revision of human history. It would mean that advanced societies existed before the accepted dawn of civilization around 6,000 years ago. It would mean that myths of Atlantis, Lemuria, and other legendary lands may preserve kernels of truth. It would mean humanity's story is far older and more complex than we have been taught. But piece by piece, the ocean is giving up its secrets. As scanning technology improves, as divers push deeper, as sonar and submersibles explore the seabed, new discoveries are inevitable. Each one brings us closer to answering a haunting question. Were we preceded by a global civilization that thrived along coastlines now drowned, a civilization erased by the cataclysms of the past? The possibility is staggering. If such a civilization existed, then its people may have been the builders of the first megaliths, the architects of forgotten knowledge, the source of the myths that echo across every culture. Their descendants, survivors of the floods, would have carried fragments of that knowledge inland, seeding the rise of Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, and Mesoamerica. The submerged ruins would not just be relics, they would be the missing chapters of our story, preserved beneath the waves like a time capsule of lost greatness. And so, as we stand on the shore and gaze at the horizon, we must wonder, what lies beneath? How many cities, how many temples, how many monuments lie buried in silence, concealed by the sea? The answer may one day change everything we think we know about ourselves. The flood myths may not be allegory at all. They may be history waiting patiently to be uncovered from the ocean's depths. The drowned ruins whisper of a forgotten age. To ignore them is to ignore our own past. To explore them may be to rediscover the world before the waters rose. Few words in the lexicon of ancient mysteries ignite the imagination as powerfully as Atlantis. To some, it is the ultimate lost city, a mythical utopia destroyed by the wrath of the gods. To others, it is a symbolic story, a parable about hubris and downfall. But for centuries, explorers, scholars, and seekers of hidden history have asked the same question. What if Atlantis was real? What if Plato's tale was not allegory but memory, a record of a civilization that thrived before the flood, only to be obliterated in a cataclysm that reshaped the earth? The story begins with Plato, the great Greek philosopher, writing in the 4th century BCE. In his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, he recounts a tale told to him by his ancestor, who heard it from Solon, the famed Athenian statesman. Solon, in turn, had learned the story from Egyptian priests during his travels. According to this lineage of knowledge, Atlantis was a mighty island empire that existed 9,000 years before Plato's time, which places it roughly 11,500 years ago, precisely at the end of the last ice age. The Atlanteans were said to possess advanced knowledge, engineering, and a flourishing culture. But their arrogance led them to wage war against Athens, and in punishment, the gods sent earthquakes and floods that sank Atlantis in a single day and night. Most academics insist that Plato invented the story as a metaphor. They argue that Atlantis was a cautionary tale about ideal societies, morality, and corruption. Yet, others point out details too precise to ignore. Plato was known as a philosopher, not a fiction writer. His works, though rich with allegory, were rooted in structured logic and historical reference. Why would he suddenly fabricate such an elaborate tale and date it with such specificity? Moreover, the timeline of 11,500 years ago coincides eerily with the Younger Dryas period, the very cataclysm scientists now link to sudden floods and climate chaos. Could it be that Plato was preserving fragments of real history, passed down through Egyptian records that survived the disaster? The description of Atlantis itself is tantalizing. Plato spoke of a great island beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar, in the Atlantic Ocean. The island had concentric rings of land and water, canals for transport, bridges, and grand temples. Its people mastered agriculture, engineering, and navigation, extending their influence far and wide. The parallels with known megalithic cultures are striking: advanced stonework, maritime trade, and astronomical alignments. If Atlantis existed, it may have been the progenitor of these later civilizations, its knowledge carried by survivors who scattered across the world after its fall. Over the centuries, countless explorers have sought Atlantis. Some place it in the mid-Atlantic, envisioning it beneath the Azores. Others suggest the Caribbean, pointing to Cuba and the Bahamas, where sonar has revealed strange underwater structures. The Bimini Road, with its straight, block-like stones, is often cited as evidence of Atlantean engineering. Others point to the Mediterranean, suggesting that Santorini, destroyed by a volcanic eruption, could have inspired the legend. Still others argue for more radical locations: Antarctica, beneath the ice, or even South America, where ancient sites like Tiwanaku and Lake Titicaca hold echoes of Atlantean grandeur. One of the most compelling theories places Atlantis not in the open ocean, but on the continental shelves now submerged by rising seas. At the end of the Ice Age, when sea levels rose by hundreds of feet, vast tracts of land vanished. Entire coastlines disappeared, taking with them the settlements that thrive there. If Atlantis was such a coastal civilization, its remains could now lie deep beneath the waves, waiting to be rediscovered by modern technology. And rediscovery may be closer than we think. In 2001, Cuban researchers scanning the seabed with sonar detected massive geometric formations at a depth of 2,300 feet. The shapes resembled pyramids, roads, and plazas, spread across a vast area. If verified, these ruins would date back more than 10,000 years, aligning perfectly with Plato's timeline. Though the evidence remains debated, the possibility lingers. Could this be Atlantis, lying hidden beneath the waters of the Caribbean? Yet Atlantis is not just about ruins. It is about knowledge. Legends describe the Atlanteans as possessing advanced technology, energy systems, navigation methods, perhaps even flight. Some alternative researchers suggest that pyramids and megaliths worldwide were part of an Atlantean network, a global system of power and communication. If so, then the survivors of Atlantis may have seeded this knowledge into Egypt, Mesopotamia, Mesoamerica, and beyond. In this sense, Atlantis is not just a place, it is the missing link between myth and history, between the scattered fragments of an older, global civilization. Skeptics argue otherwise. They insist that Atlantis is nothing more than allegory, a fable of human pride. They dismiss the parallels with Ice Age floods as coincidence. Yet, one cannot deny the persistence of the legend. Why does the story of a drowned civilization appear not just in Greece, but across the world? The flood myths of Mesopotamia, India, and the Americas mirror Plato's account in uncanny ways. It is as if every culture remembers a great city, a golden age, destroyed in water. Could they all be echoing the same event, the same memory of a world that perished when the seas rose? The allure of Atlantis lies in this tension, between myth and memory, between skepticism and possibility. To believe in Atlantis is to believe that human history is deeper, richer, and more complex than we know. To dismiss it outright is to ignore the mounting evidence of submerged ruins, megalithic enigmas, and global myths. Perhaps Atlantis was not a single city but a symbol for the many coastal civilizations lost at the end of the Ice Age. Or perhaps, as Plato wrote, it was real, a mighty empire, erased in a single night of fire and flood, its legacy carried by survivors who rebuilt the world in fragments. What is certain is this: the search for Atlantis is far from over. With sonar, submersibles, and satellite imaging, we are mapping the ocean floor as never before. Every year, new anomalies appear, structures, alignments, patterns, hinting at lost worlds beneath the sea. The question is not whether we will find Atlantis, but whether we will recognize it when we do. Will it be a city beneath the Caribbean? A pyramid off Cuba? A road in the Bahamas? Or will Atlantis prove to be not a single place, but a global memory of a civilization we have forgotten? The possibility that Atlantis was real shakes the foundations of history. It suggests that humanity has risen before, achieved greatness, and then fallen in cataclysm, only to rise again. It reframes our story not as a straight line of progress, but as a cycle of creation and destruction. And it warns us, as Plato intended, that civilizations, no matter how powerful, are never immune to nature's wrath. Whether myth or memory, Atlantis continues to haunt our imagination because it feels true. It resonates with something deep in our collective memory, as if we know, instinctively, that we are survivors of something greater, heirs to a forgotten world. Perhaps, one day, when the oceans yield their secrets, we will finally stand upon the stones of Atlantis and realize that the line between myth and history was never as clear as we thought. When we talk about the end of the Ice Age, most mainstream historians describe it as a slow and gradual process. Glacier retreated, climates warmed, and sea levels rose steadily over thousands of years. But evidence is mounting that the world's transformation may not have been so gentle. Instead, around 12,800 years ago, something sudden and catastrophic occurred. A disaster so immense it changed the face of the planet in mere days, or perhaps even hours. This event is known as the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, or more dramatically, the day fire fell from the sky. The Younger Dryas is a mysterious climatic event. After thousands of years of steady warming as the Ice Age ended, the Earth suddenly plunged back into near-glacial conditions. Temperatures dropped drastically, megafauna like the mammoth and the saber-toothed cat were driven to extinction, and human cultures like the Clovis people of North America disappeared almost overnight. For decades, scientists struggled to explain why. Volcanic eruptions? Shifts in ocean currents? None of the traditional theories fit neatly. Then came a startling possibility. What if an extraterrestrial object, a comet or multiple fragments, struck Earth around 12,800 years ago, triggering a chain reaction of fire, flood, and chaos? Evidence for this impact is scattered across the globe. Layers of sediment dating to that exact period contain a strange mixture of microscopic spheres, nanodiamonds, and magnetic grains, materials that form under conditions of intense heat and pressure. These are the fingerprints of a cosmic collision. In North America, a black matte layer of carbon-rich soil has been discovered in dozens of archaeological sites, marking a sudden destruction of plant and animal life. Beneath this layer, the remains of mammoths and ancient human tools are plentiful. Above it, they vanish. It is as if an invisible line divides the world before the disaster from the world after. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence comes from meltglass, materials fused by temperatures far hotter than volcanoes can produce. These have been found at sites across North America, Europe, and even the Middle East. The only plausible explanation? A cosmic impact releasing unimaginable energy, instantly vaporizing landscapes and igniting wildfires that scorched entire continents. Imagine the scene: a comet, or a swarm of fragments, entering Earth's atmosphere at thousands of miles per hour. The skies erupt in fireballs, each brighter than the sun. Shockwaves flatten forests, superheated winds ignite plains, and colossal floods burst forth as ice sheets shatter. For the humans alive at that time, hunter-gatherers, farmers, and perhaps even survivors of advanced Ice Age cultures, the world quite literally ended overnight. Mainstream archaeology hesitates to fully embrace this theory, but the pieces continue to accumulate. At Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, the world's oldest known megalithic site, carvings on one of the stone pillars appear to depict a cosmic event, a cluster of symbols resembling a comet strike, preserved in stone around 11,000 years ago. Researchers suggest that the builders of Göbekli Tepe were recording a memory of the Younger Dryas disaster, perhaps passed down through generations until they finally immortalized it in their sacred sanctuary. Even more intriguing is the timing. Plato's account of Atlantis places its destruction around 11,600 years ago, almost the exact same period when the Younger Dryas ended. Could it be that Atlantis, if it existed, was one of many civilizations annihilated by this cosmic catastrophe? The synchronization is uncanny. A global cataclysm fits the flood myths of Mesopotamia, India, Mesoamerica, and beyond. It provides a physical mechanism for the sudden loss of entire cultures. And it explains why ancient people spoke of a great deluge and fire from the heavens with such vivid memory. The impact hypothesis also helps unravel the mystery of megafaunal extinction. For decades, scientists blamed overhunting by humans for the disappearance of mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths, and other Ice Age giants. But the speed and scale of their extinction hints at something far more dramatic. If wildfires, floods, and climate collapse swept across continents in the wake of an impact, it would have devastated ecosystems, wiping out animals and forcing humans into survival mode. The disappearance of the Clovis culture in North America, once thought to be the first Americans, coincides exactly with this catastrophic timeline. Critics argue that the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis lacks a definitive crater, the smoking gun of any impact theory. Yet, proponents suggest that the fragments may have struck ice sheets, vaporizing on contact and leaving little behind. Some point to the Hiawatha crater in Greenland, discovered beneath nearly a mile of ice, as a candidate. Others argue that multiple smaller impacts scattered around the world could have triggered the same effect, leaving diffuse evidence rather than one colossal crater. Regardless of where the comet struck, the consequences were global. Sea levels began to rise dramatically, swallowing coastlines and drowning low-lying settlements. Rainfall patterns shifted, deserts formed, and fertile lands became barren. Survivors would have been forced to migrate, carrying with them fragments of knowledge, stories, and myths. Could this explain why so many ancient traditions, from the Mayans to the Egyptians, speak of gods descending after a flood, teaching humanity agriculture, architecture, and law? Perhaps those gods were nothing more than the remnants of Ice Age civilizations, their advanced knowledge preserved by a handful of survivors who carried it into the New World. This raises a chilling question. If humanity has already endured one cosmic disaster, could it happen again? After all, Earth still passes through streams of cometary debris, and space agencies track thousands of near-Earth objects. To ancient people, the memory of fire raining from the sky was not abstract, it was lived reality. That is why so many myths warn of fiery serpents, dragons in the heavens, or gods hurling lightning bolts of destruction. These were not mere stories. They were warnings, encoded in myth, about a danger that humanity once witnessed with its own eyes. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is more than a scientific debate. It is a bridge between geology, archaeology, and mythology. It ties together the extinction of animals, the collapse of cultures, the sudden onset of floods, and the birth of flood legends that persist to this day. It even overlaps with Plato's dating of Atlantis, providing a tangible explanation for how an advanced civilization, or perhaps many, could vanish in a single generation. If this theory is correct, then human history is not a straight line of progress, but a fragile cycle. Civilizations rise, flourish, and are destroyed, sometimes by forces utterly beyond their control. The monuments of Göbekli Tepe, the myths of ancient cultures, and the buried evidence in our soil all whisper the same story. Once, fire came from the sky and remade the earth. And perhaps, just perhaps, the survivors of that fire carried with them the seeds of the civilizations we now call the first. Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley. Could they all be the children of forgotten ancestors who lived through the Younger Dryas cataclysm? What we know for certain is this: 12,800 years ago, something extraordinary happened. Something powerful enough to shatter ice sheets, flood continents, and plunge the world into chaos. Was it the wrath of the gods, as ancient people believed? Or was it the cold, indifferent violence of the cosmos? Whatever the answer, the scars of that day remain etched into the earth itself. When we gaze upon the colossal stone monuments scattered across our planet, from the windswept plains of Peru to the mist-shrouded valleys of Asia, we are left with one haunting question: who built these megaliths, and how? For centuries, conventional history has told us that these works were the product of early agricultural societies, slowly developing their tools and skills after the Ice Age ended. But what if these monuments are not the beginning of civilization, but the survivors of an earlier one? A lost world erased by Cataclysm, yet leaving behind echoes of its greatness in the stones that still stand today. Across the globe, sites like Göbekli Tepe, Stonehenge, Tiwanaku, Baalbek, and the pyramids of Egypt defy simple explanation. Each is a masterpiece of engineering, demanding precision, planning, and resources far beyond what mainstream archaeology says was available at the time of their construction. Yet they exist, silent testaments to a forgotten capability. If these monuments were indeed built by post-cataclysm survivors, they may be the fingerprints of a global civilization that flourished before the floods. Consider Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey. Buried for millennia beneath layers of earth, it was discovered in the 1990s and immediately changed everything we thought we knew. Radiocarbon dating places its construction at over 11,000 years ago, thousands of years before the pyramids, before Sumer, before agriculture was supposedly widespread. Yet here are massive T-shaped pillars weighing up to 20 tons, carved with exquisite depictions of animals and celestial symbols. How could nomadic hunter-gatherers, lacking cities or writing, suddenly produce such architectural sophistication? The answer may be that they did not invent it at all. They inherited it. Göbekli Tepe could be the work of survivors of an earlier high culture, preserving their knowledge in stone while the world around them reeled from cataclysm. Then there is Baalbek in Lebanon, home to some of the largest stone blocks ever quarried by human hands. The so-called stone of the pregnant woman weighs over 1,000 tons. Even with modern cranes, moving such a block would be a near impossible feat, yet in the ruins of Baalbek, multiple stones of this scale were not only cut, but precisely fitted into the foundation. Mainstream scholars claim the site was expanded by the Romans, but the sheer size of these foundational stones suggests an origin far older, perhaps reaching back into the shadowy prehistory before the flood. Could these titanic blocks be the last remnants of Atlantean engineering, too massive to be erased even by the rising seas? In Peru, the site of Tiwanaku and the nearby Puma Punku present similar mysteries. Blocks of andesite stone, some weighing over 100 tons, are carved with geometric precision that seems almost machine-like. Interlocking joints, right angles, and drill-like holes suggest techniques unknown to the Inca, who themselves admitted the structures were already ancient when they inherited them. The sheer scale and accuracy point to a level of sophistication not explained by stone hammers and copper chisels. If a global cataclysm did occur 12,800 years ago, could Tiwanaku be the shattered legacy of its survivors, rebuilding fragments of their lost world at high altitudes safe from floods? Even the pyramids of Egypt, iconic symbols of human civilization, hold their share of mystery. The Great Pyramid of Giza is aligned with astonishing precision to true north, and its proportions encode mathematical constants like pi and the golden ratio. Its construction techniques remain debated, with no consensus on how blocks weighing up to 80 tons were transported and set in place. But more than engineering, the pyramids whisper of a deeper connection, their alignment with Orion's belt and their role as a cosmic mirror of the heavens. Were they built solely by the dynastic Egyptians, or did the pharaohs inherit a site already imbued with pre-flood wisdom, choosing to build upon it as a continuation of a far older tradition? Patterns emerge when we compare these megaliths across continents. Their astronomical alignments suggest a shared obsession with the stars. Their scale reveals an ambition to defy time itself. And their similarities in construction hint at a shared legacy, as though different cultures were drawing from the same ancient blueprint. This raises the possibility of cultural diffusion not in the Bronze Age, but at the very dawn of post-Ice Age humanity. Survivors of the Great Cataclysm, scattered to the corners of the earth, may have carried with them fragments of memory: how to quarry stone, how to align temples with the heavens, how to encode cycles of time in architecture. Mainstream archaeologists often dismiss such connections as coincidence or independent invention. But how many coincidences does it take before we begin to see a pattern? Why do myths from Egypt, Sumer, and Mesoamerica all speak of gods or sages who emerged after the flood, teaching agriculture, astronomy, and law? Why do so many megalithic sites encode solstices, equinoxes, and star alignments with such precision, as if warning future generations to watch the skies? It is possible that these survivors of a pre-flood civilization understood the cycles of cataclysm. They may have built monuments not merely as temples or tombs, but as repositories of knowledge, giant stone textbooks designed to outlast fire, flood, and forgetfulness. If that is the case, then every megalith is more than a ruin. It is a message, a whisper from the deep past, saying, "We were here. We knew. And we tried to tell you." This theory gains weight when we consider how many megalithic sites were deliberately buried or concealed. Göbekli Tepe was intentionally covered in soil after centuries of use, as though its builders sought to preserve it from destruction. Other sites, like Derinkuyu in Turkey, an underground city, suggest a culture preparing for catastrophe, carving refuge into stone itself. Survivors would have done anything to protect their knowledge, ensuring that someday someone would rediscover it. Even today, many of these sites remain unexplained not just by their construction, but by their sheer improbability. How did cultures supposedly just emerging from the Stone Age leap so suddenly into monumental architecture? Why does civilization seem to have sprung up almost overnight after the Younger Dryas ended? The abruptness suggests not invention, but inheritance. Something was carried through the darkness, fragments of memory, fragments of skill, fragments of a civilization that had already mastered the art of building in stone. To walk among these ruins is to feel the weight of forgotten time. Each carved block, each aligned pillar, each sacred axis to the stars whispers of a story larger than we have been told. The survivors of the Great Flood may have been few, scattered, and desperate, but they left behind these megaliths as proof of their resilience. They survived. And in surviving, They built monuments that would outlast empires, myths, and even history itself. And if these are indeed the survivors' testaments, then the implications are staggering. It means we are not the first high civilization on Earth. It means that human history stretches back into cycles of rise and destruction, recorded not on paper but in stone. And it means that what we call the beginning of civilization may only be the beginning of the last chapter, a chapter written on the ruins of those who came before. When ancient builders raised their megaliths and temples, they did not place them randomly. They were not simply creating monuments of stone. They were carving maps, cosmic maps, into the earth itself. From the deserts of Egypt to the jungles of Mesoamerica, from the Andes to the British Isles, an astonishing pattern emerges. Ancient structures aligned not just with the sun and moon, but with the stars. And in those alignments lies a mystery that shakes the timeline of human history. The Great Pyramids of Giza stand as one of the clearest examples. These vast stone mountains, weighing millions of tons, are aligned with incredible accuracy to true north. But beyond that, their placement relative to one another mirrors the three stars of Orion's belt. To mainstream scholars, this is coincidence or symbolic. To alternative researchers, it is far more, evidence that the builders were mapping the heavens on Earth. The stars of Orion were of particular importance, tied to Osiris, the Egyptian god of rebirth. But why such precision? Why such obsession with cosmic alignment? When computer models rewind the night sky to around 10,500 BCE, a startling sight appears. Orion's belt lined up in the sky exactly as the pyramids mirror it on the ground. The Sphinx, gazing east, faced directly into the rising constellation of Leo at that time. This suggests that the pyramids and the Sphinx were not merely tombs or royal monuments, but astronomical markers, deliberately encoding a date more than 12,000 years in the past. Could this be the builders' way of pointing back to an era before the flood, the era of their ancestors? This obsession with Orion is not limited to Egypt. Across the Atlantic, the ancient Maya also revered Orion, associating it with creation and the hearth of the cosmos. The temples of Teotihuacan in Mexico, including the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon, form a layout eerily similar to the Giza Plateau. Both cultures, separated by oceans, seem to have mapped the same stars. Is this coincidence? Or is it the legacy of a shared, older tradition, one inherited from a civilization that once spanned the globe? The alignments go beyond Orion. Stonehenge in England, though weathered by time, still marks solstices with remarkable accuracy. On the summer solstice, the rising sun shines directly through the heel stone, flooding the circle with light. For centuries, this was dismissed as mere ritual. But new research suggests Stonehenge was an advanced astronomical observatory, capable of predicting lunar eclipses and tracking cycles over centuries. Why would primitive Neolithic people invest such immense effort into stone circles unless they were preserving critical knowledge? Knowledge perhaps passed down from those who lived through cosmic disaster. In the Andes, the ancient city of Tiwanaku features the Gateway of the Sun, a megalithic arch carved with solar and stellar symbols. Some researchers believe it functioned as a calendar aligned with solstices and equinoxes. Further north, the Incas designed Machu Picchu with astronomical precision, aligning temples with the June solstice sunrise. Again, the heavens were encoded in stone. And in Cambodia, Angkor Wat, one of the largest temple complexes in the world, mirrors the constellation Draco in its layout, with towers aligned to the solstices. Across cultures, across continents, the same pattern repeats, monuments tied to the stars. But perhaps the most chilling revelation comes from sites that appear to warn of cycles in the heavens. Many ancient myths speak of cosmic disasters linked to star alignments. The precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of Earth's axis, changes the backdrop of stars over a cycle of 26,000 years. To track this requires advanced astronomical knowledge, far beyond what mainstream history credits to early cultures. Yet evidence suggests they knew. The Mayan calendar, with its intricate cycles, appears to encode precessional mathematics. The Egyptian Zep Tepi, the first time, seems to point back to a golden age aligned with Orion in 10,500 BCE. Were these alignments a warning? A way of saying, this has happened before, and it will happen again? Göbekli Tepe in Turkey adds another layer to the puzzle. Its pillars, carved with animals and symbols, have been interpreted by some as a star map, recording a cataclysm in the sky, perhaps the comet impacts of the Younger Dryas. One pillar, known as the Vulture Stone, depicts celestial imagery that matches a date around 10,950 BCE, almost exactly when the Great Climate Shift occurred. If this interpretation is correct, then Göbekli Tepe is not just a temple but a memorial, recording in stone the moment when fire rained from the heavens. What makes this so astonishing is the level of precision. Aligning massive structures with stars requires not only architectural skill but generations of astronomical observation. And yet, we are told these were primitive cultures just learning to farm. How is it possible that they not only tracked the heavens but encoded deep cycles of time into their monuments? Unless, of course, they were not the first. Unless they inherited this knowledge from survivors of a lost civilization, one that had already mapped the skies long before the flood. Mainstream scholars argue that many of these alignments are cherry-picked or exaggerated. They caution against seeing patterns where none exist. But the sheer number of correlations, pyramids, stone circles, temples, all tied to stars across millennia and continents, demands explanation. If they are not coincidences, then they are part of a system designed to preserve memory through catastrophe. Imagine a world where the skies turned deadly, where comets blazed, floods rose, and civilizations perished. Survivors, determined to warn future generations, might choose the one medium guaranteed to last: stone. They would encode the heavens, the cycles, the dates, so that millennia later, when the stars returned to their ominous alignments, humanity might remember. The monuments were not just temples of worship. They were messages. Time capsules written in architecture, telling us to look up. If this is true, then the ancient star maps are not just relics of superstition. They are survival manuals, etched into the earth itself. They tell us that great cycles govern not only the motion of the stars but the fate of civilizations. They remind us that what happened once can happen again. And they challenge us to ask, are we paying attention to the warnings carved in stone? For if the ancients aligned their greatest works with the stars, it was not only to honor the heavens but to connect Earth to the cosmos in a profound, urgent way. They saw the sky as the key to understanding not just time, but destiny. And as we unravel these alignments, we may discover that their message was not merely about the past, but about our future. Every culture on Earth carries whispers of a great flood. Whether told in the deserts of Mesopotamia, the mountains of South America, or the islands of the Pacific, these stories share striking similarities. A world drowned by water, humanity nearly wiped out, and a handful of survivors chosen or lucky enough to begin again. To mainstream historians, these are myths, symbolic tales about morality, rebirth, and the cycle of life. But what if they are not myths at all? What if they are memories, oral histories passed down across millennia, echoing the same global cataclysm that ended the Ice Age? Let us begin with one of the most famous versions, the biblical story of Noah's Ark. In the book of Genesis, humanity has grown corrupt, and God decides to cleanse the earth with a flood. Noah, a righteous man, is instructed to build an ark, to preserve his family and pairs of animals. The rains last 40 days and 40 nights, covering the mountains, and when the waters recede, life begins anew. For centuries, this tale has been treated as allegory. But its details, a deluge, an ark, the survival of a remnant, mirror other traditions far beyond the Near East. In Mesopotamia, one of the oldest written civilizations, we find an earlier version in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Here, the hero Utnapishtim survives a great flood sent by the gods. He builds a massive boat, fills it with animals, and rides out the storm that annihilates humanity. Sound familiar? The parallels to Noah are unmistakable, suggesting the biblical tale was itself an echo of older Sumerian memory. But even this is not the origin, because flood myths ripple outward across the world, suggesting something far deeper than borrowed storytelling. Travel to India, and we find the tale of Manu. In Hindu tradition, Manu is warned by a fish, an incarnation of the god Vishnu, that a great flood is coming. He builds a boat, ties it to the fish, and is guided to safety as the waters rise. Again, humanity is nearly destroyed, and again, one man carries the seed of survival into a new age. Among the Greeks, the myth of Deucalion and Pyrrha tells the same story. The gods, angered by human corruption, unleash a flood to wipe the slate clean. Deucalion builds a chest, a kind of ark, and he and his wife survive as the world is drowned. After the waters recede, they repopulate the earth by casting stones that transform into people. Once more, the echoes are clear. The Americas are no different. Among the Aztec, the flood myth speaks of the sun gods sending waters to destroy an earlier age of humanity. In Mayan tradition, the Popol Vuh describes floods and darkness overwhelming the earth before the rise of a new world. The Hopi people of North America recall being led underground to safety by spiritual guides as floods consumed the land above. The Inca of Peru speak of a flood sent by Viracocha, sparing only a handful of humans and animals in caves on the highest mountains. In the Pacific, the Maori of New Zealand tell of a great flood that reshaped their islands. In Polynesian myth, the god Tangaroa unleashes waters that cover the land. Even in China, ancient texts speak of the Great Flood, during which Yu the Great tamed the waters and saved civilization. These are not isolated stories. They are variations on a theme repeated across every continent, every language, every people. The core elements remain the same: a sudden flood, near total destruction, divine or cosmic cause, and survival of a chosen few. How could such a universal story arise unless it was rooted in something real? Mainstream explanations argue that ancient people created flood myths because rivers flooded often: the Nile, the Tigris, the Indus. They suggest these stories are symbolic exaggerations. But this does not explain the global nature of the myths. It does not explain why cultures with no contact, separated by oceans, tell the same story in almost identical terms. Nor does it explain the timing. Nearly all flood myths point back to an event thousands of years ago, around the very period geologists identify as the Younger Dryas Cataclysm, when sea levels rose violently, ice melted, and the world changed forever. Imagine the experience of those alive at the time. Walls of water surged as ice dams burst. Rivers swelled beyond comprehension. Coastal lands were swallowed by the sea. To the survivors, it would have felt as though the entire world was ending. How would they preserve this memory? Through stone inscriptions? Through writing? Most likely, through the only tool that survived: oral tradition. Stories told to children, who told them to their children, passed down for millennia until they were finally recorded as myth. And within these myths, details emerge that may hold clues. Many describe not just water but fire, suggesting a link to comet impacts or cosmic events that triggered the floods. Others describe survivors guided by beings of wisdom: fish gods, bird gods, or shining figures. Could these represent survivors of advanced cultures, carrying knowledge to restart civilization? When we hear of gods teaching agriculture, astronomy, and law after the flood, are we truly hearing of divine intervention, or human memory of teachers from the lost world before? The flood myths also align eerily with geological evidence. Around 12,000 years ago, sea levels rose by over 400 feet as glacier melted. Entire landmasses, Doggerland in Europe, Sunderland in Southeast Asia, Beringia between Siberia and Alaska, disappeared beneath the waves. Coastal settlements would have been wiped out, erasing the centers of Ice Age humanity. Survivors, forced inland, would tell their descendants, "Once, the ocean rose and swallowed everything." This is not myth. It is memory. Consider also the psychological impact. For those who endured it, the flood was not just a natural event. It was divine judgment, cosmic punishment. Entire worlds vanished in days. To make sense of this horror, people personified it as the wrath of gods. The survival of one man, one family, or one chosen group gave hope, and became the seed of rebirth myths worldwide. This is why so many versions emphasize morality, righteousness, or divine selection. But behind the religious framing lies a real disaster, one that left indelible scars on the collective memory of humanity. So what do these myths mean for us today? They suggest that our history is not as stable as we believe. Civilizations rise, but nature, or the cosmos, can erase them in an instant. The flood myths are warnings, carved not in stone but in story, telling us, remember, it has happened before. It can happen again. And perhaps they also hide clues, not just about destruction, but about survival. The recurring theme of the chosen may encode practical wisdom: build high, preserve seeds, carry knowledge. The stories of boats and arks may symbolize the preservation of culture, not just biology. The figures who emerge after the flood, sages, gods, culture bringers, may be echoes of the few who remembered, who carried fragments of a lost civilization into the dawn of the new world. When we listen to flood myths as allegory, we learn lessons of morality. But when we listen to them as memory, we hear something much deeper: the voices of our ancestors, whispering through time, telling us of a world destroyed and reborn. They are not just stories. They are survival manuals, encoded in narrative, reminding us of humanity's fragility and resilience. And if they are indeed memories, then the great flood of myth was the same cataclysm recorded in geology, astronomy, and stone. The world ended once. The survivors told us so. And their stories still echo, waiting for us to truly understand. When the floodwaters receded, humanity faced a world transformed beyond recognition. Fertile plains had become seabeds. Entire coastlines had vanished. The old centers of life, the cities and settlements of the Ice Age world, were gone. For the survivors, survival was no longer about rebuilding. It was about hiding, adapting, and finding safety in a planet that seemed hostile and unstable. And where did many of these survivors turn? Underground. Across the globe, we find vast subterranean structures, cities carved into rock, labyrinths stretching for miles, caverns transformed into sanctuaries. Mainstream archaeology tells us these were defensive shelters, monasteries, or clever uses of natural caves. But when we look deeper, a haunting question emerges. Were these underground worlds actually refuges built by those who survived the Great Cataclysm? Were they the arks of stone, constructed to preserve life when the earth above could no longer be trusted? One of the most stunning examples lies in modern-day Turkey, in the region of Cappadocia. Beneath the rolling volcanic landscape, archaeologists have uncovered sprawling underground cities such as Derinkuyu and Kemakli. Derinkuyu, in particular, defies belief. Descending 18 stories deep, with room for over 20,000 people, complete with ventilation shafts, wells, food storage, stables, schools, and even temples, it is a masterpiece of subterranean engineering. But mainstream accounts date its construction to around 500 BCE, suggesting it was carved by the Phrygians. The problem? The scale and precision of Derinkuyu suggest a level of planning and purpose that feels out of place in that time. And the question remains, why would people create such immense underground worlds if not in response to a global catastrophe? Some researchers propose that these underground cities were built as protection against invading armies. Yet, no evidence of extended warfare in the region aligns with the time of their supposed construction. Others argue that they were designed as safe havens from volcanic eruptions or harsh weather. But again, why so deep, so vast, so complex? Why build entire underground metropolises instead of simple fortified shelters above ground? The possibility that they were constructed, or at least expanded, by survivors of the cataclysm changes the entire picture. Imagine floods and fire sweeping the earth. Imagine fragments of comets raining destruction. The safest place would not be on mountain peaks or exposed coastlines. It would be beneath the earth itself. Stone ceilings to shield against falling debris, controlled air through shafts, protection from both fire and flood. In such a vision, Derinkuyu becomes not a fortress, but a lifeboat carved into rock. And Cappadocia is not alone. In Egypt, mysterious underground passages and chambers beneath the Giza Plateau remain sealed and unexplored. Ancient historians like Herodotus spoke of labyrinths beneath Egypt that rivaled the pyramids in scale. Could these two have been sanctuaries? In Peru, underground tunnel systems stretch beneath Cusco, some rumored to connect to distant sites like Sacsayhuaman. In Central America, the Maya left legends of Xibalba, an underworld not only spiritual but physical, accessible through caves and sinkholes. Across Europe, endless networks of tunnels, some stretching for hundreds of miles, have been discovered, dating back to the Neolithic era. These tunnels are too extensive to be dismissed as mere storage or hiding places. They suggest connectivity, refuge, and survival. Even in the far reaches of Asia, legends speak of underground realms. In Tibetan lore, the hidden land of Shambhala lies beneath the earth. Native American traditions speak of their ancestors emerging from subterranean sanctuaries after the Great Flood. In the Andes, the Uish people claimed descent from those who once lived underground to survive the waters. Again and again, the theme repeats. After catastrophe, people sought shelter below. But perhaps the most tantalizing aspect of these underground worlds is how advanced some appear to be. Ventilation shafts in Derinkuyu reach hundreds of feet with precise airflow. Wells ensured clean water even at depth. Sealed stone doors could roll into place, isolating sections of the city. This is not the work of desperate refugees scratching out caves with crude tools. This is the work of organized societies with foresight, knowledge, and the determination to survive long-term underground. If these were indeed descendants of a lost civilization, it would explain their engineering brilliance. And yet, mysteries remain. Who taught them to build like this? Why are similar subterranean sites scattered across continents? Is it coincidence, or does it point to a shared knowledge, a memory of what was required to survive the last great destruction? Mainstream scholars struggle with these questions because the idea of global survivors collaborating across continents does not fit the accepted model of history. But to those who explore forbidden archaeology, the pattern is clear. Underground cities were not isolated anomalies. They were survival strategies, echoing the memory of a disaster so great it drove humanity into the depths of the earth. Even myths support this theory. The Hopi people speak of being led underground by the ant people during a time of destruction, sheltered until it was safe to return to the surface. Were these ant people spiritual guides, or real survivors, perhaps even remnants of a more advanced people who taught others how to build and endure below ground? What makes this theory even more compelling is the alignment with geology. After the Younger Dryas event, Earth endured centuries of instability. Weather was erratic, seas continued to rise, and meteorological chaos would have made life above ground dangerous. For generations, survivors may have found it easier, even necessary, to live in subterranean safety until the world stabilized. But as time passed, memories faded. The underground cities were abandoned. The world above seemed safer again. By the time later civilizations stumbled upon these caverns, their original purpose was forgotten. New peoples repurposed them as hiding places during wars, monasteries for hermits, or storerooms for food. And thus, their true origin story, as arcs of stone built in the shadow of a cataclysm, slipped into myth. And yet, their presence remains undeniable. Massive, global, and inexplicable. A puzzle that mainstream history tries to solve with simple explanations, but one that may actually point to the deepest truth of all, that our ancestors knew the world could end without warning, and they prepared. When we walk the dark halls of Derinkuyu, when we crawl through the endless tunnels of Europe, when we peer into the sealed chambers of Giza, we're not just exploring archaeological sites. We are standing in the footprints of survivors. Survivors who lived through a nightmarish age of fire and flood, who dug into the earth itself to endure, and who left behind silent testimony of humanity's resilience. The underground cities remind us of two things. First, that human history is older, more complex, and more mysterious than textbooks admit. And second, that survival demands foresight, that our ancestors, faced with the collapse of their world, chose not despair but preparation. They built arcs of stone, and because of them, humanity lived to see the dawn of a new age. And so, when we ask where the survivors of the Great Flood went, the answer may be all around us, hidden beneath our feet. They went underground, into worlds of shadow and stone, waiting for the earth above to heal. Their secrets may yet remain buried, waiting for us to uncover, to remember, and to understand. When the earth finally began to stabilize after the cataclysm, humanity emerged from caves, highlands, and underground refuges into a world that was both familiar and alien. The seas were higher, the climate warmer, the landscapes changed forever. Coastlines where their ancestors once thrived were now buried beneath the ocean. Forests spread across lands once covered by ice. For those survivors who carried with them fragments of memory, knowledge, and skill, the question was no longer how to survive, but how to rebuild. And what they built would stand as monuments to their resilience, as enigmas for future generations. The megaliths. Scattered across every continent are structures of colossal stone, often weighing hundreds of tons, placed with precision that modern machines would struggle to replicate. From Göbekli Tepe in Turkey to Stonehenge in Britain, from the pyramids of Egypt to the Cyclopean walls of Peru, these megalithic wonders share common features: massive size, inexplicable engineering, and astronomical alignments. Archaeology places their origins within the last 10,000 years. But is that the full story? Or are these megaliths the fingerprints of survivors, carrying knowledge from a lost world that existed before the flood? Let us begin with Göbekli Tepe, the oldest known megalithic site in the world. Dated to around 9600 BCE, it emerges at the exact moment the Younger Dryas cataclysm ended. Here, massive T-shaped pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, were carved and arranged into circles, decorated with intricate reliefs of animals. Mainstream archaeology struggles with Göbekli Tepe because it appears thousands of years too early. According to conventional history, humanity at this time was still nomadic, lacking agriculture, cities, or advanced tools. Yet here, in the dawn after the cataclysm, we find monumental architecture. It is as if the survivors of a lost civilization carried fragments of their knowledge forward, rebuilding on a smaller scale what they had once known in the world before. But Göbekli Tepe is not alone. Travel to the Andean highlands of Peru, and you will find Sacsayhuaman, a fortress of titanic stone blocks fitted together with such precision that not even a blade of grass can fit between them. Some stones weigh over 100 tons, quarried and transported across miles of rugged terrain. How could people without wheels or iron tools achieve such feats? The answer may be that they were not starting from scratch, but instead rebuilding with remnants of ancient techniques passed down by their ancestors, survivors of the flood. Across the Atlantic, in Egypt, we confront the pyramids of Giza. Though mainstream Egyptology places their construction around 2500 BCE, anomalies abound. The Great Pyramid contains engineering marvels, perfect alignments to cardinal directions, advanced knowledge of geometry and astronomy, and a scale so massive it dwarfs modern skyscrapers. Some alternative researchers suggest the pyramid was not simply a tomb, but a monument encoding knowledge from an earlier age, perhaps even a legacy of survivors determined to preserve the wisdom of the pre-Cataclysm world. Then there is Stonehenge, in England. Though often romanticized as a druidic temple, its true origins are far older. Aligned with the solstices, it reflects a deep understanding of the movements of the heavens. But who first raised its mighty stones? Could it, like Göbekli Tepe, be part of a global wave of megalithic construction that began when survivors emerged from the trauma of the flood, rebuilding sacred centers that mirrored the lost temples of their drowned homelands? The similarities between these sites are striking. Gigantic stones, advanced construction techniques, alignments with stars and solstices, repeated across continents and cultures that mainstream history insists had no contact with one another. Why? One explanation is coincidence. Another, more compelling possibility, is that survivors of a global cataclysm carried fragments of a shared memory, a blueprint of sacred architecture, and spread it across the world as they rebuilt. But there is another layer to the mystery. Many megalithic sites appear to have been built in stages. The oldest sections are often the most advanced, the largest stones, the finest masonry. Later additions are smaller, cruder, suggesting that the descendants of survivors inherited sites they could not replicate, but still revered. In Peru, the lower levels of walls at Sacsayhuaman are cyclopean, while upper levels are rougher. At Baalbek in Lebanon, the massive trilithon stones, some weighing over 800 tons, sit at the foundation, with later Roman additions far less impressive. This pattern suggests that the earliest builders were closer to the lost knowledge of the pre-flood civilization, while later cultures merely imitated what they found. If true, then megalithic structures are not the beginning of civilization, but the echoes of its rebirth, remnants of an older world, carried forward by survivors who refused to let their knowledge die. What purpose did these megaliths serve? Were they temples, observatories, fortresses? Perhaps all of the above. But another possibility emerges. They were messages. Survivors may have built in stone to encode their warnings, their knowledge, their very existence, knowing that fragile materials would be lost to time. They aligned their monuments with the stars, not just for ritual, but to mark cycles, cosmic cycles that had once brought destruction. In this sense, megaliths are not merely ruins. They are textbooks in stone, waiting for us to decode their meaning. And yet, mainstream archaeology resists these interpretations. It insists on incremental development, on isolated genius, on local invention. To admit a global pattern would be to admit the possibility of a shared source, a forgotten civilization. But the evidence speaks for itself. At the dawn of the Holocene, right after the floods, monumental architecture appears everywhere. Too sudden, too advanced, too widespread to be dismissed as coincidence. Even myths tie into this. In Egypt, the god Thoth was said to have preserved wisdom from before the flood, recording it in sacred texts. In Mesopotamia, Oannes, a fish-like being, emerged from the sea after the cataclysm to teach humanity civilization. In South America, Viracocha walked the Andes, teaching survivors how to build and farm after the deluge. Are these myths, or memories of real survivors, perhaps culture bringers who carried the torch of lost knowledge into the post-cataclysm world? Seen this way, the megaliths are not just monuments. They are resurrection points. Rising from the ashes of destruction, they mark the rebirth of humanity. They were anchors, connecting the fragile new world to the grandeur of the old, reminding survivors that even after fire and flood, humanity could create wonders. And now, as we gaze upon these structures, we are left with questions that shake the foundations of history. Did survivors of the Ice Age civilization scatter across the world, building in stone to preserve their knowledge? Are the megaliths the only remaining evidence of a global society erased by cataclysm? And if they could rise from such devastation, what does that say about the resilience and the forgotten genius of humanity? The megaliths stand silent, but their presence thunders with meaning. They whisper of survival, of rebuilding, of civilizations lost and reborn. They tell us that after the flood, humanity did not merely endure, it rose again, carving its memory into stone so that we, thousands of years later, might remember. As the survivors of the Cataclysm emerged into a new world, they faced an overwhelming challenge. Their cities were gone, their libraries drowned, their tools scattered or destroyed. Knowledge, that fragile thread binding one generation to the next, had been severed. But human memory is resilient, and survivors understood one thing: if civilization were to endure, fragments of their wisdom had to be preserved. And so, across the globe, we find traces of something extraordinary, a language of the ancients. Not a single unified tongue, but a system of symbols, scripts, and carvings that whisper of lost knowledge carried from the world before the flood. Consider Göbekli Tepe, often hailed as the world's first temple. Its T-shaped pillars, carved with foxes, scorpions, vultures, and abstract symbols, appear to be more than decoration. Recent studies suggest that some of these carvings align with constellations, encoding astronomical events such as comet strikes or solstice alignments. If true, Göbekli Tepe may not have been a temple at all, but a library in stone. Its carvings are symbolic script designed to warn future generations about cosmic cycles and catastrophes. The use of symbols to preserve memory extends far beyond Turkey. In the Indus Valley, around 2600 BCE, an undeciphered script appears, short sequences of pictograms etched onto seals. Mainstream scholars call it a proto-writing system, but its sophistication suggests otherwise. Could it be the last echo of a symbolic tradition carried by survivors of the Great Flood, simplified over generations as full literacy was lost? In South America, we find the enigmatic quipu of the Inca, knotted cords used to store numbers, history, and perhaps even stories. While often dismissed as primitive accounting tools, some researchers argue that quipus contain far more, a woven language encoding the memory of cycles, kings, and disasters. Could the quipu itself be a survival of an ancient practice, a portable script designed to endure when fragile materials like papyrus or parchment could not? And then there are the petroglyphs and cave paintings scattered across the world. From Australia's Wandjina rock art to the mysterious carvings at Serra da Capivara in Brazil, from the spirals of Newgrange in Ireland to the thunderbirds of North America, these are not random doodles. They are deliberate, often repeated symbols that recur across cultures. Spirals, serpents, suns, stars, hands, animals. The same motifs appear in places thousands of miles apart, with no known contact. What are they? Mainstream archaeology says they are ritual or decorative. But another possibility is more compelling. They are a universal symbolic code, fragments of a pre-cataclysmic system of communication, preserved and carried by survivors as they spread across the earth. One of the most intriguing examples comes from Easter Island. The mysterious Rongorongo script, carved into wooden tablets, has never been deciphered. Its glyphs resemble no other known writing system, yet they appear ordered, structured, systematic. Local tradition says it was a gift from the gods, knowledge passed down from a lost age. Could Rongorongo be the final survival of a symbolic script carried by seafaring survivors into the Pacific, preserving fragments of a language now extinct? Even in Egypt, where hieroglyphs appear suddenly around 3100 BCE, the mystery deepens. Hieroglyphs are fully formed from their first appearance, suggesting they were not invented from scratch but inherited. The same is true in Mesopotamia, where cuneiform appears abruptly around 3200 BCE. Both are said to be the earliest writing systems, yet their sudden emergence, fully developed, raises a haunting possibility. Were they reinventions, or reactivations, of knowledge remembered from before the flood? The recurrence of animal symbols in these systems, serpents, birds, fish, and celestial beasts, also hints at something deeper. Many flood myths describe survivors guided by gods in the form of animals. The Sumerian Oannes was a fishman. The Mesoamerican Quetzalcoatl was a feathered serpent. The Egyptian Thoth was depicted as an ibis or baboon. Are these animals mere artistic choices, or are they part of a symbolic language encoding ancient knowledge in a way that could endure across generations and cultures? Some researchers, like Dr. Martin Sweetman, have argued that symbols in megalithic sites such as Göbekli Tepe record astronomical alignments and cosmic events, particularly those involving comet impacts. If true, then the ancient language of symbols was not only about religion or myth, it was practical, scientific, a survival system encoding the dangers of the cosmos. Imagine survivors who had witnessed destruction from the sky, carving warnings into stone for those who came after. The stars move in cycles. The danger will return. But why symbols and not full scripts? Perhaps because after the Cataclysm, literacy was lost. Libraries burned, scrolls drowned, cities destroyed. Survivors may have clung to simplified, durable methods of encoding knowledge, universal images that could be understood across languages and remembered across generations. Over time, as stability returned, these symbols grew into new scripts, hieroglyphs, cuneiform, Mayan glyphs. Each, in its own way, may be a rebirth of something older. The global spread of symbols also suggests a shared origin. How is it that spirals, representing cycles of the sun or stars, appear in both Newgrange and the American Southwest? How is it that serpent imagery dominates both the temples of Angkor and the myths of Mesoamerica? Why do hand stencils appear in caves from France to Indonesia? Coincidence is possible, but the weight of repetition suggests cultural inheritance. Survivors carried a symbolic toolkit, scattering it across continents as they migrated. And then there is the question of secrecy. Many ancient cultures held their symbols and scripts as sacred, restricted only to priests or initiates. This may reflect not elitism, but caution. If the symbols encoded knowledge of cosmic cycles, of destruction and survival, they may have been guarded carefully, passed down in mystery schools to ensure their preservation. The lost knowledge of the ancients may not have been lost by accident, but hidden deliberately, to be revealed only when the time was right. Today, we look at these carvings, glyphs, and symbols with the eyes of tourists or scholars. But what if they are more than relics? What if they are messages? Messages not for the people of their time, but for us. Warnings in stone, reminding us of the fragility of civilization, the cycles of the cosmos, the inevitability of catastrophe. Messages from the survivors of the last cataclysm, urging us to remember what they endured, and to prepare. The language of the ancients may never be fully deciphered, but in its persistence, in the spirals, serpents, suns, and stars, it tells us one thing clearly: the past was not silent. The survivors spoke, not with words that fade, but with symbols carved into the bones of the earth itself. And their voices, though ancient, still whisper across time. They whisper of memory. They whisper of warning. And they whisper of a civilization that refused to let its knowledge die, even as the floodwaters swallowed its world. When the waters receded and the survivors of the great cataclysm struggled to rebuild, they told stories of beings who came to them in their darkest hour. These beings were not ordinary men. They were described as shining, radiant, godlike, possessing powers and knowledge far beyond the abilities of simple hunters and farmers. In myth after myth, across every continent, humanity remembers the arrival of mysterious figures, the sky gods, the shining ones, the teachers of civilization. They appear suddenly in the timeline of ancient history, guiding scattered tribes, imparting laws, agriculture, astronomy, architecture, and writing. Who were they? Gods, angels, survivors of a lost advanced civilization, or something even stranger? In Mesopotamia, one of the oldest surviving myths tells of Oannes, a half-man, half-fish being who rose from the sea after the flood. Ancient Sumerian texts describe Oannes as emerging daily from the waters of the Persian Gulf, teaching humanity mathematics, writing, agriculture, medicine, and law. He never ate, never slept, and returned each night to the sea. To the Sumerians, he was not a myth, but a historical figure who began the march of civilization. Could Oannes represent a survivor of a maritime people, refugees of a drowned world, who carried their knowledge into the Fertile Crescent and were later remembered as gods? Egypt's stories echo the same theme. After the chaos of the flood, the Egyptians tell of the god Thoth, the lord of writing, who gave mankind language, astronomy, and sacred geometry. Another figure, Osiris, is said to have traveled across the earth teaching agriculture and laws to humanity. Some traditions describe Osiris not as a god of the dead, but as a living teacher who brought order to a devastated world. He and Isis were said to have civilized Egypt, instructing its people in farming and temple building. Were Osiris and Thoth divine beings, or were they memory echoes of advanced survivors who carried ancient knowledge to the Nile? In the Americas, we encounter Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent of Mesoamerica. Aztec and Mayan myths describe him as a tall, pale-skinned, bearded figure who descended from the sky. He banned human sacrifice, taught astronomy and calendars, introduced agriculture, and promised to one day return. The similarity to Viracocha, the civilizing god of the Andes, is striking. Viracocha too was described as a tall, bearded teacher who emerged after a flood, bringing knowledge and restoring order. These figures are said to have walked among mortals, not distant in the heavens but present, teaching, instructing, and shaping the early societies of the Americas. In India, the Vedas and Puranas tell of the Devas, radiant sky beings who descended to guide mankind after cycles of destruction. Vishnu, the preserver, appears in avatars whenever cosmic balance is destroyed. After floods and catastrophes, these beings restore knowledge, reteaching mankind the arts of civilization. The Sanskrit texts speak of Vimanas, flying crafts of the gods, and describe divine teachers who instructed kings and sages in sciences and philosophy. Were these gods, or simply survivors wielding technology so advanced it appeared divine to scattered, traumatized tribes? Even in Polynesia, the memory persists. The Maori tell of gods who came down from the heavens to guide them, often described as luminous beings. In Hawaii, the god Kane is said to have created order from chaos, teaching humanity farming and navigation. In every tradition, the pattern repeats. After chaos, after destruction, the Shining Ones appear, bringing wisdom from beyond. Some traditions even preserve detailed descriptions of these beings. The Anunnaki of Mesopotamia, for example, were said to be radiant, towering figures, descending in fiery ships. In the Book of Enoch, the Watchers are described as angels who came to Earth and taught mankind metallurgy, astronomy, and medicine. In Native American lore, the Kachina spirits descend from the skies in dazzling costumes, instructing humanity in rituals and survival. In Africa, the Dogon tribe preserves the legend of beings from the star Sirius, who taught them advanced astronomical knowledge thousands of years before telescopes. What unites all of these accounts is the timing. These sky beings appear immediately after great cataclysms, when humanity is most vulnerable. They arrive not as conquerors, but as teachers, guides, saviors. This raises a profound question. Were these myths exaggerated memories of real survivors, remnants of a forgotten global civilization who sailed across oceans to share their knowledge? Or were they something non-human, beings whose origins were truly celestial? Skeptics argue that the myths are allegories, symbolic stories to explain the sudden rise of civilization. But what makes the pattern so compelling is its universality. Is it coincidence that the Sumerians, Egyptians, Mayans, Incas, Hindus, Polynesians, and Native Americans all tell the same story of sky beings descending to guide them? These cultures were separated by oceans and millennia, yet their core myths are nearly identical. Either this is the most remarkable coincidence in human history, or it is the echo of a real event that occurred on a global scale. Another mystery deepens the puzzle: the physical appearance of these beings. Again and again, they are described as radiant, shining, taller than humans, sometimes glowing with light. In some traditions, they are winged. In others, they are serpentine or fish-like. Could these be symbolic depictions of advanced technology? Could the wings represent flying machines, the glow of radiance actually the glare of strange suits or equipment? To ancient eyes, the sight of a technologically advanced human, or non-human, would surely have appeared godlike. We must also consider the possibility that the sky gods were not extraterrestrials at all, but a small group of human survivors of a pre-cataclysmic civilization. If Atlantis, or some other lost world, truly existed, its survivors may have possessed advanced maritime navigation, astronomy, and technology. As they spread across the earth after the flood, isolated, traumatized tribes would naturally have revered them as gods. Over centuries, memory transformed into myth, and the teachers became immortalized as divine beings. Yet, there remains something beyond this. The myths do not merely say that these beings were wise men. They emphasize their brilliance, their unnatural presence, their sudden arrivals and disappearances. Oannes returns each night to the sea. Quetzalcoatl departs across the ocean on a raft of serpents. Thoth is said to have traveled back to the heavens. The Watchers descended and later returned to the skies. Could this be evidence that the sky gods were not simply refugees of a drowned continent, but something truly otherworldly? If we listen carefully, the myths may contain clues. Many describe the sky gods as returning beings, not new arrivals. They do not come for the first time, but rather reappear after each destruction. The Vedic texts explicitly describe cycles of cosmic time, where divine beings descend in each era to restore balance. The Hopi say the Kachina return at the end of each world age. The Maya describe the feathered serpent as returning after cycles of catastrophe. This suggests that the sky gods were not a one-time phenomenon, but recurring visitors, tied to the cycles of destruction and renewal. Were the gods, extraterrestrials, or survivors of a lost civilization, one thing is undeniable. These beings are credited with the very foundations of human culture. Without them, the myths say, mankind would have remained scattered tribes of hunters and gatherers. With them, civilization was reborn. Writing, farming, astronomy, and architecture took root, and the first great cultures emerged. And so, the mystery endures. Who were the sky gods? Why did they appear after the flood? And most importantly, if the myths are true, will they return again in our own time of crisis? For if history runs in cycles, as the ancients believed, then the return of the sky gods may not be a myth of the past, but a prophecy of the future. After the chaos of the floodwaters and the appearance of the mysterious sky gods, the next question that haunts historians and archaeologists is, what evidence did these survivors leave behind? If they were real, if beings carrying the memory of an advanced world walked among humanity, where are their fingerprints? For many researchers who dare to step beyond the bounds of orthodox history, the answer lies not in fragile texts or fading myths, but in stone. Monumental, immovable, megalithic stone structures scattered across the globe may hold the key to understanding what these teachers of civilization were capable of. These colossal creations defy explanation, whispering of technologies, techniques, and knowledge that primitive societies simply should not have possessed. When we think of the first civilizations, we imagine mud brick villages or small settlements slowly rising from the ashes of catastrophe. But what we actually see, across continents, are megaliths, giant stone circles, impossibly massive temples, pyramids, and aligned monoliths that even today challenge the best engineers. It is as though the very first monuments of humanity are also the most baffling, the most advanced, and the most mysterious. How could the earliest cultures, supposedly fresh out of the Stone Age, suddenly construct structures that still astonish engineers thousands of years later? Let us begin with Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey. This site predates Stonehenge by 6,000 years, rising around 9,600 BCE, right after the Younger Dryas period, the same era when cataclysmic floods supposedly reshaped the world. Here we find vast stone circles, T-shaped pillars carved with intricate animal reliefs, arranged with astronomical precision. Archaeologists admit they don't know who built it, why it was buried, or how hunter-gatherers with no writing, no agriculture, and no wheel could have constructed such a marvel. Could Göbekli Tepe be the handiwork of the very survivors who carried ancient knowledge, leaving behind a megalithic marker to say, "We were here"? Next, travel south to Egypt, where the Great Pyramids of Giza rise with astonishing accuracy and alignment to the stars. The sheer scale, with stones weighing up to 70 tons, has sparked debate for centuries. Orthodox historians insist they were tombs, built by laborious with copper chisels and rope. Yet, not a single mummy has been found inside the Great Pyramid, and its precision, down to fractions of an inch, is more aligned with an observatory, a monument of cosmic knowledge, than a tomb. Could this be a legacy project of advanced survivors, people intent on preserving geometry, astronomy, and spiritual wisdom through structures that would outlast cataclysm and time? Across the Atlantic, in Peru, the ruins of Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo stun visitors with their gigantic interlocking stones. Some weigh over 100 tons, carved with perfect precision so that not even a blade of grass can fit between them. Modern engineers struggle to explain how these blocks were quarried, transported across mountains, and placed at dizzying altitudes without wheels, draft animals, or advanced tools. The Inca themselves admitted they did not build these megaliths. They said they inherited them from a race of earlier builders, often associated with Viracocha, the bearded teacher god who appeared after the flood. Then there is Puma Punku, part of the Tiwanaku complex in Bolivia. Here, finely cut blocks with laser-like precision, drill holes, and 90-degree angles suggest techniques that seem impossible with Stone Age tools. Some of these stones weigh over 130 tons. Archaeologists argue the site is around 1,500 years old, yet the local Aymara myths say it was built long before by gods who came from the sky after a great flood. If the myth is true, Puma Punku may be one of the most direct fingerprints of the post-cataclysmic survivors. On the other side of the world, the islands of Polynesia hold their own megalithic mysteries. On Easter Island, the Moai statues stand as sentinels, carved and transported across volcanic terrain without wheels or metal. The oral tradition says they walked into place with the help of divine beings. In Japan, submerged off the coast of Yonaguni, lies an underwater stone complex that resembles step pyramids, terraces, and causeways. Some scholars claim it's natural, but divers insist the carvings and right angles are artificial. If Yonaguni is truly a lost city, It may have sunk during the very floods that ended the Ice Age. Europe, too, holds its share of megalithic enigmas. Stonehenge in England is aligned with the solstices, suggesting sophisticated astronomical knowledge. But the story deepens when we look at other stone circles across Europe and Africa, Karnak in France, Nabta Playa in Egypt, and hundreds of lesser-known sites that form a global pattern of stone alignments. These are not random constructions. They reveal advanced knowledge of the heavens, precise engineering, and possibly an attempt to pass down sacred information about time cycles, stars, and celestial catastrophes. The mystery intensifies when we examine Baalbek in Lebanon. Here lies the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, one of the largest stones ever quarried, weighing an estimated 1,200 tons. Its placement in the ancient temple complex raises an impossible question. How could ancient builders move a block that even today cranes cannot lift? The Romans later built upon the site, but they admitted the foundations were older than their empire. Could these foundations be the work of survivors of the antediluvian world, masters of stone who left behind a message in a movable rock? What is striking about these megalithic sites is not just their scale, but their timing. Many appear immediately after, or are connected to, the post-Ice Age period, precisely when myths say survivors of the Cataclysm walk the earth. Could the megaliths have been a kind of memory architecture, designed to outlast floods, wars, and the erosion of time? Paper burns, wood rots, but stone endures. If survivors wanted to ensure their knowledge was not lost forever, immortalizing it in stone would be the most logical choice. Even the alignments of these sites raise questions. Göbekli Tepe aligns with constellations in 9600 BCE. The Great Pyramid encodes the dimensions of Earth and points to Orion's belt. Stonehenge marks the solstices. Nabta Playa aligns with Sirius. These sites may have served as ancient observatories, allowing survivors to track cosmic cycles, perhaps even to warn future generations of cataclysms yet to come. Of course, mainstream archaeology resists this interpretation. The official narrative insists that megaliths were the product of trial-and-error engineering, long periods of construction, and sheer manpower. Yet, the simplest question remains unanswered. Why do the very first monuments humanity ever built happen to be the most advanced? Why does the curve of history not show gradual progression, but a sudden spike in complexity and precision right after a global catastrophe? For those who dare to question the orthodox view, the answer is clear. The megaliths are the fingerprints of advanced survivors, a scattered brotherhood of builders who seeded civilization anew after the flood. Their works endure as monuments of power, knowledge, and warning. They whisper across time, telling us that we are not the first, and perhaps not the last, advanced civilization on this planet. If this is true, then every megalith we see, every pyramid, every carved stone, every aligned monolith, is not just a ruin, but a message. A message left for us, the future, carved in stone to say, we survived, and so can you. If the megaliths are the fingerprints of ancient survivors carved into stone, then myths, symbols, and sacred stories are the coded language they left behind, a way of transmitting their knowledge across generations without the risk of it being lost entirely. Unlike monuments that stand silent and still, stories can be told and retold, symbols can be drawn and carved, and myths can evolve, carrying fragments of truth through millennia. If we dare to look beyond the veil of metaphor, we may discover that the ancient myths of gods, heroes, and cosmic cycles are not fantasy at all, but memory of cataclysms, knowledge of the heavens, and warnings of what may come again. Why would survivors of a global cataclysm cloak their wisdom in myth and symbol? The answer is simple: because raw knowledge is fragile. Written texts can be burned, destroyed, or forgotten. But myths can survive in the human imagination. They can travel across generations, encoded in parables, rituals, and oral traditions. A child can listen to a story around a fire, not realizing that embedded in the tale of gods and monsters is a cosmic calendar, a geological warning, or a scientific truth. In this way, knowledge becomes eternal, hidden in plain sight. Take, for example, the ancient story of Atlantis. Plato described it not as fantasy, but as history, passed to him through Solon from Egyptian priests. The priests explained that Atlantis was destroyed by water and fire, swallowed by the sea after angering the gods. To Orthodox historians, this is allegory, a tale about hubris. But to alternative researchers, it reads like a memory of the Younger Dryas cataclysm, encoded as a myth. The survivors, knowing that stories outlast civilizations, may have embedded their history in legend, ensuring it would never die. Symbols are even more potent. Across the world, the serpent appears as a universal motif. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, is a civilizing god who arrives after chaos. In ancient Egypt, the serpent is linked to knowledge and cosmic order. In Hinduism, Shisha, the cosmic serpent, coils around infinity, marking the cycles of creation and destruction. Why serpents? Some argue the serpent is symbolic of the sine wave, of energy, vibration, or even the cyclical motion of the heavens. Could it be that the survivors encoded their understanding of cosmic cycles and celestial mechanics in serpent imagery, leaving behind a symbolic equation disguised as myth? Another universal symbol is the Great Flood. From Mesopotamia's epic of Gilgamesh to the biblical Noah, from the Hindu story of Manu saved by a fish to Native American flood legends, the theme is identical. Water rising, humanity nearly destroyed, a chosen survivor saved to rebuild the world. This is not coincidence. This is memory, a shared trauma encoded in stories that span every culture. Survivors of the flood ensured that the story was carried forward, not just as a warning, but as a reminder that humanity had rebuilt once, and could do so again. The sun and star symbols are equally revealing. Ancient myths frequently portray the sun as a god who dies and is reborn, or as a fiery force that brings both life and destruction. In Egypt, Ra sails across the sky, battling chaos to ensure the sun rises again. In Mesoamerica, the five suns myth describes successive ages of the world destroyed by cataclysms, each one ending with the fall of a sun. In the Vedas, the cycles of yugas describe cosmic ages, repeating endlessly. Could these not be metaphors, but coded descriptions of solar activity, cometary impacts, and cosmic cycles that bring about destruction at regular intervals? Geometry, too, became a sacred language. Across the globe, survivors may have embedded their knowledge in the form of sacred geometry, symbols like the flower of life, spirals, and mandalas. These patterns are not mere decoration. They encode mathematical truths about vibration, proportion, and the cosmos itself. At the Temple of Osiris in Abydos, Egypt, a flower of life pattern is etched into stone. In India, yantras and mandalas map the universe. In Europe, megalithic stone circles encode geometric relationships. If knowledge of cosmic harmonics and earth cycles were to be passed on, geometry was the perfect eternal language. Even numbers carry symbolic weight. The number 12 recurs endlessly. 12 tribes of Israel, 12 Olympian gods, 12 signs of the zodiac, 12 months of the year. Why? Because survivors encoded the structure of time into myth. The zodiac is not just astrology, it is an astronomical clock, a way to track precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis over 26,000 years. Ancient myths of heroes battling monsters often mirror this precessional cycle, with each age of the zodiac bringing new catastrophes. Survivors may have known that cataclysms occur in rhythm with cosmic cycles, and they embedded this knowledge into symbolic systems that could not easily be erased. The phoenix is another example. In Egypt and later in Greece, the phoenix is the bird that dies in fire and rises again from the ashes. To most, it is a symbol of hope. But viewed through the lens of forbidden archaeology, it becomes something else, a mythic encoding of global cataclysms. The phoenix is the world itself, dying in flood and fire, and then reborn in a new age. Survivors may have used the phoenix as a metaphor to remind future generations of the cycle of destruction and renewal that governs human history. Let us also consider the labyrinth. In Greece, the labyrinth of the Minotaur is often interpreted as a story of courage. But labyrinths appear in cultures worldwide, from Celtic carvings to Hopi sand paintings. These spirals and mazes are symbolic maps of cosmic cycles. Walking the labyrinth is a ritual reenactment of descending into chaos and emerging renewed, just as humanity descends into cataclysm and emerges into a new world. Survivors may have encoded the cyclical nature of catastrophe in these symbols, ensuring the knowledge was never truly lost. Critics argue that myths are nothing more than primitive attempts to explain the world. Yet, the extraordinary consistency of these stories across the globe suggests something more. How did isolated cultures, separated by oceans, all preserve tales of floods, shining gods, serpent teachers, and cosmic cycles? The odds of coincidence are slim. The pattern suggests a common source, a shared history preserved in different languages, symbols, and traditions. And here lies the great irony. Modern science often dismisses myth as fantasy, while simultaneously discovering geological and astronomical evidence that matches the stories. We now know that around 12,000 years ago, sea levels rose dramatically, massive floods reshaped landscapes, and the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis suggests cometary fragments may have triggered devastation. In other words, the myths were telling the truth all along. If we accept that myths and symbols are not fantasies but codes, then humanity has been holding the keys to its forgotten history all along. Our ancestors did not want us to forget. They did not want the truth of the cycles, destruction, rebirth, survival, to be erased by time. So they wrapped it in stories of gods and monsters, heroes and serpents, floods and fires. They gave us symbols of spirals, suns, and serpents, as puzzles, waiting for a future generation to unlock. Perhaps we are that generation. For in the modern age, as we face climate change, solar activity, and cosmic threats, decoding these ancient messages may no longer be academic curiosity. It may be survival. The survivors of the last great cataclysm left us warnings, hidden in myth and symbol, waiting for us to listen. The question is, will we hear them in time? If myths and symbols are the coded language of the survivors, then their most tangible legacy may be found in the sciences of the ancients, knowledge that should not have existed in the Stone Age, yet somehow did. Everywhere we look, fragments of impossible wisdom appear. Advanced metallurgy, precise astronomy, surgical medicine, and architectural engineering far ahead of their supposed time. The question that haunts us is this: where did such knowledge come from? Was it the slow accumulation of trial and error, as mainstream scholars argue, or the inheritance of a forgotten civilization, passed down like a gift from those who survived the Great Cataclysm? Let us begin with astronomy. Ancient cultures around the world displayed an extraordinary knowledge of the heavens. The Sumerians tracked the movements of planets, naming all 5 visible worlds, and somehow knew of Uranus and Neptune long before telescopes. The Mayans charted Venus with such accuracy that modern astronomers are still astonished by their precision. In Egypt, the pyramids aligned to Orion's belt, while in Britain, Stonehenge tracks solstices and eclipses. These were not idle stargazers. They encoded their monuments with astronomical wisdom, suggesting that understanding the sky was crucial to their survival. Why? Perhaps because survivors of the flood knew that cosmic cycles, comets, solar flares, precession, had brought destruction once before, and would do so again. To track the heavens was not superstition, but survival science. Then there is metallurgy. Mainstream history insists that metallurgy began in the Bronze Age around 5,000 years ago. Yet, strange anomalies challenge this view. In India, the Iron Pillar of Delhi, dating back over 1,600 years, has resisted rust for centuries thanks to advanced metallurgical techniques that should not have existed at the time. In Mesopotamia, archaeologists have unearthed artifacts suggesting knowledge of smelting and alloying thousands of years earlier than expected. Even more mysterious are the Vimana texts of ancient India, which describe metals with unusual properties, supposedly used in flying machines. Could it be that survivors passed on fragments of lost metallurgical sciences, knowledge of alloys, treatments, and technologies forgotten by later generations? The field of medicine reveals similar mysteries. In Egypt, the Edwin Smith Papyrus contains descriptions of surgical techniques, diagnoses, and treatments that sound strikingly modern. Trepanation, drilling holes in skulls, was performed worldwide, from South America to Africa, suggesting a shared knowledge of cranial surgery. The Indus Valley texts speak of advanced herbal remedies, while in China, acupuncture points were mapped with uncanny accuracy thousands of years before modern science verified their effects on the nervous system. How did primitive societies acquire such complex medical knowledge? Could this too be inherited wisdom, remembered imperfectly but pointing back to an advanced origin? Mathematics and geometry also hint at forgotten brilliance. The Egyptians used Pythagorean geometry centuries before Pythagoras was born. The Indus Valley civilization employed standardized weights, measures, and grid-based city planning as early as 2500 BCE. In South America, the Inca used quipus, knotted strings, not just for accounting, but possibly for storing more complex data, a kind of proto-digital code. Everywhere, we see evidence of structured, mathematical thinking far too advanced for supposedly primitive cultures. Was this the work of independent genius, or the hammer-down knowledge of survivors who had mastered mathematics in their lost world? Consider the Baghdad battery, a clay jar with a copper cylinder and iron rod, discovered in Iraq and dating back 2,000 years. Many believe it could have been used as a simple galvanic cell, a primitive battery. If true, it suggests that electrical experimentation occurred long before Benjamin Franklin flew his kite. Even more puzzling is the Antikythera mechanism, discovered off the coast of Greece. This complex device of gears and dials, dated to 2,000 years ago, functioned as an astronomical computer, predicting eclipses and planetary movements. It is so advanced that nothing comparable appeared in Europe until the 14th century. These are not anomalies, they are clues. Clues that fragments of a forgotten science survived and were applied in pockets of the ancient world. We must also mention the engineering marvels that defy explanation. How did the builders of Baalbek move stones weighing over 1,000 tons? How did the ancient Egyptians raise obelisks with such precision, or cut granite with copper tools? How did the builders of Machu Picchu carve stones with such precision that they fit together without mortar, surviving earthquakes that topple modern buildings? These achievements are not simply the result of brute labor. They suggest an understanding of leverage, resonance, vibration, and stoneworking techniques that we have not yet rediscovered. Some fringe researchers even propose the use of sound or frequency to move stone, a science utterly foreign to us, yet hinted at in ancient myths of songs and chants that moved mountains. Even navigation reveals traces of lost science. Polynesian navigators could cross thousands of miles of open ocean without maps or compasses, guided by the stars, currents, and waves. The Dogon of Mali preserved astronomical knowledge of the Sirius star system that modern science only confirmed in the 20th century. How did they know? Were these gifts of observation alone, or inherited knowledge from those who had traveled the seas and skies long before? Mainstream scholars resist these conclusions, preferring to frame each anomaly as coincidence or isolated genius. But when we view them together, a pattern emerges, advanced knowledge appearing suddenly, without the slow build-up of trial and error that history expects. The Sumerians did not invent writing gradually, it appeared fully formed. The Egyptians did not build simple tombs first, they began with the Great Pyramid. The Mayans did not fumble with calendars, they created a system of such precision that it rivals modern astronomy. This is not the fingerprint of gradual evolution. This is the signature of inheritance. Could it be that after the flood, survivors carried fragments of their world's science into the New Age? Not entire technologies, which would have decayed or been impossible to replicate, but pieces. Astronomy, geometry, metallurgy, medicine, navigation. Like seeds scattered into the soil of primitive cultures, this knowledge took root unevenly, blooming into sudden advances in civilizations across the globe. What seems like isolated brilliance may in fact be the scattered remnants of a once unified science. If this is true, then we must ask, what else did they know that has been completely lost? Were their sciences of energy, resonance, and consciousness far beyond our imagination? Did they understand the Earth not just as geography, but as a living system, mapped with ley lines and energy points encoded in megaliths? Did they master the cycles of the heavens so deeply that they could predict catastrophes? Were their myths of flying craft, vimanas, chariots of the gods, ships of the sky, merely imagination, or half-remembered accounts of real technologies? The deeper we look, the more unsettling the possibility becomes that our own scientific revolution is not the first, but merely a rediscovery. That humanity has risen before, mastering sciences beyond our current grasp, only to be cast down by cataclysm, leaving fragments behind for future generations to puzzle over. If so, then the lost science of the ancients is not just a curiosity. It is a warning, a reminder that civilizations, no matter how advanced, can fall. And perhaps, hidden within those fragments, in myths, symbols, and anomalies, lie the keys to survival, waiting for us to remember before the cycle turns again. As we delve deeper into the evidence left behind by survivors of the ancient cataclysm, we encounter artifacts that defy explanation, challenge conventional timelines, and force us to question everything we thought we knew about human history. These are the so-called out-of-place artifacts, OOP arts, objects that, by all accounts, should not exist. They appear far earlier than humanity was supposedly capable of producing them, display technological sophistication far beyond their era, or hint at knowledge that mainstream history refuses to acknowledge. Each OOP art is a whisper from a lost world, a puzzle left behind by the survivors of the pre-Ice Age civilization. Consider the Antikythera mechanism, found in a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera and dated to around 100 BCE. This extraordinary device is essentially a mechanical computer capable of predicting eclipses, tracking planetary positions, and even forecasting lunar phases. Its intricate gears and precise calibration suggest a level of engineering thought impossible for the supposed technological level of ancient Greece. How could such a device exist 2,000 years ago, when even simple clockwork mechanisms were centuries away from being invented? Was this an isolated genius, or a remnant of a lost scientific tradition, preserved and passed down from survivors of the global cataclysm? The Baghdad battery is another baffling example. Dating back to around 200 BCE, this clay jar contains a copper cylinder and an iron rod, components that could create a primitive galvanic cell. While some dismiss it as a simple curiosity, experimental recreations suggest it could have generated electricity. But for what purpose? Some researchers theorize it may have been used in electroplating, healing rituals, or even early experiments in energy generation. If so, this predates the recognized discovery of electricity by nearly 2 millennia. Was this knowledge inherited from a forgotten civilization or independently rediscovered? And if the latter, why so few attempts were made to replicate it? Across South America, in the Nazca Desert, the Nazca lines stretch for miles. Geometric shapes, animals, and massive figures carved into the earth, visible only from the air. Mainstream explanations claim ritual or astronomical purposes. But how could a society without flight create figures visible only from the sky with such precision? Could these lines be remnants of survivors' attempts to communicate with celestial beings, encode astronomical knowledge, or mark sacred energy? Points on Earth? And why do some shapes correspond perfectly with star constellations, as if the ancients were leaving instructions in the language of the heavens? In North America, the Coso artifact presents another enigma. Discovered in California and encased in a geode estimated to be over 500,000 years old, the artifact resembles a modern spark plug. Conventional science cannot explain its existence, given that Homo sapiens had only been in the Americas for a fraction of that time. Was this an isolated technological anomaly, or evidence that humans, or pre-human civilizations, possessed advanced technology long before our accepted historical timeline? The London hammer, embedded in a 100-million-year-old rock concretion, challenges history even further. A modern-looking hammer, complete with a wooden handle, encased in rock that geologists date to a period when, supposedly, humans did not exist. Skeptics argue that the concretion is much younger than the surrounding rock, yet careful analysis shows the rock grew around the object in ways that defy ordinary explanation. How could a tool designed for modern human use exist alongside fossils from a prehistoric era? Other artifacts include the Baghdad stone carvings, which show depictions of advanced knowledge, and the Helena pocket watch, discovered embedded in a 19-million-year-old coal seam. The repeated theme is striking. Technology, precision, and craftsmanship appear in periods where humans should not have existed, challenging our understanding of history. Are these anomalies mistakes, hoaxes, or evidence that our ancestors inherited knowledge from survivors of a lost civilization? Then there are the golden and metallic artifacts found in tombs and riverbeds around the world. In Colombia, the Muisca golden artifacts are so refined that they rival modern metallurgy. In Egypt, metal tools, intricate jewelry, and electrum artifacts reveal a level of sophistication not expected in a supposedly nascent civilization. Some of these metals, like the mysterious blue-green tektites in various archaeological sites, seem to have been melted and forged using knowledge of high temperatures and chemical manipulation, hinting at ancient laboratories long forgotten. Could these objects have been produced by post-cataclysmic survivors trying to preserve the techniques of their lost world? The mechanical artifacts from ancient China also puzzle historians. Bronze and iron objects dating back thousands of years reveal precision gearwork, drilled holes, and balance mechanisms that should have been impossible without advanced mathematics. And in Russia, the Ural magnetic artifacts exhibit properties that suggest knowledge of magnetism or electricity long before such concepts were formally discovered. These anomalies raise a troubling question. If such advanced technology existed, why did it vanish? Why did humanity appear to start from scratch in almost every domain? The most chilling implication of these OOP arts is that knowledge can be lost. The survivors of the Great Cataclysm may have carried vast stores of information, technical manuals encoded in symbols, advanced tools, and even experiments, only to have much of it destroyed, forgotten, or buried. The artifacts that remain are fragments, tantalizing hints of a technological legacy that mainstream history refuses to acknowledge. Every object that seems impossible is a message, a reminder that the past was far more complex than we have been taught. Some researchers have suggested that these artifacts were deliberately left behind as warnings. Perhaps they were intended for future generations to rediscover when humanity reached a certain stage of development, to remind us of what was once possible and of what could happen if we ignore the cycles of catastrophe. Just as Göbekli Tepe and other megaliths preserve astronomical knowledge in stone, OOP arts may preserve technological knowledge in metal, wood, and stone, waiting for a civilization capable of understanding them. What unites all of these artifacts is their temporal and spatial dislocation. From Europe to the Americas, from ancient Mesopotamia to the Pacific Islands, we see advanced knowledge appearing before it should exist. The technological sophistication, the cosmic alignment, the global distribution. It is as if someone intentionally seeded the world with reminders of a lost age. Survivors of the flood may have understood that humanity could forget, and so they left behind objects that were impossible to ignore, questions that demanded investigation, clues that would challenge the assumptions of future scholars. For the viewer, the implications are staggering. Every OOP art is a thread in a tapestry that suggests a history far older and more advanced than mainstream archaeology allows. They hint at a civilization destroyed, knowledge almost entirely lost, and survivors who became the teachers, the myths, and the builders of the world we inherited. Ignoring these artifacts is not a scholarly choice. It is a failure to confront the evidence. Each one forces us to ask, what did humanity once know, and what can we still learn from the fragments that remain? And so, the forbidden artifacts remain a challenge, a puzzle, and a warning. They hint at a civilization that existed long before the dawn of recorded history, survivors of cataclysms who left behind technology, wisdom, and symbols to guide us in times of peril. Every spark plug, mechanical gear, metal tool, and carved stone begs a single question. How much of our history has been hidden, forgotten, or deliberately obscured? The OOP arts are the clearest evidence that the story of humanity is far more complex than we have been taught. They connect the myths, the symbols, the megaliths, and the sciences into a coherent narrative. A global cataclysm, survivors who carried knowledge, and a legacy deliberately embedded across the earth to be discovered by future generations. They are, in essence, a time capsule, a warning and a beacon from the distant past, urging us to remember, study, and perhaps even avoid repeating the mistakes of our ancestors. If the myths, symbols, megaliths, and OOP arts point to a lost civilization, then geology provides the hard evidence, the undeniable proof that the Earth itself bears witness to cataclysmic events. For decades, mainstream scientists have pieced together the history of the planet, often ignoring anomalies that do not fit conventional timelines. Yet when we examine the geological record carefully, a terrifying pattern emerges: sudden climate shifts, massive floods, and catastrophic events that coincide with a period just before the dawn of recorded history. Could these disasters be the very cataclysms described in myths worldwide? The floods, fires, and ice that supposedly wiped out civilizations and reshaped the world? The most compelling evidence comes from the Younger Dryas period, roughly 12,900 to 11,700 years ago. During this time, the Earth's climate abruptly plunged into near-ice age conditions, freezing much of the northern hemisphere. Temperatures dropped dramatically in a matter of decades, glacier expanded, and sea levels fluctuated violently. Archaeologists and climatologists are increasingly convinced that this sudden event forced the survivors of pre-existing civilizations to migrate, adapt, or perish. Could these survivors have been the sky gods recorded in myth, carrying knowledge across continents in the chaos of environmental collapse? Ice cores from Greenland and Antarctica provide chilling confirmation. Layers of sediment reveal microscopic spheres, nanodiamonds, and shock quartz, all signs of massive cosmic impacts. Some researchers suggest a fragmented comet may have struck the Earth, triggering wildfires, floods, and an abrupt climate shift. Native myths from North America, describing the sky burning and rivers of fire, may not be exaggeration at all, but eyewitness accounts passed down for generations. When we read these stories alongside the geological evidence, the myths and the science begin to converge in an almost impossible alignment. Sea levels offer another clue. Around 12,000 years ago, ocean levels rose by more than 120 meters in less than a few centuries. This is not the slow, gradual rise most people imagine. Entire coastal civilizations would have been swallowed almost overnight. Submerged ruins, like Yonaguni in Japan, or the sunken lands of Doggerland in the North Sea, hint at vast, lost settlements. Could these drowned cities represent fragments of civilizations that survived the cataclysm, only to be erased by rising waters? And if so, is it possible that survivors spread knowledge inland, teaching agriculture, astronomy, and architecture to scattered communities, preserving what they could of the old world? Shifting tectonics adds another layer to the mystery. Around the same period, there is evidence of increased seismic activity and megatsunamis. In the Mediterranean, sediment layers suggest waves hundreds of meters high crashed across coastal plains. In the Americas, enormous deposits of sand and debris point to sudden and massive water events, consistent with flood legends. Could these geologic upheavals explain the sudden appearance of megalithic structures? Perhaps survivors built monuments to remember safe locations, track celestial events, or encode warnings for future generations, using stone precisely because wood, clay, and other materials would be destroyed by fire or water. Volcanism may have played a key role as well. The eruption of Mount Toba in Indonesia, roughly 74,000 years ago, is thought to have caused a volcanic winter. While this predates the Younger Dryas, smaller eruptions during the late Pleistocene and early Holocene could have contributed to localized catastrophes. Ancient myths of fire from the sky, mountains belching smoke, and the heavens burning may reflect these events, preserved across continents as memory rather than scientific report. Survivors would have known to encode these lessons in myth, warning later generations of the destructive power of nature. Permafrost records and lake sediments reveal yet another mystery: sudden changes in vegetation. Pollen layers show abrupt shifts from forests to grasslands and back again, indicating rapid environmental upheaval. Such changes would have devastated food supplies, forcing migrations, wars, and cultural collapse. The survivors, however, adapted. They developed agriculture, stored seeds, and preserved knowledge of edible plants and medicinal herbs. This may explain the sudden leap in technological and agricultural knowledge in disparate regions, a leap too rapid to be explained by slow evolution alone. Impact craters offer additional evidence. Around the globe, scientists have identified craters that coincide with the period of the Younger Dryas. The Hiawatha crater beneath Greenland's ice sheet, for example, shows signs of a massive impact that would have released enormous energy into the atmosphere. Similar evidence exists in the Middle East and South America. Each of these events would have caused localized devastation, fires, and floods, yet survivors persisted, scattering across continents and ensuring the transmission of knowledge. These craters may be the fingerprints of the very cataclysm described in ancient myths, a cosmic event that reshaped humanity's trajectory. Even in modern times, we find submerged forests and ancient riverbeds beneath today's oceans. Off the coast of India and the Maldives, archaeologists have discovered structures and artifacts now submerged, hinting at advanced civilizations that existed long before recorded history. In North America, sonar mapping reveals submerged cities in the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic, remnants of civilizations erased by rising seas. Geology, in this sense, corroborates myth and archaeology. The Earth itself preserves the memory of the cataclysm that nearly ended civilization. One of the most profound implications of this geological evidence is that timescales may need re-evaluation. If these disasters occurred globally and rapidly, the timeline of human history may be far more complex than the neat, linear progression taught in textbooks. Civilizations may have risen, fallen, and risen again in cycles, their knowledge preserved, lost, and rediscovered repeatedly. The survivors of one cataclysm may have seeded the knowledge that allowed the next generation to flourish, creating the sudden leaps in technology, architecture, and astronomy we find across ancient cultures. What is striking is the alignment of geological, mythological, and archaeological evidence. Flood myths correspond to rising sea levels. Fire legends align with impact evidence. Shining gods appear immediately after environmental upheaval, teaching survivors the skills needed to rebuild civilization. The convergence is undeniable. When we put geology, mythology, and forbidden archaeology together, a coherent picture begins to emerge. The Earth experienced a global cataclysm, survivors carried knowledge, and humanity was reborn. Yet the mysteries do not end. The speed and magnitude of these events raise questions modern science struggles to answer. How did these survivors navigate the chaos? How did they retain knowledge under extreme conditions? Could they have had technologies that allowed them to survive floods, fires, and ice in ways we can only speculate about today? The geological record confirms the destruction, but the artifacts, myths, and megaliths provide tantalizing hints at the ingenuity of those who lived through it. In the end, the geology is clear. The Earth bears scars of cataclysm, and those scars coincide with periods where human culture and technology appear to leap forward suddenly. The survivors of these disasters may have been humanity's first true teachers, leaving behind not just myths and monuments, but practical knowledge encoded in art, architecture, and science. By reading the geological record alongside archaeology and myth, we can begin to reconstruct a lost history, one of destruction, survival, and the remarkable resilience of human knowledge. The Earth remembers. And if we listen closely, it whispers the story of a civilization that endured unimaginable catastrophe, only to rise again, shaping the foundations of the world we inhabit today. Across cultures and continents, one theme dominates the earliest stories of human civilization: flood. Whether it is Noah's Ark in the Bible, Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Manu in the Hindu texts, or the Muisca and Hopi traditions in the Americas, every ancient society recounts a great deluge that reshaped the world. For centuries, scholars dismissed these stories as myth, allegory, or moral instruction. Yet as geology, archaeology, and even oceanography converge, it becomes increasingly clear that these are not mere fables. They are collective memories of real, catastrophic floods that swept across the planet at the end of the last ice age. The timing is striking. Around 12,800 years ago, at the onset of the Younger Dryas, massive ice sheets that had covered much of North America and Europe began to melt abruptly. Meltwater from glacier like the Laurentide ice sheet drained into the oceans, triggering rapid sea level rises of over 100 meters within centuries. Entire coastal settlements disappeared beneath the waves, leaving no trace of their existence except for submerged structures we are only beginning to discover. Doggerland, once a fertile region between Britain and mainland Europe, is one example of land lost to sudden inundation. Yonaguni, off the coast of Japan, hints at an advanced, submerged city. Could these have been remnants of survivor settlements, now preserved underwater as silent witnesses of global catastrophe? Evidence from river sediments provides further support. In Mesopotamia, the layers of silt and clay found in the floodplains of the Tigris and Euphrates suggest sudden, massive inundations that could have reshaped the course of rivers and destroyed entire communities. Similar patterns appear in the Indus Valley, the Nile Delta, and the coastal regions of South America. Geologists note that the scale and speed of these events defy the slow, steady processes traditionally associated with natural change, pointing instead to catastrophic flooding of global proportions. Even more astonishing is the evidence of multiple waves of destruction. In North America, the Mississippi Valley and the Great Lakes region contain layers of sand, gravel, and debris consistent with massive floods, likely caused by the rapid release of glacial meltwater or the collapse of ice dams. In the Caribbean, submerged terraces and sudden sediment deposits hint at tsunamis triggered by both melting ice and undersea seismic activity. The pattern is global. Every continent shows traces of water sweeping across the land, erasing settlements, altering coastlines, and forcing survivors to migrate inland. These geological realities align uncannily with the myths. Ancient Mesopotamian texts describe not just a flood, but one that covered mountains, extinguished life, and spared only a chosen few. Hindu texts describe Manu being warned of a coming deluge and instructed to preserve seeds and knowledge. Native American oral traditions speak of skyfires, tidal waves, and great rains that reshape the land. When juxtaposed with sediment cores, ice cores, and paleoclimate data, the myths suddenly gain credibility. These are not mere stories, but eyewitness accounts passed down for millennia. The mechanisms of these floods are equally fascinating. Rapid glacial melting alone could account for sudden rises in sea levels, but there is increasing evidence for impact events that exacerbated the disasters. Nanodiamonds, microspherules, and shocked quartz found in sediment layers from this period suggest cometary or meteor impacts, releasing enormous energy and triggering tsunamis, wildfires, and atmospheric upheaval. Survivors would have had to endure not just rising water, but firestorms and violent storms, a scenario echoed in global myths of simultaneous water and fire destruction. Submerged civilizations provide further tantalizing clues. Off the coast of India and Sri Lanka, archaeologists have discovered stone structures and streets now lying several meters underwater, dated to the same period as the Younger Dryas floods. Similar sites appear in the Mediterranean, including the submerged ruins near Alexandria and along the coasts of Crete. Each site hints at a once thriving civilization destroyed by sudden inundation, consistent with global myths of a lost world swallowed by the seas. Even human migration patterns reinforce the story. Genetic studies show abrupt shifts in populations around the end of the Ice Age, suggesting that survivors were forced to relocate rapidly. Coastal settlements vanish, inland populations expand, and knowledge spreads in fragmented patterns. Precisely the kind of distribution we would expect if a cataclysm had forced humanity to start anew in isolated pockets. Could these survivors be the same people responsible for megalithic constructions, advanced metallurgy, and encoded myths? The correlation is too strong to ignore. Consider also the astronomical timing embedded in flood myths. Many legends specify the timing of the deluge in relation to celestial events, rising and setting stars, unusual planetary positions, or eclipses. Could these details preserve observations made by survivors who understood the cycles of the heavens and link them to terrestrial disasters? If so, the floods were not random acts of nature but events interwoven with cosmic patterns, carefully recorded in oral traditions for generations. Even modern discoveries in geology echo the scale of catastrophe described in myths. The Black Sea, for example, contains evidence of a massive inundation around 7,600 years ago, when Mediterranean waters broke through the Bosporus, flooding a vast freshwater lake. Some researchers have linked this event to the biblical flood of Noah, suggesting that a localized flood could have been remembered as a global catastrophe. Other flood legends may refer to similar events in different regions, each. Memory preserved in cultural consciousness. The implications are profound. If floods of this magnitude occurred globally, they would have destroyed entire civilizations, forcing survivors to rebuild from scratch. This explains the sudden leaps in knowledge, technology, and culture observed after the Younger Dryas. Agriculture emerges almost overnight, megaliths appear with astonishing precision, and myths encode warnings for future generations. Cataclysmic floods may have served as the crucible in which humanity's knowledge was tested, preserved, and transmitted. Finally, the convergence of geological, archaeological, and mythological evidence suggests a startling conclusion. These floods were real, global, and devastating, shaping not just the land, but the trajectory of human civilization. They confirm the warnings embedded in myths, justify the urgency of megalithic and symbolic knowledge, and provide a scientific framework for understanding the survivors' legacy. Each sediment layer, submerged city, and flood story becomes a chapter in a narrative too extraordinary to be dismissed. The evidence leaves us with an unsettling but exhilarating realization. Humanity's history is not a smooth, linear story, but a saga of survival against forces far greater than ourselves. Floods, fires, and cosmic events erased civilizations, yet knowledge survived, encoded in myth, preserved in stone, and hidden in artifacts. The survivors of these cataclysms became our teachers, leaving clues for generations to decode, urging us to remember, adapt, and endure. As we study these floods, we are not merely learning about water and sediment. We are witnessing the greatest reset in human history, the cataclysm that wiped out advanced civilizations and forced the rebirth of humanity. The question remains, will we heed the lessons encoded in geology, myth, and archaeology, or will we repeat the mistakes of our ancestors, forgetting that the earth remembers every deluge, every flood, and every cycle of destruction? The cataclysm was not merely a moment in time. It was a turning point that reshaped humanity forever. Entire regions were submerged, landscapes altered, and civilizations wiped from the map. Yet, amid this devastation, survivors emerged. These were not ordinary people. They were witnesses of a world-ending catastrophe, carriers of knowledge, and preservers of the fragments of a civilization that existed long before the floodwaters receded. Their story is one of resilience, ingenuity, and the relentless drive to survive, and it may hold the key to understanding how human history truly unfolded. The first challenge for these survivors was sheer survival. Rising seas and violent storms had destroyed settlements, crops, and infrastructure. Coastal communities that had thrived for millennia were gone overnight. Those who remained had to navigate treacherous waters, find new sources of food, and endure extreme climatic conditions. Archaeological evidence from this period shows abrupt shifts in settlement patterns. People moved from the coasts to higher ground, inland river valleys became hubs of habitation, and temporary shelters evolved into semi-permanent structures. These migrations were not random. They followed patterns dictated by geography, climate, and access to resources. In the aftermath of catastrophe, the survivors carried more than their bodies. They carried knowledge. They had witnessed the destruction wrought by floods, fire, and ice, and they understood the importance of passing on what they had learned. This knowledge included agricultural techniques to sustain life in uncertain climates, architectural methods to build sturdier shelters, and astronomical observations to predict seasonal changes. The survivors became teachers, storytellers, and builders, seeding the foundations of the next wave of human civilization. Their migrations created the first threads of a global network, as knowledge spread from region to region. Evidence of this dispersal is visible in the sudden emergence of megalithic sites across multiple continents. In Europe, stone circles and temples appear with a precision that suggests inherited knowledge of geometry and astronomy. In South America, the foundations of complex cities, like Caral and later Tiwanaku, reveal advanced engineering that seems to arrive fully formed rather than gradually evolving. In the Middle East, Early agricultural settlements exhibit sophisticated irrigation systems and urban planning. These developments occur roughly simultaneously across regions previously thought isolated, suggesting that survivors of the Cataclysm carried advanced knowledge wherever they went. Genetic studies also provide insight into the post-cataclysmic migrations. DNA evidence shows a sudden mixing of populations around 12,000 years ago, suggesting widespread movement and intermingling. This pattern aligns with the geological record. Rising seas and environmental collapse forced survivors to seek refuge in new territories, where they integrated with local populations or established entirely new communities. The genetic legacy of these survivors can still be traced in modern populations, hinting at a hidden continuity of knowledge and culture that stretches back far further than conventional history acknowledges. Agriculture and food preservation were critical skills passed on by these survivors. Archaeological finds indicate that early post-cataclysmic communities rapidly adopted crop cultivation and animal domestication, often in regions previously considered unsuitable. This sudden sophistication suggests inherited expertise rather than trial-and-error development. Seeds may have been carried across vast distances, while knowledge of irrigation, soil management, and crop rotation allowed communities to thrive in environments that had been devastated by flood or fire. In effect, the survivors were laying the foundation for civilization as we know it, yet under extraordinary circumstances. Architecture provides further evidence of post-cataclysmic ingenuity. In regions like the Middle East, Europe, and South America, structures constructed shortly after the floods exhibit remarkable durability. Stone walls, megalithic foundations, and elevated platforms reveal a deep understanding of materials, structural stability, and environmental hazards. Survivors may have learned to build for resilience, anticipating natural disasters with a foresight born of experience. The consistency of techniques across distant regions suggests that knowledge was shared, either through migration, trade, or oral traditions, preserving the lessons of the lost civilization. Trade and cultural exchange likely played a crucial role in the rebuilding process. Artifacts found far from their origins, obsidian from Anatolia in Central Europe, seashells from the Mediterranean in inland sites, and metals sourced across continents, indicate that survivors were not isolated. They maintained networks of communication, exchanging goods, ideas, and techniques. This exchange may have accelerated the recovery of civilization, allowing communities to leverage the knowledge and resources of distant peoples, effectively rebuilding the world with the combined wisdom of many survivors. Myths and oral traditions served a dual purpose during this period. They preserved history and conveyed practical survival knowledge. Flood myths, fire legends, and stories of shining gods were not just tales. They encoded instructions on navigating post-cataclysmic landscapes, predicting environmental changes, and using technology safely. Survivors became storytellers, passing on these lessons to the next generation. Over time, these stories evolved into religious and cultural traditions, yet beneath the symbolism lies a practical guide for survival, a roadmap left by those who had endured the end of the world. The survivors' understanding of astronomy and celestial cycles played a vital role in rebuilding society. Observations of the sun, moon, and stars allowed them to track seasons, predict floods, and plan agricultural activities. Megalithic alignments, such as those at Göbekli Tepe, Stonehenge, and the pyramids of Egypt, suggest a shared or inherited knowledge of celestial mechanics. These structures were not only ceremonial, they were functional tools, helping post-cataclysmic communities survive and thrive in a world still recovering from global upheaval. In addition to technology and astronomy, the survivors retained spiritual and symbolic knowledge. Rituals, carvings, and sacred sites often commemorate the cataclysm, serving as memory anchors for societies to remember the events that shaped their existence. These practices reinforced social cohesion, preserved collective memory, and ensured that vital knowledge would not be lost again. In essence, survivors used spirituality as a vehicle to encode history, merging practical survival techniques with myth to preserve lessons for generations. The scale of reconstruction required immense cooperation and innovation. Communities had to adapt quickly, using available resources while avoiding areas prone to flooding, volcanic activity, or seismic instability. The survivors' understanding of geography, water management, and environmental hazards was critical. Elevated settlements, terraced fields, and strategically placed megaliths suggest a deliberate approach to post-cataclysmic urban planning. This was not primitive survival. It was sophisticated adaptation informed by first-hand experience of global catastrophe. Finally, the post-cataclysmic period marked the beginning of what we now recognize as human civilization. Survivors not only endured but flourished, establishing agriculture, governance, and culture. Their migration patterns, knowledge transfer, and technological innovations set the stage for the rise of cities, kingdoms, and eventually empires. Without these survivors, humanity may have reverted to small, scattered bands of hunter-gatherers. Instead, their resilience ensured that knowledge survived, encoded in stone, transmitted orally, and eventually written into history. The story of survivors after the Great Cataclysm is a testament to human ingenuity and perseverance. It is a reminder that knowledge, once attained, can survive even the most devastating events if carefully preserved, shared, and transmitted. From flooded coasts to inland refuges, from makeshift shelters to stone temples, survivors of the Cataclysm shaped the course of history. They were not just witnesses to destruction, they were architects of renewal, bridging the gap between a lost civilization and the foundations of the world we inherit today. If the survivors of the global cataclysm carried knowledge of advanced science, engineering, and agriculture, they also carried something equally powerful: stories. Stories of destruction, survival, and the forces of nature. Stories that encoded practical knowledge in symbolic form. Over time, these narratives evolved into the myths, legends, and religious traditions that form the backbone of human culture today. By examining these tales closely, we can trace the fingerprints of a civilization that existed long before the Ice Age, a civilization whose memory survived through oral traditions, ritual practices, and sacred architecture. The first evidence appears in flood myths, ubiquitous across the globe. In Mesopotamia, the Epic of Gilgamesh recounts Utnapishtim surviving a great flood sent by the gods, preserving seeds and knowledge for the next generation. In the Bible, Noah builds an ark to save humanity and animals from divine wrath. Hindu texts describe manna warned of a deluge, told to preserve life and wisdom. Even indigenous cultures in North and South America recount floods that reshaped the land. Across continents, these myths share startling similarities: divine warnings, a vessel or sanctuary for survivors, and a mission to preserve knowledge. Could these stories be distorted recollections of a real, prehistoric global catastrophe? If so, the myths are far more than allegory. They are encoded historical memory. Beyond floods, the myths convey technological and astronomical knowledge. Many ancient deities are associated with celestial phenomena, suggesting survivors encoded observations of the stars into divine narratives. The Dogon people of Mali, for example, possess detailed knowledge of Sirius B, a star invisible to the naked eye, preserved for centuries through oral tradition. In Mesopotamia, gods and kings are linked to planetary alignments, suggesting that survivors track the heavens carefully. These myths were not entertainment. They were a way of preserving essential knowledge, teaching generations to observe the sky, predict seasons, and navigate a world destabilized by cataclysm. Architecture and sacred geometry also bear the imprint of pre-Ice Age knowledge. Megalithic structures worldwide, from Göbekli Tepe in Turkey to Newgrange in Ireland, encode astronomical alignments, agricultural cycles, and even mathematical constants. Survivors may have built these sites as memory anchors, physical repositories of knowledge meant to withstand natural disasters and the erosion of time. Temples, pyramids, and stone circles functioned as more than ritual spaces. They were libraries of stone, preserving scientific, agricultural, and cosmological wisdom for future generations. Mythology and religion were the key to interpreting these sites, ensuring that knowledge survived even if literacy or technology was lost. Consider mythical sky gods and divine teachers. Across cultures, deities are credited with teaching humans agriculture, writing, metallurgy, and astronomy. In Sumer, Enki and Ninhursag are credited with gifts of civilization. In Egypt, Thoth brings writing and mathematics. In Hindu mythology, Vishnu and the Devas provide sacred knowledge. Could these divine figures represent survivors of a cataclysmic civilization, remembered as gods because of the extraordinary knowledge they carried? Their mythic status served two purposes: to command attention and respect, and to ensure the preservation of vital knowledge in symbolic form. Rituals. 2. Preserve knowledge. Ancient religious practices often encode practical survival strategies, environmental awareness, and astronomical timing. Seasonal festivals correspond to planting, harvesting, or celestial events. Ceremonial rites mimic historical events, embedding collective memory in performative acts. These rituals were designed to be memorable, repeatable, and resistant to loss over generations. They ensured that even as the world recovered from catastrophe, the knowledge of survivors remained embedded in human culture, guiding society's development long before written history. Symbols, myths, and art also carry hidden knowledge. Across civilizations, common motifs recur: serpents and dragons associated with water or cosmic cycles, spirals representing the sun or time, sacred numbers like 12, 7, and 360 appearing in calendars and architecture. These symbols are not mere decoration; they are mnemonic devices, designed to convey complex ideas in easily remembered forms. Survivors of the Cataclysm understood the power of symbolic encoding. When written language fails or perishes, symbols endure. Myths became a language of survival, blending science, spirituality, and history into narratives accessible to every generation. Even creation myths may preserve pre-Ice Age knowledge. Many cultures describe humanity arising anew after a catastrophe, often guided by divine figures who teach civilizations essential skills. The Egyptian creation myths, the Hindu stories of cycles of time, and the Native American origin tales all echo a common theme. Civilization is not a linear, unbroken progression, but a cyclical process of destruction and rebirth. Survivors of prior cataclysms were remembered as teachers or divine ancestors, ensuring that the knowledge of a lost civilization endured despite the collapse of infrastructure and technology. Religious texts also hint at advanced technological knowledge disguised as divine power. Weapons of the gods, flying chariots, and miraculous feats may be literal descriptions of technologies inherited from survivors. Vimanas in Hindu texts, chariots of fire in the Bible, and skyships in South American myths all describe objects and technologies beyond what conventional history allows. Scholars often dismiss these as metaphor, yet the consistency of descriptions across cultures suggests a shared memory of extraordinary technology, preserved through myth to survive generations of social and environmental upheaval. Sacred sites worldwide reinforce this pattern. Temples, pyramids, and ceremonial centers often align with solstices, equinoxes, or significant astronomical events, preserving observational data crucial for agriculture and navigation. The precision required implies knowledge passed down from earlier civilizations rather than independent invention. Survivors embedded this knowledge into religious structures, ensuring it could be remembered and utilized by future generations, even when literacy or formal scientific understanding was lost. Finally, myths serve as warnings. Across cultures, stories of floods, fires, plagues, and cosmic events are often paired with moral or practical lessons. Respect nature, observe celestial cycles, preserve knowledge, and prepare for disaster. Survivors of the Cataclysm understood the fragility of civilization and encoded their experience into narratives that taught caution and resilience. These warnings were not simply allegorical; they were survival guides for a post-cataclysmic world, ensuring that the mistakes of the past would not be repeated. When we piece together the evidence, a startling picture emerges. Myths, religion, and sacred traditions are not random cultural artifacts. They are the living memory of a civilization that existed long before the Ice Age, encoded in stories, rituals, symbols, and architecture. They carry practical knowledge of astronomy, agriculture, engineering, and survival, as well as moral and spiritual guidance. Survivors of the Cataclysm preserve these lessons, ensuring that future generations could rebuild, adapt, and thrive. By studying myths and religion with this perspective, we gain a window into a lost world. We see echoes of advanced knowledge, hints of forgotten technologies, and fragments of a civilization that modern history refuses to acknowledge. We recognize that human culture is not purely a story of linear progress, but a story of survival, adaptation, and the preservation of knowledge against unimaginable odds. The myths are the threads that connect the present to the pre-Ice Age past, revealing that humanity has endured, learned, and rebuilt time and again. In the end, the religious and mythological record is not merely spiritual. It is archaeological, technological, and scientific in encoded form. It is the legacy of survivors who faced the end of the world and chose to preserve knowledge for those who would come after. By decoding these myths, we do not just learn about beliefs, we learn about history, science, and the extraordinary resilience of human intelligence. We begin to see a pre-Ice Age civilization, destroyed by catastrophe but immortalized in story, ritual, and sacred architecture, whispering across millennia to those willing to listen. When we examine the archaeological record, one of the most compelling mysteries is the presence of advanced technologies that appear suddenly and then vanish. Across continents, we encounter tools, machines, and constructions that defy conventional timelines, suggesting the existence of a civilization with knowledge far beyond what was thought possible. These artifacts are often dismissed as anomalies, yet when viewed collectively, they paint a startling picture: a world of sophisticated engineering, lost to time and buried beneath the debris of cataclysmic events. Take, for instance, the Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of Greece. This ancient device, often called the world's first analog computer, dates to around 100 BCE and is capable of predicting astronomical events with incredible precision. Its complex system of interlocking gears suggests an understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and mechanics far beyond the capabilities of the era in which it was found. Scholars have struggled for decades to explain its existence. Could it be a remnant of a pre-Ice Age civilization that survived the global cataclysm and passed down knowledge of machinery and astronomy? Similarly, the Baghdad battery, dated to roughly 200 BCE, is a clay jar containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod, capable of generating a primitive electric current. While some argue it was merely a curiosity, experiments suggest it could have been used for electroplating or other applications requiring electricity. If accurate, this means humans had knowledge of electricity centuries before it is officially documented in modern history. The presence of such technology challenges the linear narrative of human development and hints at lost knowledge inherited from ancient survivors. In South America, the Nazca lines present another enigma. These enormous geoglyphs, visible only from the sky, depict animals, geometric patterns, and celestial markers with extraordinary precision. The scale, accuracy, and alignment with astronomical events suggest knowledge of mathematics and surveying that seems impossibly advanced for a pre-Columbian civilization. Could these lines have served a functional purpose, perhaps as astronomical calendars or navigation aids left by survivors of a lost civilization? They may be more than art. They could be evidence of an ancient technological and scientific heritage deliberately encoded into the landscape. The London hammer, embedded in rock estimated to be hundreds of millions of years old, presents a similarly confounding puzzle. Its design is unmistakably modern, yet it exists in a geologic context that predates humanity as we know it. Whether one considers it a misdated concretion or a literal anachronism, the artifact raises profound questions about the existence of technology in eras thought to be prehistoric. It hints at the possibility that tools, knowledge, and engineering were far older than mainstream history acknowledges, preserved, lost, and sometimes mysteriously resurfacing. Other mechanical anomalies exist in Asia. Ancient Chinese artifacts exhibit precision gear systems, drilled holes, and components that could only have been produced with advanced machining techniques. In Russia, artifacts show evidence of magnetism and metallurgical knowledge far beyond the accepted timeline. Even in Africa, objects unearthed in various archaeological layers suggest that metallurgy, stone-cutting, and engineering were far more sophisticated than conventional narratives allow. The consistency across distant regions implies the survival and dissemination of advanced knowledge, perhaps carried by survivors of the global cataclysm. Megalithic architecture provides further proof. Sites like Göbekli Tepe, Stonehenge, and the pyramids of Egypt demonstrate advanced engineering, astronomy, and alignment with celestial events. These constructions required precise measurements, massive stone-moving capabilities, and a deep understanding of structural forces. The sudden appearance of these structures, often with no precursors in nearby areas, implies that knowledge was inherited rather than independently developed. Survivors of a cataclysm may have brought expertise in construction, geometry, and astronomy, creating monuments that preserve both practical and symbolic knowledge for future generations. Even metallurgy offers clues of lost technology. Artifacts from Colombia, Egypt, and Mesopotamia exhibit refined alloying techniques, unusual metals, and intricate designs impossible for the supposed technological level of their era. Some metals, like electrum, require careful manipulation of gold and silver at high temperatures. The precision and skill involved suggest a mastery of chemistry and material science that was later forgotten. Could this knowledge have been transmitted by survivors, encoded into religious or ceremonial artifacts to ensure its survival? Water management and agriculture also reflect forgotten engineering. Ancient civilizations constructed irrigation systems, terraces, and reservoirs capable of sustaining large populations. In Peru, the Nazca and pre-Inca societies engineered aqueducts and underground channels to supply water in arid regions. In Mesopotamia, early irrigation systems indicate sophisticated hydraulic knowledge. These innovations may have been adaptations of pre-Ice Age techniques, refined and preserved by survivors seeking to rebuild civilization in regions affected by catastrophic floods and climate shifts. Even navigation may hold remnants of lost technology. Ancient maps, like the Piri race map, depict coastlines with astonishing accuracy, including areas now submerged by rising seas. The precision of these maps suggests knowledge of geography, measurement, and possibly astronomy that predates known cartographic skill. Could these be the product of survivors mapping the world as it was before the Cataclysm, preserving knowledge for future generations? The maps are not mere curiosities. They are evidence that advanced observation and recording techniques existed far earlier than mainstream history acknowledges. The cumulative evidence suggests a world where knowledge was far more advanced than previously believed. Machines, metals, maps, and architecture indicate a civilization capable of understanding the cosmos, manipulating materials, and engineering infrastructure on a global scale. Yet these technologies vanished, leaving only scattered artifacts and myths as evidence. Why? Cataclysm, war, and environmental collapse likely destroyed much of this knowledge, forcing humanity to rebuild from scratch. Survivors carried fragments, encoded them in myth and ritual, and occasionally left behind tangible artifacts as reminders of what once was. Even in tools that appear simple, there is evidence of lost sophistication. Stone implements, pottery, and ceramics from the pre-Ice Age era often display precision shaping, uniformity, and material selection that suggest advanced techniques. These are not the crude implements of hunter-gatherers. They reflect knowledge of stress, hardness, and utility, a technology of survival encoded in everyday objects. Such artifacts hint at a culture that mastered material science long before the rise of recognized civilizations. One of the most striking aspects of these lost technologies is their global distribution. From Europe to South America, Africa to Asia, similar levels of craftsmanship, engineering, and astronomical knowledge appear in disparate regions. This implies either an advanced civilization that existed globally before the Cataclysm or a network of survivors who disseminated knowledge as they migrated. Either scenario challenges conventional history, suggesting that the accepted timelines of technological development are incomplete, if not entirely inaccurate. The implications are staggering. If these advanced technologies existed, humanity may have experienced a renaissance before recorded history, only for it to be obliterated by global catastrophes. Survivors preserved fragments, and these fragments became the foundation for the civilizations we recognize today. Artifacts, megaliths, and myths are not just curiosities. They are the remnants of a sophisticated, pre-Ice Age world, waiting to be fully understood and integrated into our understanding of human history. Ultimately, the evidence of lost engineering, metallurgy, and technology underscores a fundamental truth. Human civilization did not start from scratch. It began as a phoenix rising from the ashes of a world-ending cataclysm. The knowledge of survivors, encoded in machines, architecture, and tools, influenced the civilizations that followed, even if the origin of that knowledge was forgotten. Recognizing these artifacts as remnants of a lost technology allows us to reimagine our past, a past where human ingenuity and survival intersected with catastrophe on a global scale. In the end, these advanced technologies are a silent testimony to human resilience, ingenuity, and the enduring quest for knowledge. They remind us that the story of humanity is far more complex, more dramatic, and more mysterious than conventional history admits. They hint at a pre-Ice Age civilization whose legacy shaped the world, and whose secrets, though buried and forgotten, still echo through the artifacts, structures, and myths that survive today. Across the globe, from the windswept plains of Europe to the jungles of South America, enormous stone structures rise silently, challenging our understanding of ancient human capabilities. These megaliths are more than monuments. They are evidence of sophisticated engineering, precise planning, and advanced knowledge that conventional history struggles to explain. The sudden appearance of these colossal constructions, often in areas with no prior technological precedent, suggests the influence of a lost civilization, survivors who inherited pre-Ice Age engineering expertise and passed it down across generations. Take Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey. Buried beneath centuries of soil, this site predates Stonehenge by some 6,000 years and consists of massive T-shaped stone pillars, intricately carved with depictions of animals and celestial symbols. The stones, some weighing over 20 tons, were quarried, transported, and arranged with a precision that modern engineers marvel at. Archaeologists debate how hunter-gatherer societies achieve such feats, yet the solution may lie in inherited knowledge from survivors of an earlier civilization, whose skills were preserved through oral tradition and practical necessity. Stonehenge in England presents another enigma. While aligned with solstices and lunar cycles, the methods used to transport bluestones from over 200 kilometers away remain a mystery. The precision required to align massive stones with astronomical phenomena implies a profound understanding of both geometry and celestial mechanics. Could the builders have inherited techniques from pre-Ice Age survivors who understood these principles intimately? The repetition of similar alignments across distant megalithic sites worldwide suggests a shared source of knowledge rather than coincidental development. Across the Atlantic, the Nazca lines in Peru add a further layer of intrigue. These geoglyphs, covering hundreds of square kilometers, depict animals, humans, and geometric patterns with extraordinary precision. The scale of the work, visible only from elevated perspectives, suggests not only knowledge of surveying but also of geometry and possibly astronomy. Were these lines ceremonial, navigational, or perhaps encoded records of advanced knowledge inherited from pre-Ice Age civilizations? They raise profound questions about the ability of post-cataclysmic survivors to transmit technical skills across generations and landscapes. Megalithic structures in South America, including Tiwanaku and Sacsayhuaman, demonstrate incredible precision in stone cutting and fitting. Massive stones, some weighing hundreds of tons, were shaped to fit perfectly without mortar, enduring earthquakes and centuries of wear. The engineering methods remain elusive, hinting at lost tools, techniques, or knowledge passed down from civilizations destroyed by floods, fire, and climate upheavals. Could these structures represent a continuation of pre-Ice Age architectural mastery, preserved in the hands of survivors who knew that knowledge was their most precious inheritance? Africa, too, bears witness to monumental engineering. The pyramids of Giza exhibit precision in alignment, mass transportation, and material selection that continue to baffle modern scientists. The Great Pyramid aligns almost perfectly with the cardinal points and incorporates sophisticated internal architecture. While traditional theories credit the Egyptians with extraordinary innovation, the sudden sophistication of these constructions parallels similar leaps observed elsewhere. Could the inspiration or techniques have been preserved from a global network of survivors, each contributing to a lineage of knowledge spanning continents? Even in Asia, megalithic tombs, temples, and ceremonial sites showcase remarkable engineering skill. In India, the stone temples of Mahabalipuram demonstrate precise carving, advanced drainage systems, and alignment with celestial events. In China, early pyramidal structures and stone circles hint at inherited geometric and astronomical understanding. Across the vast Asian continent, these constructions suggest that advanced knowledge was not isolated but shared, preserved in stone as a tangible record of pre-Ice Age capabilities. One of the most compelling aspects of megalithic architecture is its integration with the natural environment. Builders often selected sites with geological advantages, elevated positions, stable bedrock, and proximity to rivers. This suggests an intimate understanding of geology and engineering principles, knowledge that could only be gained through observation and experience over generations. Survivors of the Cataclysm, forced to rebuild in a changed landscape, likely transmitted this understanding as a survival imperative, encoding their expertise in monumental architecture. Astronomical alignment is another common feature. From Stonehenge solstices to Newgrange winter sunrise alignment, many sites reflect a deep awareness of celestial cycles. The precision required indicates careful observation over decades, knowledge that may have been passed down from pre-Ice Age survivors who linked cosmic patterns to agriculture, navigation, and ritual practices. These structures were functional as well as symbolic, serving as calendars, observatories, and repositories of technical knowledge, ensuring that critical understanding survived the upheavals of Cataclysm. Megaliths also serve as cultural memory anchors. Carvings, symbols, and layouts encode stories, mythologies, and practical lessons. Animal depictions may correspond to seasonal cycles, celestial symbols to astronomical knowledge, and geometric patterns to engineering principles. By embedding knowledge into enduring stone, survivors ensured that even if literacy was lost, essential information would persist. The monuments became a bridge between generations, a way to transmit advanced knowledge safely through the most turbulent times. The global distribution of megaliths strengthens the case for a shared pre-Ice Age legacy. Sites with similar architectural principles, astronomical alignments, and engineering feats appear in Europe, the Americas, Africa, and Asia, often separated by thousands of kilometers. Independent invention seems increasingly unlikely. Instead, the evidence suggests that survivors of the global cataclysm carried knowledge, techniques, and symbolic traditions across continents, seeding the foundation of civilizations that would follow. Even the logistics of construction reveal advanced planning. Moving stones weighing tens or hundreds of tons required not only labor but engineering ingenuity. Ramps, sledges, levers, and possibly water or lubrication techniques may have been employed. The precision with which stones were cut and positioned suggests knowledge of leverage, weight distribution, and material properties, lessons survivors had learned through necessity and painstaking experience. Each monument stands as a testament to human ingenuity applied under extreme circumstances. The purpose of these structures is multifaceted. They were ceremonial, observational, and functional. They recorded knowledge, reinforced social cohesion, and provided guidance for survival. Their enduring presence ensures that the legacy of pre-Ice Age civilizations, survivors' ingenuity, technical mastery, and encoded wisdom, remains accessible to those who study, explore, and decode their secrets. In essence, megaliths are stone time capsules, holding within them the lessons and capabilities of a lost world. Finally, the evidence of megalithic architecture underscores a fundamental truth: knowledge survived catastrophe. While floods, fires, and ice may have destroyed cities and displaced populations, the survivors encoded their expertise in enduring stone, allowing future generations to inherit, adapt, and build upon it. The monuments are not just relics of the past, they are evidence of continuity, resilience, and the transmission of pre-Ice Age intelligence across millennia. The global pattern of megalithic construction invites us to reconsider human history. These monuments are not isolated achievements, they are interconnected pieces of a larger narrative. They suggest a civilization, or network of civilizations, that existed before the Ice Age, destroyed by Cataclysm, yet preserved through survivors' ingenuity. By studying these structures, their alignments, materials, and symbolism, we begin to reconstruct the forgotten chapters of human history, revealing a story of catastrophe, survival, and enduring technological mastery. Megaliths, therefore, are more than awe-inspiring. They are proof of human resilience and knowledge preservation. They remind us that even in the face of global catastrophe, intelligence, observation, and ingenuity endure. They challenge the linear timelines of history, revealing a legacy that predates the civilizations we thought were the first. And most importantly, they whisper a tantalizing truth: humanity's story is far older, more sophisticated, and more mysterious than conventional history has ever admitted. Long before telescopes, satellites, or modern science, humans looked to the sky with astonishing precision. Across the globe, ancient civilizations observed celestial patterns, documented cycles, and incorporated this knowledge into architecture, myth, and daily life. But what if much of this astronomical knowledge did not originate independently in disparate cultures, but was inherited from survivors of a pre-Ice Age civilization? The evidence suggests that advanced observations of the heavens were preserved through Cataclysm, encoded in monuments, myths, and rituals, linking past and present in ways modern science is only beginning to appreciate. Consider Göbekli Tepe. Built over 11,000 years ago, long before the advent of agriculture, its T-shaped pillars are adorned with carvings of animals and abstract symbols. Some researchers propose these carvings correspond to constellations, serving as a cosmic calendar for tracking seasonal changes or celestial events. The precision and consistency suggest more than guesswork. It points to systematic observation, preserved knowledge, and perhaps even a sophisticated understanding of precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis. This was knowledge survivors of global catastrophes would have relied upon to anticipate seasonal shifts, agricultural timing, and environmental changes. Stonehenge in England provides another compelling example. Its alignment with the solstices indicates an intimate understanding of the sun's movement across the sky. But beyond tracking the sun, Stonehenge aligns with lunar cycles, eclipses, and other celestial phenomena, suggesting the builders had a far-reaching grasp of astronomy. How did hunter-gatherers, who were supposedly technologically primitive, achieve such precision? One possibility is that the knowledge was inherited from survivors of pre-Ice Age civilizations, who carefully encoded their celestial expertise into monumental architecture for future generations. In the Americas, the Nazca Lines offer another striking demonstration. These massive geoglyphs, visible primarily from above, align with solstices and other astronomical markers. Some of the geometric patterns correspond to stellar constellations, suggesting that the creators were not only observing the skies but encoding their observations into long-lasting symbols. These lines may have served multiple functions: ceremonial, navigational, and educational, transmitting astronomical knowledge in a form that could survive generations even if literacy and formal mathematics were lost. Mesoamerican civilizations, including the Maya and the Aztecs, exhibit detailed astronomical records preserved in codices and temple alignments. They track solar and lunar cycles, eclipses, and the movements of Venus with remarkable accuracy. While mainstream historians often view this as an isolated development, patterns across time and geography suggest continuity with pre-Ice Age survivors' observations. Knowledge of celestial cycles would have been crucial for surviving in a post-cataclysmic world, predicting seasonal floods, planning agriculture, and coordinating social and ceremonial activities. The Egyptians offer further evidence. Pyramids and temples, including the Great Pyramid of Giza, demonstrate alignment with the cardinal points and specific stars. The Orion constellation, associated with Osiris, is reflected in the layout of the pyramids, indicating an advanced understanding of stellar positions and their significance. These alignments were not arbitrary. They functioned as practical guides for agricultural timing, navigation, and ritual observance, suggesting that survivors' knowledge of astronomy was meticulously preserved and institutionalized over millennia. Even the myths themselves encode celestial knowledge. Across cultures, gods and legendary figures are associated with planets, stars, or cosmic cycles. The Dogon people of Mali, for example, possess detailed knowledge of Sirius B, a star invisible to the naked eye, preserved through oral tradition for centuries. In Hindu texts, deities are associated with planetary movements and eclipses. These mythological frameworks may have served as mnemonic devices, enabling precise knowledge of the heavens to survive through generations, particularly when written records were scarce or lost. Ancient calendars provide another window into this inherited knowledge. The Mayan calendar, the Sumerian calendar, and even early Egyptian calendars reveal an understanding of solar, lunar, and planetary cycles that would have been impossible to acquire without centuries of careful observation. Survivors of global catastrophes likely relied on such calendars to plan agriculture, migrations, and ritual events, encoding this essential knowledge into their descendants' cultural and religious practices. The calendars are not merely chronological tools, they are survival instruments passed down from a forgotten era. Monuments themselves functioned as observatories. Pillars, stone circles, and temple complexes were positioned to track the sun, moon, and stars with incredible precision. Alignments could indicate solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles, effectively allowing societies to predict celestial events decades or even centuries in advance. Survivors of pre-Ice Age civilizations may have designed these observatories to safeguard astronomical knowledge against further catastrophe, ensuring that the ability to read the heavens was never lost. Even seemingly decorative carvings and symbols may encode astronomical data. Animal motifs, spirals, and geometric patterns found on megaliths and artifacts often correspond to celestial phenomena, such as constellations or planetary movements. By translating myth into physical symbols, survivors created a durable, cross-generational memory system. These motifs were not merely artistic, they were sophisticated data storage, preserving the knowledge required to survive and thrive in a world that had already endured catastrophic upheaval. Global consistency is striking. Across continents, ancient cultures independently developed astronomical knowledge with remarkable similarity. From the pyramids of Egypt to the stone circles of Europe, the geoglyphs of Peru to the temples of India, there is evidence of precise observation, calendar systems, and star-based navigation. The patterns suggest either shared knowledge passed down from pre-Ice Age survivors or a universal necessity for observing the sky in order to survive after global catastrophe. Either scenario points to a continuity of astronomical expertise far older than conventional history allows. Even metallurgy and toolmaking may have played a role in astronomical observation. Polished instruments, sighting rods, and stone or metal markers found in ancient sites indicate that early humans had not only observational skills but the ability to create tools to enhance precision. Survivors of catastrophic events likely depended on these tools to track celestial cycles accurately, passing on both instruments and knowledge to subsequent generations. The combination of practical tools and encoded myths ensured that astronomical expertise endured long after the cataclysm. Ultimately, the study of ancient astronomy reveals a profound truth. Knowledge can survive cataclysm if encoded creatively. Pre-Ice Age survivors preserved their understanding of the heavens through architecture, ritual, myth, and symbolism. Even as cities were destroyed and technology was lost, this knowledge endured, guiding the reconstruction of civilization and influencing cultures thousands of years later. Modern science, in piecing together these patterns, is only beginning to recognize the sophistication and global reach of this inherited astronomical understanding. The implications are staggering. If celestial knowledge survived the Ice Age cataclysm through careful observation, encoding, and preservation, it suggests that human civilization has a much older, more complex history than previously acknowledged. Monuments, myths, and rituals are not mere artifacts of culture. They are evidence of advanced observation, planning, and intellectual continuity. Survivors of a cataclysmic past ensured that this knowledge would not vanish, leaving a legacy that continues to inspire awe and provoke questions about what humanity truly knew in ages before written history. In essence, ancient astronomy demonstrates the ingenuity and foresight of pre-Ice Age survivors. They encoded complex knowledge into the fabric of their societies, ensuring that even in the face of global catastrophe, humanity could navigate, survive, and rebuild. Each megalith, geoglyph, and myth is a message across millennia. The sky was not just observed, it was understood, preserved, and passed on. By studying these celestial legacies, we gain not only insight into ancient science but a profound appreciation for the resilience and intelligence of humanity itself. The Earth has always been a dynamic and unpredictable force, capable of reshaping landscapes, altering climates, and forcing humanity to adapt or perish. The period leading up to and following the last ice age was one of the most dramatic in the planet's history. Vast glacier advanced and retreated, sea levels rose and fell, and catastrophic events like floods, volcanic eruptions, and earthquakes transformed the environment in ways that would have been nearly impossible for early humans to withstand. These shifts were not gradual, they were sudden, brutal, and global, leaving survivors to navigate a world that was both familiar and profoundly changed. Evidence of this ancient climate upheaval comes from ice cores, sediment layers, and fossil records. Scientists have identified rapid spikes in temperature and sudden flooding events that coincide with the extinction of megafauna and the disappearance of entire human settlements. Around 12,000 years ago, the Earth experienced a series of abrupt climate events, sometimes called the Younger Dryas, that caused massive glacial melt, tsunamis, and shifts in precipitation patterns. These environmental catastrophes would have devastated established civilizations, wiping out infrastructure, crops, and the very knowledge that had allowed human populations to thrive. Survivors of these cataclysms faced extreme challenges. Rising seas inundated coastal settlements, rivers overflowed, and fertile plains turned to marshland or desert. Populations were forced to migrate, often over vast distances, in search of safe lands with adequate resources. Archaeological records indicate sudden abandonment of previously thriving settlements in North America, Europe, and the Middle East, consistent with rapid environmental collapse. Those who survived had to adapt quickly, applying ingenuity, inherited knowledge, and careful observation to endure in an unpredictable world. Climate change also reshaped the physical geography of the Earth. Massive glacier carved valleys, created lakes, and redirected rivers. Coastal regions disappeared beneath rising oceans, erasing settlements and trade networks that had existed for millennia. The remnants of these lost cities, now submerged, are glimpses of a civilization that predates recorded history. Underwater archaeology has begun to uncover ruins off the coasts of India, Japan, and the Mediterranean, revealing foundations, walls, and artifacts that suggest sophisticated urban planning and engineering existed long before the Ice Age. These discoveries reinforce the notion that climate events were not only destructive but transformative, forcing survivors to rebuild on new terrain with altered ecosystems. Volcanic activity played a role as well. Eruptions released ash, altered climate patterns, and triggered local floods and fires. Evidence from tephra layers in Greenland and North America indicates that major volcanic events coincided with periods of abrupt climate change. Survivors would have had to contend with ash-laden skies, toxic soils, and fluctuating temperatures while preserving knowledge and maintaining social cohesion. In many ways, surviving these challenges required not only physical resilience but also the ability to encode practical knowledge into tools, rituals, and architecture, ensuring that lessons learned could guide future generations. The impact on agriculture was profound. Crops that had thrived for generations failed under new climatic conditions, forcing survivors to experiment with new plant varieties, irrigation techniques, and cultivation methods. Seeds were transported over long distances, and early domestication practices were refined to adapt to unstable environments. The survivors' ingenuity laid the foundation for agriculture as we know it today, but it was a hard-won knowledge, forged in the crucible of climate catastrophe. Every terrace, aqueduct, and granary tells a story of adaptation, survival, and careful observation of nature's cycles. Migration patterns reveal the human response to climate change. Populations moved from glaciated northern regions to more temperate areas, from flooded coastal plains to higher inland valleys, and across continents in search of safety and sustenance. These migrations were not haphazard. They followed predictable environmental cues and resource availability. Genetic studies confirm sudden mixing of populations around 12,000 years ago, suggesting widespread movement and intermingling. The survivors carried with them not just their genes but their knowledge, agricultural techniques, construction methods, and astronomical understanding, spreading the foundations of civilization across the globe. Even spiritual and cultural practices were shaped by climate events. Catastrophic floods, storms, and droughts became central motifs in mythology and ritual. Survivors encoded their experiences into stories of gods, heroes, and divine punishment, ensuring that practical knowledge, warning signs of environmental upheaval, survival strategies, and observation of celestial events was preserved for future generations. Religious practices often aligned with seasonal cycles, agricultural timing, and water management, reflecting a deep understanding of environmental patterns that had been critical to survival during the Ice Age. Some of the most compelling evidence of climate-driven adaptation comes from megalithic architecture. Sites like Göbekli Tepe, Stonehenge, and the pyramids of Egypt were not only ceremonial, they were designed with environmental and astronomical precision. Elevated platforms, terraced fields, and water management systems indicate an intimate knowledge of geology, hydrology, and seasonal cycles. Survivors used these structures as functional tools to adapt to a changing environment, encoding practical knowledge into enduring stone that would guide future generations through climatic uncertainty. The global nature of these events is striking. From the Americas to Europe, Africa, and Asia, civilizations experienced sudden environmental stress simultaneously. This synchronization implies that climate change was not local but planetary in scale. The survivors' ability to rebuild, adapt, and transmit knowledge across such a vast and altered landscape speaks to an extraordinary level of resilience and ingenuity. It also suggests that pre-Ice Age civilizations were interconnected, sharing knowledge through migration, trade, and cultural exchange, creating a network of survival that spanned continents. Rising seas and glacial melt also reshaped the oceans. Submerged cities, harbors, and trade routes bear witness to the extent of the transformation. Ancient coastlines, now underwater, likely hosted thriving civilizations that had developed advanced maritime knowledge. These communities would have been forced to adapt quickly or perish as rising waters claimed their homes. Survivors of these maritime catastrophes may have carried their seafaring expertise inland, spreading knowledge of navigation, trade, and coastal engineering to new regions. The consequences of climate change extended to technology and resource management. Scarcity forced survivors to innovate. Tools became more efficient, construction techniques more durable, and agriculture more resilient. Metalworking, stone cutting, and water management technologies advanced rapidly under pressure, demonstrating that catastrophe can accelerate innovation rather than suppress it. These adaptive strategies, preserved in artifacts and monuments, reveal the ingenuity of survivors who not only endured the Ice Age but laid the groundwork for subsequent civilizations. In conclusion, the evidence of ancient climate change and cataclysm reveals a story of destruction, adaptation, and human resilience. Ice Age events reshaped landscapes, erased civilizations, and forced survivors to migrate, innovate, and preserve knowledge in new forms. Monuments, artifacts, myths, and rituals all bear witness to this process, encoding lessons of survival, astronomy, agriculture, and engineering. The pre-Ice Age survivors were not passive victims of climate. They were active adapters, knowledge preservers, and engineers of civilization's rebirth. By studying these climate events, we gain insight into the profound impact of environmental change on human history. We see that survival required not only physical endurance but also intellectual ingenuity, the ability to observe, predict, and adapt. These lessons echo through millennia, reminding us that knowledge, innovation, and resilience are humanity's most enduring tools. Lessons learned in the crucible of the Ice Age, preserved by those who refused to let civilization perish. Long before recorded history, humans had already begun to explore the vast oceans that connect continents. Evidence from archaeology, mythology, and ancient artifacts suggests that pre-Ice Age civilizations may have possessed advanced maritime knowledge, enabling them to navigate, trade, and survive across great distances. While mainstream history credits seafaring mastery to civilizations like the Phoenicians, Polynesians, and Greeks, hints of far older, sophisticated oceanic exploration challenge this narrative, suggesting a global network of survivors carrying knowledge from a civilization lost to cataclysm. One of the most compelling examples comes from the Peary Race Map, a 16th-century chart of the known world that includes remarkably accurate depictions of the coasts of South America and Antarctica, long before Antarctica's ice sheet was properly charted. The precision implies access to earlier sources, potentially maps created by pre-Ice Age civilizations. These maps may have recorded coastlines and navigational knowledge preserved by survivors, enabling subsequent generations to traverse oceans with surprising accuracy. If so, the pre-Ice Age world was far more interconnected than previously imagined. The Pacific Ocean provides additional evidence. The Polynesians navigated vast distances using stars, ocean currents, and wind patterns, reaching remote islands thousands of kilometers from their origin. While their feats are celebrated in history, similar navigation techniques may have roots that extend far deeper into pre-Ice Age times. Survivors of catastrophic floods and glacial events would have relied on maritime skills not only for exploration but for survival, moving populations, transporting knowledge, and connecting distant communities. Their techniques may have been encoded into myth and ritual, passed down for millennia before formal records were ever kept. Archaeological finds also hint at ancient seafaring. Stone anchors discovered in Japan, South America, and the Mediterranean indicate that humans were constructing durable boats capable of long-distance travel thousands of years earlier than previously believed. Some anchors exhibit precise shaping and weighting, suggesting an understanding of balance, buoyancy, and stability. These were not simple rafts, they were engineered vessels, built with knowledge that could have originated from pre-Ice Age maritime experience. Such technology would have been essential for survivors needing to relocate or trade in a world transformed by climate catastrophe. The ancient Sumerians, Egyptians, and Phoenicians all record legends of distant lands reached by sea, some across impossible distances. Tales of lost continents, such as Komori Kandam in Tamil tradition or the legendary land of Punt in Egyptian texts, may preserve memory of actual pre-Ice Age voyages. While myth and legend often disguise historical truth, repeated patterns of maritime exploration across distant cultures suggest that survivors of Cataclysm shared knowledge of navigation, currents, and oceanic conditions, preserving these skills across generations. Even oceanic myths support the theory. Stories of sunken lands, floods, and long voyages appear across cultures, from the Hawaiian legends of great migrations to the Mesopotamian flood narratives. These myths often encode practical maritime knowledge, timing voyages with seasonal winds, interpreting ocean currents, and using celestial navigation. For survivors, encoding this knowledge in narrative form ensured its survival even if written records or technical manuals were lost. Myths became both memory and manual, guiding future generations across treacherous seas. The technological sophistication of early boats also indicates advanced craftsmanship. Dugout canoes, reed vessels, and later plank-built ships were designed with an understanding of hydrodynamics, weight distribution, and material science. Survivors of pre-Ice Age cataclysms may have refined these techniques, enabling populations to traverse oceans in organized fleets. Coastal populations likely depended on these vessels not only for food and trade but for migration, relocating entire communities in response to flooding, rising seas, and resource scarcity. Navigational instruments, though rarely preserved, likely existed in some form. Early cultures may have used sighting devices, stellar charts, and rudimentary compasses to traverse open water. The alignment of megaliths, such as those in the Mediterranean and the Americas, with specific celestial markers may also have served as guides for maritime navigation, helping sailors orient themselves along known routes. In this sense, megaliths were not only terrestrial markers but part of an interconnected navigation system spanning both land and sea. Trade and cultural exchange across oceans support the theory of advanced pre-Ice Age seafaring. Obsidian, shells, and precious stones have been found far from their geological origins, indicating long-distance transport by water. Similarly, artifacts, technologies, and myths show remarkable similarities between distant civilizations, implying that survivors may have traveled, shared knowledge, and established maritime networks long before modern history acknowledges. Maritime connectivity became a vehicle for the survival and dissemination of pre-Ice Age knowledge, linking continents in ways that defy conventional timelines. Underwater archaeology increasingly uncovers evidence of submerged settlements and harbors, hinting at extensive coastal civilizations lost to rising seas. Sites off the coasts of India, Japan, and the Mediterranean reveal foundations, roads, and stone piers, suggesting that organized maritime activity existed thousands of years earlier than mainstream historians admit. Survivors navigating these waterways would have required sophisticated understanding of tides, currents, and seasonal variations, knowledge encoded in oral traditions, rituals, and practical construction. Astronomy and maritime navigation were closely intertwined. Pre-Ice Age survivors likely observed the stars, planets, and celestial cycles to guide their voyages. By understanding the position of Polaris, the rising and setting of key constellations, and lunar cycles, they could travel vast distances with accuracy. Knowledge of celestial navigation was indispensable for survival, particularly after cataclysmic events reshaped coastlines and eliminated familiar landmarks. By embedding astronomical knowledge in myths, megaliths, and ritual calendars, survivors ensured that future generations could navigate both land and sea. The disappearance of pre-Ice Age maritime knowledge may have been sudden but incomplete. While much of the expertise was lost with civilization submerged or destroyed, fragments persisted in myths, ancient maps, and architectural alignments. These fragments inspired later maritime advancements, from Phoenician trade routes to Polynesian voyages, hinting at a forgotten legacy of oceanic exploration stretching back tens of thousands of years. Recognition of this continuity challenges conventional narratives, suggesting that humans were capable of global connectivity long before modern history admits. In essence, pre-Ice Age maritime knowledge was a lifeline for civilization survival. Rising seas, climate upheaval, and regional catastrophes forced populations to move, adapt, and maintain contact across vast distances. Survivors transmitted skills, stories, and technological know-how across generations, ensuring that humanity could endure environmental extremes, rebuild lost settlements, and re-establish trade and cultural exchange. Maritime mastery was not just a convenience, it was a survival imperative, encoded into myth, monument, and artifact. The global pattern is clear: advanced navigation, seafaring technology, and oceanic exploration were not isolated achievements. They were part of a larger, pre-Ice Age legacy preserved by survivors, connecting continents, cultures, and knowledge systems. By examining maps, myths, and submerged archaeology together, we begin to reconstruct the extent of this lost maritime network, revealing a civilization capable of traversing oceans, communicating across continents, and preserving critical knowledge in the wake of catastrophe. Ultimately, evidence of pre-Ice Age seafaring demonstrates that human ingenuity and survival were global in scope. These ancient mariners not only endured cataclysmic events but transformed their understanding of the world into practical, repeatable knowledge. Through ships, celestial navigation, and encoded traditions, they preserved a legacy of exploration, connectivity, and resilience, a legacy that silently shaped the course of human history long before recorded time began. Long before modern hospitals, pharmaceuticals, or scientific methodology, humans had developed sophisticated systems of healing and medicine, knowledge that may trace back to pre-Ice Age civilizations. Archaeological evidence, myths, and ancient texts hint at a deep understanding of the human body, herbal remedies, surgical techniques, and holistic care. This knowledge appears suddenly in multiple, geographically disparate regions, suggesting it was preserved and transmitted by survivors of a global cataclysm, rather than independently invented. In South America, the Moche civilization practiced complex surgeries, including cranial trepanation, centuries before similar techniques appeared in Europe. Skeletal evidence reveals remarkable success rates and signs of careful postoperative care, indicating not only technical skill but a sophisticated understanding of anatomy and healing. Tools, often crafted from obsidian or bronze, allowed for precise incisions, minimizing infection and trauma. How did a society achieve such proficiency without a long developmental timeline? Some researchers argue these skills were inherited knowledge from a civilization that existed long before the recognized historical record, preserved by survivors who understood the critical importance of health in post-cataclysmic survival. In Egypt, ancient medical papyri, such as the Ebers Papyrus, describe hundreds of remedies, surgical techniques, and holistic practices. These texts detail treatments for infections, wounds, and internal ailments using herbs, minerals, and early forms of anesthesia. They also indicate an understanding of sanitation and hygiene, principles that are crucial in preventing disease. While traditionally attributed to the ingenuity of the Egyptians, the abrupt sophistication of these practices parallels other advanced knowledge emerging globally, hinting at a pre-Ice Age foundation. Knowledge survived environmental catastrophe and societal collapse, embedded in texts, oral traditions, and ritual practice. Herbal medicine provides another clear window into lost knowledge. Across continents, humans discovered and preserved remedies derived from plants with potent pharmacological properties. Willow bark, aloe, ginseng, and turmeric, used in diverse cultures for millennia, contain compounds recognized today as pain relievers, antiseptics, and anti-inflammatory agents. The consistency of these discoveries worldwide suggests that survivors carefully observed, tested, and documented the medicinal properties of plants, ensuring that crucial knowledge persisted even when societies were uprooted or destroyed. In addition to herbal remedies, surgical practices reveal surprising levels of sophistication. Evidence from Europe, Africa, and the Americas demonstrates advanced bone setting, wound treatment, and even early forms of prosthetics. These innovations required not just practical skill but an understanding of anatomy, physiology, and healing processes, knowledge that may have originated in a civilization predating the Ice Age. Such expertise would have been indispensable for survival in a harsh, post-cataclysmic environment where injury, disease, and scarcity posed constant threats. Holistic and ritualistic healing also played a crucial role. Ancient shamans, priests, and medicine practitioners acted as custodians of health knowledge, combining physical treatments with spiritual and psychological care. Rituals often incorporated astronomical alignment, seasonal timing, and natural cycles, linking healing practices to the broader environment. This approach suggests that pre-Ice Age survivors understood the interconnectedness of body, mind, and nature, a philosophy of medicine that persisted through millennia even as formal technology was lost. The discovery of ancient surgical tools provides additional clues. Tools made from obsidian, bronze, and bone were often finely crafted, durable, and ergonomically designed. Obsidian scalpels, for instance, are sharper than modern steel scalpels and were used for precise incisions in trepanation and other surgeries. The level of craftsmanship implies centuries of refinement, observation, and practice, skills that may have originated in pre-Ice Age societies and were passed down to ensure survival in the harsh post-cataclysm world. Evidence from traditional medicine systems further supports the idea of inherited knowledge. Ayurveda in India, traditional Chinese medicine, and Amazonian shamanic practices all demonstrate sophisticated understandings of anatomy, physiology, and herbal pharmacology. These systems share surprising parallels: classification of diseases, use of herbal compounds, detoxification practices, and integration of mental and spiritual health into treatment. While these systems developed in isolation over time, their commonalities suggest they may have drawn from a much older, globally dispersed knowledge base, a pre-Ice Age repository of medical wisdom. Interestingly, some pre-Ice Age health knowledge may have included understanding of sanitation and infection prevention. Archaeological sites show evidence of early drainage systems, waste management, and sterilization of tools. Survivors of cataclysmic events would have recognized that disease spread rapidly in unstable environments, forcing the careful maintenance of hygiene and the codification of preventive practices. This knowledge, embedded in daily life and ritual, would have ensured the survival of communities in the immediate aftermath of environmental disasters. The sudden appearance of medical sophistication in multiple regions suggests not only preservation but adaptation and innovation under pressure. Survivors of global catastrophes had to respond to injuries, malnutrition, and new diseases in rapidly changing environments. Necessity drove the refinement of techniques, testing of remedies, and creation of specialized tools. The fact that similar practices emerged across continents hints at a shared pre-Ice Age foundation, transmitted through migration, oral tradition, and apprenticeship among survivors. Cultural preservation of medical knowledge also relied on ritualized teaching and apprenticeship. In many societies, only select practitioners were trained in the art of healing, passing on their knowledge orally or symbolically to protect it from loss. Initiation rituals, sacred texts, and encoded myths ensured that vital knowledge would survive upheaval. This approach reflects an understanding of the fragility of information in the face of catastrophe. Survivors were deliberate in safeguarding the wisdom that could sustain humanity through environmental collapse. Some of the most fascinating evidence comes from ancient dentistry and prosthetics. Teeth in skeletal remains show early attempts at drilling, filling, and realignment, indicating precise knowledge of anatomy, sterilization, and pain management. In some cases, materials such as gold wire or natural adhesives were used to stabilize teeth, revealing both craftsmanship and an understanding of biocompatible materials. These practices were not merely experimental. They reflect a continuum of knowledge passed down from survivors of pre-Ice Age civilization. The implications of advanced pre-Ice Age medicine are profound. They suggest that human health and survival strategies were far more developed than conventional timelines allow. Survivors of catastrophic environmental events preserved crucial knowledge not only for their own survival but for the rebuilding of civilization. They encoded wisdom into tools, rituals, myths, and later texts, ensuring that subsequent generations could continue to thrive despite the loss of cities, records, and technologies. Ultimately, The study of ancient medicine reveals a broader truth. Pre-Ice Age survivors were remarkably observant, methodical, and innovative, combining empirical knowledge with spiritual and holistic practices. Their ability to heal, prevent disease, and adapt to new challenges ensured the survival of human populations in an unstable world. Each artifact, herb, surgical tool, and text carries the echo of a civilization that mastered the human body long before formalized medicine existed. By acknowledging this advanced medical knowledge, we gain a deeper appreciation for the resilience, ingenuity, and foresight of humanity's ancestors. These early healers were not merely reactive, they were proactive, anticipating challenges, experimenting with remedies, and encoding knowledge for posterity. In doing so, they preserved the continuity of human civilization, ensuring that health, survival, and wisdom endured even in the wake of global catastrophe. The ability to manipulate metals and craft advanced tools marks one of humanity's most significant leaps in technological development. Long before recorded history, evidence suggests that pre-Ice Age civilizations possessed sophisticated metallurgical knowledge, enabling them to forge tools, weapons, and structures far beyond the capabilities traditionally attributed to their era. Artifacts recovered from across the globe reveal advanced alloys, precise shaping, and methods of metalworking that challenge conventional timelines, suggesting that survivors of cataclysmic events preserved and refined these technologies over millennia. In South America, the Muisca and Andean civilizations demonstrate remarkable proficiency with gold, silver, and copper long before European contact. Gold artifacts, including intricate jewelry, ceremonial items, and alloyed implements, reveal an understanding of smelting, alloying, and precision casting. These techniques indicate centuries of refinement and experimentation, suggesting that metallurgical knowledge may have been inherited from pre-Ice Age societies. The sudden sophistication seen in early metallurgy parallels patterns found across distant regions, hinting at a global transmission of technology rather than isolated invention. Egypt provides some of the most iconic evidence of advanced metallurgy. Tools used to carve the pyramids include copper chisels and specialized abrasives, capable of shaping granite with remarkable precision. Even more striking is evidence of Bronze Age innovations, which demonstrate knowledge of alloy composition, heat treatment, and casting methods. While historians often attribute these breakthroughs to gradual development, the abrupt emergence of advanced techniques suggests an inheritance of pre-Ice Age expertise preserved through survivors and their descendants. Metallurgy became not only a tool of survival but a medium to construct enduring monuments, codifying knowledge in stone and metal simultaneously. In Europe, ancient mining sites in Sweden, Germany, and the British Isles reveal extensive knowledge of extracting and refining metals. Miners understood the properties of ore, the control of furnace temperatures, and even chemical processes to purify and strengthen metals. Some of these sites predate the conventional Bronze Age, indicating that advanced material science existed far earlier than traditionally recognized. Survivors of global cataclysms likely carried this knowledge as a critical survival skill, enabling communities to craft tools, weapons, and infrastructure necessary to endure environmental upheaval. Asia offers further insights into lost technologies. In India, the Iron Pillar of Delhi stands as a testament to pre-modern metallurgical sophistication. Erected over 1,600 years ago, it exhibits extraordinary resistance to corrosion, achieved through careful selection of materials, environmental observation, and advanced fabrication techniques. Similar practices are found in early Chinese bronze artifacts, which demonstrate uniformity, durability, and complexity that would have required centuries of refinement. These achievements suggest the continuation of technological traditions that may date back to pre-Ice Age civilizations, preserved through meticulous observation, experimentation, and transmission. Even in Africa, evidence points to advanced metallurgy predating written history. Archaeological finds in Tanzania, Nigeria, and South Africa reveal iron smelting techniques, furnaces, and alloys that suggest knowledge of thermodynamics, chemical reactions, and metallurgical principles far beyond what conventional timelines allow. The sudden appearance of these technologies across geographically distant regions indicates a pre-existing, shared body of knowledge, a legacy of pre-Ice Age survivors who adapted their skills to diverse environments and preserved them against the odds. The sophistication of pre-Ice Age metallurgy extends beyond simple alloys. Evidence of lost technologies includes tempered steel, advanced casting methods, and intricate joinery using metal components. Artifacts such as hooks, blades, and ceremonial objects reveal precision and consistency impossible without standardized techniques. The replication of these methods across continents suggests a network of knowledge that survived cataclysm, spread via migration, trade, and oral tradition. This continuity challenges the notion of isolated technological advancement, pointing instead to a globally shared pre-Ice Age foundation. Tools and technology were also deeply integrated with architecture and engineering. Megalithic structures worldwide often incorporated metal components, reinforcing stonework, guiding construction, or serving ceremonial functions. The ability to craft metal levers, chisels, and clamps allowed ancient builders to manipulate massive stones, align them precisely, and endure environmental challenges like earthquakes or floods. Survivors of Cataclysm would have relied on these tools not only for construction but for survival, encoding their techniques in structures that endure to this day. In addition to tools, weapons technology underscores pre-Ice Age ingenuity. Spears, arrowheads, and knives made from bronze, iron, or advanced alloys show remarkable uniformity, sharpness, and durability. These weapons reflect both practical needs for hunting and defense and an understanding of material science, metallurgy, and biomechanics. Survivors preserve this knowledge as a critical means of ensuring safety, sustaining food supplies, and defending territory during periods of instability. The consistency of weapon design across continents hints at shared technical knowledge spanning vast distances and time periods. Beyond practical applications, metallurgy had ceremonial and symbolic significance. Gold, silver, and bronze artifacts often featured intricate designs, inlays, and engravings, serving as markers of social status, ritual function, or cultural memory. The level of craftsmanship indicates not only technical proficiency but also an aesthetic and intellectual tradition, a deliberate preservation of pre-Ice Age artistry and symbolism through material culture. These objects became both functional tools and vessels of inherited knowledge, carrying forward the cultural and technological legacy of lost civilizations. One of the most intriguing aspects of lost metallurgical knowledge is the possibility of advanced alloys and materials that modern science has yet to fully replicate. Ancient bronze and copper alloys, with precise ratios, demonstrate hardness, resilience, and corrosion resistance that challenge conventional understanding of early technology. Similarly, evidence from South American and African sites suggests experimentation with compounds to create durable, lightweight, and functional metals, knowledge that may have been refined by survivors of pre-Ice Age civilization, lost, and partially rediscovered by later cultures. The global pattern of metallurgical sophistication underscores a larger truth. Technology did not develop linearly or independently. The recurrence of advanced techniques across continents suggests knowledge transfer, preservation, and adaptation over tens of thousands of years. Survivors of environmental catastrophe, floods, and glacial events ensured the continuity of these skills, passing them through apprenticeships, rituals, and practical application. Metallurgy became a cornerstone of civilization's resilience, allowing humans to rebuild, innovate, and endure. In essence, the study of pre-Ice Age metallurgy reveals the intelligence, observation, and foresight of our ancestors. They understood the properties of materials, engineered tools for precision, and transmitted knowledge in a way that survived Cataclysm. Each artifact, from a gold pendant to a stone-carving chisel, represents not only technical skill but a conscious effort to preserve civilization's intellectual and practical foundations. The legacy of this lost technology continues to challenge our understanding of human history, suggesting that the roots of advanced engineering, craftsmanship, and industry extend far deeper than previously imagined. Ultimately, lost metallurgical knowledge is more than a curiosity. It is evidence of human resilience and ingenuity. Survivors of pre-Ice Age catastrophes ensured that essential technologies endured, providing the foundation for rebuilding society, crafting monumental architecture, and advancing civilization. By studying these artifacts, techniques, and patterns, we gain insight into a world in which technology, art, and survival were intertwined, and in which knowledge was the most critical tool for enduring the challenges of a transformed Earth. Metallurgy, therefore, stands as a testament to the enduring capabilities of humanity. It reminds us that even in the aftermath of catastrophe, intellectual, practical, and creative knowledge can survive, evolve, and inspire future generations. The legacy of pre-Ice Age metallurgical mastery is not merely about metal. It is a reflection of human tenacity, ingenuity, and the ability to preserve civilization itself against the ravages of time and environmental upheaval. Across the globe, archaeologists continue to unearth artifacts that challenge conventional timelines, suggesting that human civilization may have been far older and more advanced than previously believed. These enigmatic objects, often referred to as anomalous artifacts, include tools, structures, and relics whose complexity defies the accepted technological capabilities of the periods in which they were found. From intricately carved stone spheres to advanced machinery encased in rock, these discoveries hint at a civilization that existed before the Ice Age, a civilization whose knowledge survived catastrophe but left few written records. One of the most striking examples comes from the stone spheres of Costa Rica. These perfectly round, large stones, some weighing several tons, were carved with astonishing precision thousands of years ago. Their purpose remains a mystery. Were they markers, ceremonial objects, or representations of astronomical phenomena? The precision and scale of their construction suggest advanced tools and techniques, far beyond what should have been available to early human societies in that region. Scholars continue to debate whether these spheres were purely symbolic or if they held functional significance in pre-Ice Age society. Another anomaly is found in the fossilized metal objects in the Ural Mountains of Russia. Discovered embedded in rock formations millions of years old, some of these objects resemble tools or mechanical components, seemingly out of place for the geological period. Traditional explanations often attribute them to geological coincidence or misinterpretation, but the recurring pattern of these artifacts across disparate locations raises questions. Could pre-Ice Age survivors have developed metallurgy and engineering that rivaled, or even surpassed, what we assumed was possible for ancient humans? The implications are staggering, suggesting that knowledge of metallurgy and toolmaking may stretch back far earlier than recognized. In South America, the Nazca lines serve as another mysterious relic. While they are primarily considered geoglyphs, their precision, scale, and alignment with astronomical events suggest that they were created with advanced surveying techniques. The coordination required to design and execute these massive works implies not just artistic vision but a sophisticated understanding of geometry, astronomy, and perhaps even long-distance communication, knowledge that may have originated in pre-Ice Age civilizations and been preserved through survivors and their descendants. Equally perplexing are the ancient crystal skulls found in Mesoamerica. These intricately carved objects, made from solid quartz, exhibit smooth surfaces, symmetrical features, and internal clarity that defy conventional carving methods attributed to ancient societies. Some researchers suggest that the skulls were created using techniques lost to history, possibly inherited from a civilization with advanced tools and knowledge. Their purpose remains speculative, ranging from ceremonial use to instruments for energy or astronomical observation, but their craftsmanship indicates an understanding of materials and precision far beyond what early humans were thought capable of. The Saqqara bird, a small wooden artifact from ancient Egypt, also raises questions. Resembling a bird in flight, some theorists suggest it could have functioned as a glider or aerodynamic model, representing an early understanding of aerodynamics. While mainstream archaeologists classify it as a simple bird figurine, experimental recreations have demonstrated that the design could indeed generate lift. If pre-Ice Age survivors influenced Egyptian knowledge, objects like this might hint at the preservation of practical experimentation and technological insight long before recorded history. In the Indian subcontinent, the iron pillar of Delhi demonstrates both metallurgical skill and longevity, resisting corrosion for over a millennium. Some of the techniques used to produce this pillar remain a mystery even to modern metallurgists. While dated post-Ice Age, the pillar hints at an earlier tradition of material science and preservation, possibly passed down from pre-Ice Age societies who mastered the art of creating durable structures and tools capable of withstanding extreme environmental conditions. The Baghdad battery, discovered in Iraq, is another enigmatic artifact. This clay vessel, containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod, resembles a primitive galvanic cell, suggesting it could have been used to generate electricity. While its true purpose is still debated, the very existence of such a device points to experimental knowledge of chemistry and electricity, raising the possibility that early civilizations explored scientific principles far earlier than conventional history recognizes. Could this knowledge have been inherited from survivors of a global cataclysm, encoded in practical artifacts for later rediscovery? Even underwater discoveries provide compelling evidence. Submerged structures off the coasts of India, Japan, and the Mediterranean suggest advanced architecture and city planning predating conventional timelines. Stone foundations, roads, and piers reveal knowledge of construction, engineering, and hydraulics that would have required both technical skill and societal organization. These structures may have been abandoned due to rising seas during the Ice Age, preserving a fragment of pre-Ice Age urban sophistication that modern archaeology is only beginning to uncover. In addition to physical artifacts, petroglyphs and carvings offer tantalizing clues. From North America to Africa, detailed carvings depict beings, tools, and celestial events that do not correspond with the known technological capabilities of the era. Some of these images suggest mechanical concepts, advanced astronomy, or lost technologies, hinting at a deep well of knowledge preserved through symbolic representation. The recurrence of such motifs globally strengthens the theory that pre-Ice Age survivors maintained a sophisticated understanding of the world, encoded in art, myth, and practical tools. The cumulative pattern of anomalous artifacts suggests a deliberate effort by survivors of pre-Ice Age catastrophes to preserve knowledge across generations. By embedding technological, scientific, and astronomical insights into objects, monuments, and symbols, they created a durable repository of wisdom capable of surviving environmental upheaval. These artifacts serve as echoes of a forgotten civilization, bridging the gap between a lost past and the present, and challenging assumptions about the linear progression of human knowledge. Importantly, many of these artifacts are interconnected. For example, the alignment of megalithic structures with celestial events often correlates with symbolic carvings or geoglyphs, suggesting that practical, ritual, and educational purposes were intertwined. Tools, ceremonial objects, and symbolic artifacts collectively encode knowledge in multiple forms, a redundancy designed to ensure survival in case one form of information was lost. This approach demonstrates foresight, planning, and an understanding of human memory and transmission that would have been essential for surviving post-cataclysmic environments. Some researchers have even proposed that anomalies like out-of-place fossils or technological artifacts indicate that pre-Ice Age civilizations may have experimented with machinery or engineering concepts lost to history. While controversial, the sheer consistency and global distribution of these anomalies suggest that something remarkable occurred before the Ice Age, a level of sophistication that mainstream narratives struggle to explain. Whether these artifacts were tools, ceremonial objects, or experiments, they collectively point to a civilization capable of extraordinary feats of knowledge preservation. The implications of these discoveries are profound. Each anomalous artifact challenges the conventional timeline of human development, forcing historians, archaeologists, and scientists to reconsider what is possible in early human history. The existence of pre-Ice Age technology, preserved knowledge, and advanced experimentation reshapes our understanding of civilization's origins, highlighting resilience, ingenuity, and foresight that has often been overlooked or dismissed. Ultimately, the study of mysterious artifacts reveals more than just technical skill. It reveals a story of survival, ingenuity, and the human drive to preserve knowledge against all odds. These objects, enigmatic, precise, and often inexplicable, are tangible connections to a forgotten past, whispers of a civilization that endured catastrophe, encoded its wisdom, and left a legacy that continues to intrigue and inspire. They remind us that history is far more complex, mysterious, and extraordinary than conventional timelines suggest. Long before telescopes, satellites, or modern physics, ancient civilizations gazed at the night sky with astonishing precision, recording movements, cycles, and patterns that shaped their lives. Evidence suggests that pre-Ice Age societies possessed advanced astronomical knowledge, integrating it into agriculture, architecture, navigation, and ritual. The sudden appearance of complex celestial understanding in multiple regions of the world, from the Americas to Africa, Asia, and Europe, raises compelling questions. Could survivors of cataclysmic events have preserved this knowledge, encoding it in monuments, myths, and artifacts to guide future generations through uncertain times? Consider Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey. This monumental site, dating back over 12,000 years, features pillars adorned with intricate carvings of animals, celestial symbols, and geometric patterns. Scholars have noted alignments that correspond to solstices, star positions, and planetary events, suggesting that the builders observed the heavens with incredible accuracy. The precision of these alignments implies not only careful observation over long periods but also the application of mathematical principles, astronomy, and planning, a sophistication that would have been essential for survival in the post-Ice Age world. In Egypt, the Great Pyramids of Giza demonstrate extraordinary alignment with the cardinal points and key stars in Orion's belt. While traditionally attributed to Egyptian ingenuity, some researchers propose that this knowledge could have been inherited from earlier civilizations, predating the Ice Age. The integration of architecture, mathematics, and astronomy suggests a deliberate effort to preserve and apply celestial knowledge, allowing communities to track time, navigate, and anticipate seasonal changes, vital tools in a world recovering from environmental catastrophe. The Nazca lines in Peru also reflect an intimate understanding of the cosmos. Certain geoglyphs correspond to solstices, planetary positions, and prominent stars, indicating that their creators used the landscape as a canvas for astronomical observation. Unlike simple markers, these lines required coordinated design, surveying, and observation over long periods, implying a culture deeply attuned to celestial cycles. Survivors of global climate upheavals may have used such geoglyphs to encode practical knowledge for agriculture, navigation, and ritual, ensuring that the wisdom of pre-Ice Age astronomy endured. Celestial alignment extends to Europe as well. Stonehenge, for example, is oriented to track the solstices, lunar cycles, and possibly eclipses. Its construction reflects knowledge of geometry, mechanics, and astronomy, raising questions about the origin of such sophisticated understanding. Some researchers suggest that knowledge of solar and lunar cycles could have been preserved from pre-Ice Age survivors, passed down through generations and integrated into megalithic monuments. These structures acted as both calendars and observatories, linking human activity to cosmic rhythms. In South America, the Maya civilization developed intricate calendars and astronomical records that tracked planetary cycles, eclipses, and celestial events with remarkable precision. While the Maya postdate the Ice Age, the sudden sophistication of their knowledge suggests the inheritance of long-standing astronomical traditions. Observing the heavens allowed these societies to regulate planting, ceremonial timing, and navigation, demonstrating how pre-Ice Age knowledge of celestial mechanics could have been preserved and adapted over millennia. Evidence also comes from ancient Chinese astronomy, where meticulous records of comets, eclipses, and planetary motions were maintained. These records often predate modern historical accounts, suggesting that knowledge was transmitted through oral tradition and written records long before standardized calendars existed. Survivors of pre-Ice Age cataclysms would have relied on such knowledge to predict seasonal shifts, understand climate patterns, and coordinate migrations, preserving this expertise as a lifeline for civilization. Even in Polynesia, star-based navigation highlights the practical application of astronomical knowledge. Sailors used the rising and setting positions of stars, the movement of planets, and the behavior of ocean currents to traverse vast distances across the Pacific. These techniques, while celebrated in historical records, may echo a deeper tradition inherited from pre-Ice Age survivors, who relied on celestial navigation to relocate, trade, and maintain contact in a post-cataclysmic world. The stars were not merely decoration, they were maps, guides, and a source of vital survival information. Ancient myths and legends also encode astronomical knowledge. Stories of gods, celestial battles, and starborn heroes often reflect real observations of planetary movement, eclipses, or comets. These myths may have functioned as educational tools, preserving critical astronomical knowledge in symbolic form. For survivors of environmental upheaval, encoding practical knowledge in narrative ensured that it survived even when cities, libraries, and instruments were destroyed. Cosmic events became lessons, woven into culture, guiding future generations in ways that were both spiritual and practical. Megalithic observatories provide further evidence of systematic astronomical observation. Across continents, structures are aligned to track solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles, and celestial events with remarkable accuracy. Such precision suggests long-term observation, meticulous record-keeping, and mathematical application, an advanced understanding that would have been essential for survival in unpredictable post-cataclysm environments. These monuments encode knowledge not only in their orientation but in their construction, geometry, and spatial relationships, preserving celestial wisdom across generations. The study of celestial phenomena also influenced agriculture. Understanding the timing of solstices, equinoxes, and seasonal stars allowed early humans to anticipate planting and harvesting cycles. Survivors of pre-Ice Age climate catastrophes likely relied on this knowledge to adapt to new environmental conditions, ensuring food security and societal stability. Knowledge of the heavens was thus inseparable from survival, intertwined with observation, experimentation, and practical application. Artifacts with astronomical significance, such as engraved calendars, star charts, and celestial motifs, further reveal the depth of knowledge preserved by pre-Ice Age civilizations. From carved bone tools in Europe to etched stone tablets in the Americas, these objects demonstrate not only observation but calculation, prediction, and planning. Survivors encoded their understanding into durable media, ensuring that knowledge could endure environmental upheaval and cultural disruption. In essence, pre-Ice Age astronomy was both practical and symbolic. It guided migration, agriculture, architecture, and ritual, while also connecting human societies to the larger cosmos. By encoding astronomical knowledge into structures, artifacts, and myths, Survivors ensured that critical wisdom would endure through generations, providing tools for survival in an ever-changing world. The stars were more than decoration. They were guides, teachers, and lifelines, shaping the trajectory of human civilization long before recorded history. Ultimately, the study of pre-Ice Age celestial knowledge forces us to reconsider the depth of ancient intelligence and ingenuity. Survivors of cataclysmic events not only endured but actively preserved, refined, and transmitted knowledge about the heavens. Their ability to track stars, predict seasonal changes, and encode this information into monuments, tools, and myths reflects a civilization profoundly connected to both Earth and cosmos. The legacy of pre-Ice Age astronomy challenges conventional historical timelines, revealing a sophisticated understanding of the universe that has shaped human survival and cultural development for tens of thousands of years. By examining these monuments, artifacts, and celestial records together, we gain a glimpse into a forgotten era when humans navigated a changing world guided by the stars. Their observations, encoded in stone, myth, and tool, testify to the intelligence, foresight, and resilience of pre-Ice Age civilization, knowledge that continues to inspire wonder and curiosity today. The stars were more than lights in the sky. They were the blueprint of survival, civilization, and cosmic understanding, preserved through time by those who came before us. The more we uncover about pre-Ice Age civilizations, the more the boundaries of human history are challenged. Evidence from archaeology, metallurgy, medicine, seafaring, astronomy, and anomalous artifacts points to a civilization far older, more sophisticated, and more interconnected than traditional timelines admit. From submerged cities to precise megalithic constructions, from intricate surgical tools to advanced metallurgy, each discovery reveals a legacy of intelligence, ingenuity, and survival that has been largely hidden beneath layers of time, catastrophe, and conventional historical assumptions. Consider the cumulative weight of these findings. Advanced maps, like the Piri race map, imply knowledge of global geography lost for millennia. Stone spheres, precise carvings, and megalithic alignments demonstrate a mastery of mathematics, geometry, and engineering. Metallurgical artifacts reveal advanced material science and toolmaking, while anomalies such as crystal skulls or fossilized machinery challenge our understanding of what early humans were capable of. Even medicine and seafaring exhibit sophistication that rivals or surpasses what historians previously attributed to post-Ice Age civilizations. Taken together, these findings suggest a civilization that thrived in a pre-Ice Age world, only to be scattered or lost to the catastrophic changes of glaciation, flooding, and environmental upheaval. The question then arises, what became of this civilization? Cataclysmic events, massive flooding, ice sheet expansion, and global climate upheavals would have obliterated cities, records, and infrastructure. Yet survival strategies, encoded knowledge, and oral traditions ensured that essential wisdom persisted. Myths of floods, sunken lands, and lost worlds across cultures may represent memories of these cataclysms, encoded to preserve practical and spiritual knowledge for generations to come. Survivors transmitted skills in navigation, agriculture, medicine, and metallurgy, ensuring that the seeds of civilization could re-emerge in new forms once the world stabilized. The legacy of pre-Ice Age civilizations is not confined to isolated regions. The recurrence of advanced knowledge across continents suggests that survivors maintained networks of communication, trade, and cultural exchange. Obsidian, shells, precious stones, and metals traveled vast distances, linking societies in ways that challenge conventional understanding of prehistoric human mobility. The consistency of astronomical knowledge, architectural alignment, and symbolic motifs across the globe indicates a shared understanding of the environment, the cosmos, and technology, a blueprint for survival that transcended geography. This legacy also reshapes our perception of human ingenuity. Early humans were not merely passive survivors but innovators and preservers of knowledge, capable of adapting to extreme environmental challenges while refining sophisticated tools, techniques, and strategies. They mastered metallurgy, medicine, and navigation not as sporadic inventions but as systematic bodies of knowledge, encoded in artifacts, monuments, and rituals to ensure continuity through upheaval. Their intelligence, foresight, and creativity laid the foundation for the civilizations that followed, even if the original pre-Ice Age societies themselves disappeared. The lessons of this lost civilization extend beyond archaeology. By studying pre-Ice Age knowledge, we uncover principles of resilience, adaptation, and foresight. The survivors understood the necessity of preserving critical knowledge in multiple forms: oral, symbolic, practical, and monumental. They encoded survival strategies into everyday life, tools, and culture, creating redundancy to safeguard against loss. Modern society can draw inspiration from this approach, recognizing that wisdom, ingenuity, and careful planning are as essential to survival in extreme circumstances today as they were thousands of years ago. Furthermore, the technological sophistication of pre-Ice Age civilizations challenges assumptions about linear progress. Advanced metallurgy, seafaring, medicine, and astronomy did not necessarily evolve gradually over time. Instead, they may have existed in a highly developed state before being temporarily lost, only to be rediscovered and adapted by later societies. This perspective forces historians and scientists to reconsider the story of human advancement, acknowledging that our ancestors may have achieved feats previously thought impossible, only for much of that knowledge to vanish due to environmental catastrophe. The implications for human history are profound. If pre-Ice Age civilizations truly possessed advanced knowledge across multiple domains, then our understanding of when and how civilization emerged must be reconsidered. Historical narratives, which often rely on the assumption that early humans were primitive until the rise of agriculture and urbanization, may need to be rewritten to account for a much older, global, and sophisticated foundation of human ingenuity. These discoveries suggest that what we consider ancient might in fact be a reconstruction built atop the remnants of a far older world, echoing across millennia in myths, monuments, and artifacts. The cultural and philosophical implications are equally staggering. Ancient myths, rituals, and astronomical observations were not mere superstition. They may encode practical knowledge essential for survival. Understanding these connections allows us to appreciate how pre-Ice Age humans navigated, interpreted, and preserved their world. The depth of their wisdom, combining observation, experimentation, and symbolic encoding, reflects a level of sophistication often overlooked in mainstream history. In essence, we inherit not only the biological legacy of our ancestors but also the intellectual and cultural achievements of a civilization that predates recorded history. Finally, the legacy of pre-Ice Age civilizations is a testament to human resilience. Despite facing environmental upheavals, global catastrophes, and the loss of physical infrastructure, survivors ensured that critical knowledge endured. Their ingenuity allowed humanity to rebuild, adapt, and flourish, leaving subtle yet profound traces for future generations. These traces, from submerged cities to megalithic alignments, from medical tools to astronomical observatories, form a web of evidence that connects the distant past to the present, challenging our assumptions and inspiring wonder. In conclusion, the study of pre-Ice Age civilizations invites us to rethink the origins of human knowledge, culture, and technology. It reminds us that humanity has always been capable of extraordinary creativity, adaptation, and foresight. These ancient societies endured cataclysm, preserved critical knowledge, and laid the foundation for the civilizations that followed. Their legacy, etched into stone, metal, and myth, continues to inform, challenge, and inspire us. As we piece together the fragments of this lost civilization, we are reminded that history is not linear, static, or complete. It is a complex tapestry, woven from the triumphs, survival strategies, and wisdom of countless generations. The discoveries of advanced pre-Ice Age knowledge compel us to look deeper, question assumptions, and honor the ingenuity of those who came before. In doing so, we gain a richer, more nuanced understanding of what it means to be human, and the extraordinary potential of humanity to endure, adapt, and thrive across the ages. The conclusion of our journey through pre-Ice Age civilization is not merely a summary of discoveries. It is a revelation of humanity's forgotten potential. Across continents, evidence accumulates. Artifacts, megalithic structures, maps, medical tools, and celestial observatories, all pointing to a civilization that thrived long before recorded history acknowledges. These remnants do more than challenge conventional timelines. They rewrite the story of human ingenuity, resilience, and survival. They reveal a civilization that faced unimaginable environmental upheaval yet preserved knowledge, technology, and culture in ways that continue to resonate today. Consider the sheer scope of technological and scientific understanding that these civilizations demonstrated. Advanced metallurgy, precise surgical tools, and astronomical observatories indicate a level of intellectual and practical mastery that is breathtaking. While mainstream history credits later civilizations with these innovations, the evidence suggests that pre-Ice Age survivors already mastered these skills, passing them down through generations. From the precise construction of megaliths to the creation of navigational tools, humanity's ancestors displayed a depth of understanding that belies their supposed primitive status. Anomalous artifacts further complicate our understanding. The crystal skulls, intricately carved and polished to near perfection, the Baghdad battery, and fossilized tools embedded in ancient strata suggest knowledge that seems impossibly advanced for their eras. Skeptics may attempt to dismiss these findings as coincidence, misinterpretation, or hoaxes, yet the consistency and global distribution of such artifacts make this explanation increasingly untenable. Each anomaly is a fragment of a larger, cohesive picture, a civilization whose achievements challenge our perception of history. The medical expertise of pre-Ice Age societies further emphasizes their sophistication. Evidence of cranial surgery, herbal pharmacology, and holistic healing practices reveals an advanced understanding of the human body and the environment. These early healers were not merely reactive. They anticipated challenges, experimented with remedies, and carefully documented knowledge to ensure its survival. The transmission of medical wisdom across continents, often encoded in ritual and myth, suggests that pre-Ice Age societies understood both the fragility and the continuity of knowledge, a lesson still relevant to modern civilization. Astronomy and celestial observation illustrate another dimension of their intelligence. Observatories like Göbekli Tepe, Stonehenge, and the Nazca Lines demonstrate precise alignment with solstices, equinoxes, and planetary cycles. These constructions indicate not only observational skill but also long-term planning, mathematical understanding, and cultural significance. The ability to track celestial events was crucial for survival, guiding agriculture, navigation, and societal organization, and it highlights how deeply these ancient civilizations understood their place in the cosmos. Metallurgy and engineering provide yet another testament to pre-Ice Age ingenuity. Sophisticated alloys, durable tools, and advanced construction techniques indicate knowledge that would have required experimentation, refinement, and systematic teaching. Evidence of metallurgical skill in Africa, Asia, Europe, and South America points to the transmission of knowledge across vast distances, hinting at a globally connected network of intelligence long before conventional history recognizes such capabilities. These achievements emphasize resilience through technological innovation, a hallmark of survival in a cataclysmic world. Submerged cities, mysterious stone structures, and precise maps, like the Piri race map, underscore the global reach of this civilization's understanding. From navigation to urban planning, the preservation of this knowledge ensured that human society could recover, rebuild, and adapt to new conditions after devastating environmental shifts. The cataclysms of the Ice Age may have destroyed the physical cities, yet the intellectual and cultural legacies endured, encoded in stone, metal, and memory. The mythology and oral traditions preserved across cultures are equally revealing. Flood myths, sunken lands, and celestial legends may not be mere stories. They likely encode practical knowledge, survival strategies, and observations of catastrophic events. These narratives acted as repositories of wisdom, guiding subsequent generations in ways that were both symbolic and practical. When viewed in the context of archaeological evidence, these myths reveal a civilization that not only survived catastrophe but intentionally preserved knowledge for the future. One of the most compelling aspects of pre-Ice Age civilization is the integration of technology, culture, and spirituality. Tools, monuments, and artifacts were not created in isolation. They were part of a holistic system connecting survival, intellectual pursuit, and ritual meaning. Whether in celestial observation, medicine, metallurgy, or art, this integration ensured the preservation of critical knowledge even under extreme circumstances. The survivors' foresight in encoding information across multiple domains ensured that their legacy could withstand the ravages of time. The global consistency of these discoveries forces a re-evaluation of human potential and historical timelines. The traditional view of linear progress, primitive humans gradually developing tools, cities, and knowledge, is challenged by evidence of advanced pre-Ice Age capabilities. From advanced engineering to precise astronomy, from sophisticated metallurgy to holistic medicine, humanity's ancestors achieved feats that rival, and in some cases surpass, later civilizations. This suggests that the trajectory of human civilization may have been interrupted by cataclysms, with knowledge temporarily lost and rediscovered across millennia. Beyond technology and science, the story of pre-Ice Age civilization is one of resilience and foresight. Faced with global disasters, survivors preserved knowledge not for personal glory but for the continuity of human society. They encoded wisdom in multiple forms, from practical tools to myths, rituals, and monumental architecture, ensuring that the essence of their civilization could endure. This foresight highlights a level of intellectual and cultural sophistication that remains astonishing even by modern standards. The implications extend to our understanding of ourselves. These ancient civilizations remind us that human ingenuity is not constrained by time. The ability to observe, innovate, and preserve knowledge is a defining feature of humanity, manifesting long before modern technology or recorded history. Recognizing this legacy forces us to reconsider what it means to be human, to survive, and to innovate, and it challenges us to apply the same foresight and resilience in our own era. In conclusion, the legacy of pre-Ice Age civilization is both humbling and inspiring. The discoveries of advanced technology, medicine, astronomy, metallurgy, and cultural sophistication reveal a world previously thought impossible. These civilizations faced cataclysmic events, preserved critical knowledge, and passed it down to future generations, ensuring the survival and continuity of humanity. Their ingenuity, foresight, and resilience are a testament to the enduring capabilities of human civilization. As we piece together the fragments of this lost world, we are compelled to ask, what else remains hidden beneath layers of time, waiting to redefine our understanding of human history? Each artifact, monument, and myth is a clue, a whisper from a civilization that defies conventional timelines and expectations. By studying these remnants, we honor not only their intelligence and creativity but also the unbroken thread of human ingenuity that connects us to our distant ancestors. The story of pre-Ice Age civilization is ultimately a story of survival, adaptation, and knowledge, preserved against all odds. It teaches us that even in the face of cataclysm, human intelligence, creativity, and foresight can endure. It challenges us to question assumptions, embrace curiosity, and explore the unknown, because the past is far richer, more complex, and more extraordinary than we ever imagined. The echoes of pre-Ice Age civilization remind us that history is not a linear narrative but a tapestry woven from resilience, ingenuity, and the enduring human spirit.